In a room within the dungeon, dozens of goblins were holding their sharp weapons, ready to attack a lone human standing calmly. But before they could get close, the human launched a counterattack, anticipating their movements and taking them down one by one. His staff flew through the goblin army, defeating each one before they had a chance to respond. When the staff returned to him, the hero maintained a serious expression while the goblins that had jumped to attack him fell like rain of defeated creatures. As they watched their companions being struck down, the remaining goblins hesitated to advance. At that moment, an arrow was shot toward the hero. Fortunately, it missed its target. He looked in the direction the arrow came from and saw a goblin armed with a bow. He mocked the goblins, not only for relying on their numbers, but also for attacking from a distance without any warning. Electricity began flowing through the hero's weapon as he laughed. If you think Ban Yoo-won entered this dungeon relying only on his low power level, you're completely wrong. His staff rose high, and the hero summoned a magic circle beneath it, commanding the weapon to transform. The goblins became agitated when they saw the human begin to advance toward them. But by that point, the hero's weapon had already transformed. Emerging from the magic circle, it had become a powerful firearm, and the hero aimed the weapon at the goblins and mimicked the motion of firing with his hand, issuing the command, "Start firing." Several years ago, when Ban Yoo-won was 4 years old, his parents were excited to see him reading a book in a foreign language. The couple smiled warmly, with the mother glowing with pride and the father happy that he had raised a genius. However, their loving smiles quickly turned to expressions of astonishment when Ban began reading books in several different languages even though he had never visited those countries before. At that time, another figure appeared, opening the door with muscular arms, filled with pride that Yoo-won had inherited the blood of his ancestors. Carrying a small girl, a huge elderly man, wearing a straw hat, spoke enthusiastically about seeing Yoo-won achieve the family's long-standing dream, and restore the Tower of Babel for their lineage. When the old man entered the house, the couple looked at him with wide eyes. Yoo-won's mother sighed, seeing her father bringing up the topic again, and called her youngest daughter, Yumi, to come closer. When the old man noticed that the couple was ignoring his words, he became greatly angered. "Stop talking nonsense. The Tower of Babel really exists." Ignoring the old man, the mother tended to her daughter, while the father returned to reading his newspaper. Ignoring the others, the old man borrowed a book and a box of pens from Yoo-won. He began drawing on paper while telling a story. Long ago, in a chaotic world, our family's great ancestor possessed an ability that allowed everyone to communicate. With this power, he led people to build a tower that would never collapse. This is the Tower of Babel. The 4-year-old boy listened attentively to his grandfather's words, understanding that the tower was a type of building. His eyes sparkled with dollar signs when he asked if their ancestor was rich because he owned a building. Yoo-won's grandfather boasted about their ancestor while laughing. "Our ancestor was a master of languages, capable of interpreting any form of communication. We must never forget that we are descendants of such a wonderful person." Ignoring the praise for the ancestor, Yoo-won avoided asking about the building's location. When he remembered his grandson's question, the old man admitted that he didn't know the tower's location. Although this answer disappointed Yoo-won, his grandfather placed his hands on the boy's shoulders, smiling and declaring something that would determine his future goal. One thing was certain: once we find the tower, our family will restore its glory and power. When Yoo-won was a child, every time his grandfather told stories about their ancestors' adventures, he hoped that his exceptional linguistic talent would help him achieve the family's long-standing dream. However, Yoo-won's abilities far exceeded those expectations. Days passed, and in a rather luxurious house, the hero sat in his room, surrounded by books, looking at his computer. He kept pressing the refresh button, anxiously waiting to know if his score was sufficient to achieve his goal. This year, Ban Yoo-won was applying to university. He aspired to join the Department of Diplomacy and Political Science. After refreshing the page several times, Yoo-won felt frustrated that the exam results were taking so long. Suddenly, the computer screen began flickering as if suffering from a short circuit. He pressed random buttons, trying to see if there was any change, but froze in amazement when a screen appeared before him. Staring at the floating screen, he wondered what exactly was happening. He tried to touch the blue screen, thinking it was made of glass, but his fingers passed through it. The screen displayed unfamiliar writing, something he had never seen before. Then suddenly, Yoo-won began to understand the text. Slowly, he read, "The Grand Academy of Alternative Worlds congratulates you on passing the selection." The hero stood up in shock, wondering what was happening and why he could read the strange text. Notification windows began appearing to Yoo-won, telling him that he was about to be summoned to the site for practical evaluation. If he succeeded, he would become an official student. The countdown began as soon as he read this. He looked around, disturbed, thinking he was the victim of a prank. At that moment, he looked at the computer screen, which had returned to normal. His psychological state improved when he saw the news that he had been accepted to the university he wanted. Relief overwhelmed him, driving away the anxiety he had felt earlier. However, during this time, the countdown for his summoning was rapidly approaching its end. Trying to convince himself that he was just seeing things due to stress, light suddenly engulfed the hero. When his younger sister entered his room to ask if he had been accepted to university, she witnessed in horror as he disappeared before her eyes. The summoning portal transported the hero to another world, throwing him into a dark and shadowy place. Rubbing his head to relieve the pain from the fall, a notification appeared, telling him that the practical evaluation for candidates from the lower dimensions had begun. He got up confused, wondering what was happening and whether he had actually been summoned to another world. At that moment, a notification issued commanding him to defeat the blind goblin and destroy the dungeon's core. Holding his head in frustration, he wondered why he had been pulled into a practical evaluation and special test that had never been mentioned before. He begged to be sent back. While he was pleading, footsteps echoed through the cave he found himself in. When he headed toward the source of the noise, Yoo-won froze with fear. There were indeed monsters in that direction. Blind goblins wandered the cave, armed with primitive weapons. In a strange language, one of the goblins announced that it heard a human voice, and another confirmed that there must be prey nearby. Amazed that he could understand the goblin language, Yoo-won wondered if they were referring to him when they mentioned prey. Remembering the words from the notifications, practical evaluation, blind goblins, dungeon core, covering his mouth, he wondered if he really had to defeat these monsters, which seemed like they came straight out of a game or light novel. The headache and overwhelming sense of reality inside the cave made Yoo-won believe the situation was real. Remembering that the notification had called the creatures blind goblins, and realizing he needed to defeat them to escape, panic struck him, wondering how he could do that. Fear consumed him. After all, people from the modern world were afraid even of small chihuahuas. Suddenly, one of the goblin sticks fell near the hero, startling him and making him wonder if they could see him. In reality, the goblins had begun swinging their sticks randomly, trying to hit anything in their path in an attempt to strike their prey. The hero tried to stay calm and avoid panic, but while getting up, he accidentally made a sound. As soon as one of the goblins sensed it, it attacked him violently. The hero barely managed to dodge the stick, avoiding the blow with difficulty. The goblin's strike hit the ground while our hero jumped to the side, prompting another goblin to ask what was happening. The goblin that attacked said it heard a sound, and while the other wondered if he was sure, the attacker ordered his companion not to let the prey escape. The hero pressed himself into a corner of the cave and covered his mouth to stay silent. He realized that although the goblins were blind, they were very sensitive to sound and movement. They seemed to hunt by cornering their prey while communicating with each other, so, regardless of how well he hid, they would eventually find him. The hero began thinking about his next move, analyzing the blind goblin's habits and his limited options. He crouched to the ground and picked up some stones. When he realized it was time to move, he threw the stones in the opposite direction, making noise to distract the goblins. The goblins immediately headed toward the sound and ran toward where the stones fell, believing it was their prey. The first goblin reached the spot and bent down, finding the stones the hero had thrown. The goblin that had attacked the hero earlier arrived more slowly, joining him after a few moments. At that moment, the hero threw something else. It was a piece of wood that flew through the air and hit the goblin holding the stones on the head, making it think the prey had attacked it from behind. The goblin turned and struck with its stick. However, the blow landed on its companion who was running toward it, hitting him directly. Meanwhile, the hero, who had already learned the goblin language, was mimicking their voices and ordered the goblin to continue attacking the prey behind it. The two goblins, confusing the voice with their companion's voice, began violently beating each other with their sticks. They continued attacking each other until they collapsed on the ground. When the hero saw the results of his plan unfold, he let out a deep sigh, exhausted and terrified. When he looked at the fallen goblins, he noticed the stick one of them had left behind, lying within reach. One of the goblins, who had attacked the hero, was still alive, although trapped under its companion. At that moment, he heard footsteps. He raised his head and realized there was someone standing in front of him. The prey they had been following was now carrying the weapon that had belonged to them. The hero apologized to the goblin, pointing out that they had attacked him first. He raised the stick, trying not to hesitate, knowing that if he couldn't finish off even this creature, he would have no chance of escape. After defeating the goblin, the hero felt relieved that he had survived, at least for now. Unexpectedly, the goblins' bodies began to glow. Various phrases rose with the light into the air and floated toward the hero. who was confused by this sight. Yoo-won was shocked, but a notification appeared to explain the situation to him. It congratulated him on his successful hunt within the labyrinth. A golden ball with a technological appearance formed, made of binary numbers and unknown alphabet. It radiated yellow light resembling the sun surrounded by a golden ring. He was being granted the power of the higher dimension as a reward. The words surrounded the hero with golden lightning-like energy. He felt the power being bestowed upon him, leaving him amazed and captivated. After receiving the power, new notifications appeared before the hero. He was unlocking the power of the Babylonian code, an ability that manifests through ideograms, a language familiar to the owner. The hero wondered which familiar ideograms would appear to him. To his surprise, the notifications began displaying Chinese symbols. The symbols started flowing from the goblin, and a notification explained that the concepts of demon and life had been learned, while other concepts were either too complex or trivial for the owner to comprehend at his current level. Upon reading the notification and observing what was happening with the goblin, the hero was shocked when he realized that his ability wasn't limited to language. It extended to extracting concepts from things. The characters forming the word demon were floating before him while a notification told him he had absorbed 0.2 points of demon. It explained that this concept was something humans couldn't possess directly, and recommended storing it separately in the Babylonian code to apply to other things when needed. Amazed by this, the hero decided to test this ability. Holding the character representing life, he absorbed 0.4 points of life, increasing his total life value to 10.4. With growing confidence, he realized he could apply concepts to himself to enhance and strengthen his attributes. Next, he absorbed 2 points of flesh, increasing his physical value to 10.2, making him appear healthier. He felt renewed, moved his hands, and noticed that the difference wasn't just mental. His grip strength and leg power had improved, and even his skin texture had undoubtedly improved. The hero remembered how he absorbed concepts from the goblin. Understand, learn, and absorb. This was what he needed to focus on now. Once the goblin disappeared after absorbing their abilities, only their staffs remained. He analyzed the staff, contemplating the possibility of applying concepts to objects. He summoned the demon concept and decided to test whether he could make it work and help him escape from the dungeon. A wide smile spread across his face as he integrated the concept into the staff. He was already imagining how he would deal with any goblin that crossed his path. Using his newly unlocked power, the hero quickly cleared the dungeon of blind goblins. When he reached the heart of the dungeon, he destroyed it, a small glowing orb. A notification told him he had passed the practical test of the lower dimension's special examination. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the hero asked if he could finally return home. However, to his disappointment, a notification appeared contradicting his expectations, saying he would be transported to the dormitory instead. Against his will, the place he was transported to wasn't his home. Ban Yoo-won was sent to a world he had never seen before, a place called Union Academy. On exiting the transport, the hero found himself once again falling to the ground, just like the first time. This time, however, he fell in a dormitory. He was congratulated again for passing the practical test and becoming a temporary student. To his surprise, the notification window informed him that he must wear the designated uniform and attend an interview. The message emphasized the importance of wearing the Union Academy uniform with pride. Annoyed, Yoo-won sighed. He had already passed university entrance exams, and now had to wear a uniform again like he was in high school. To him, the situation was completely ridiculous. However, while he continued complaining, Yoo-won wore the uniform. With a tie and carefully polished shoes, he maintained a stern expression, determined to confront whoever had brought him to this strange place. As he walked through the grand corridors toward the interview room, Yoo-won was preparing what he would say and imagining the huge compensation he would demand for being transported to a place he never wanted to be. When he reached the interview room, the young man met a woman with red eyes and pointed ears, her elegant hair radiating a sense of freshness. When his gaze fell upon her, the hero's eyes widened in amazement at her beauty. Upon the young man's entry, the woman verified his identity. His attention was carefully drawn to her. She had a flower in her hair. Her skin was green but stunningly beautiful, and he couldn't stop himself from wondering if she was an alien. She sat behind a large desk and introduced herself as Yuna, a magic combat instructor at Union Academy, welcoming the hero, who stuttered when he returned her greeting. Yuna congratulated the hero on passing the practical test, making Ivan scratch the back of his neck shyly. Yuna continued her question about whether Yoo-won was aware that his performance during the test had attracted the attention of all the faculty. He was the first student in 500 years to create a new tool during evaluation. The hero remained silent while the professor spoke. uninterested in talk about 500 years. He had been brought there against his will, with no idea what was happening, and had suffered greatly during the process. Unaware of Yoo-won's thoughts, Professor Yuna continued happily, praising his exceptional condition that exceeded the special test standards. Perhaps because they came from different worlds, Yuna's thinking was completely different from Yoo-won's thinking. However, he just wanted to leave this strange school as soon as possible after the interview ended. That was until something outside the interview room window caught his attention. He approached the window and the hero asked about the name of one of the external pillars. Hearing his question, Yuna commented that it seemed true that people from lower dimensional worlds knew nothing about the pillar. The pillar is the reason Union Academy was established. We select the best talented students from all dimensions and help them reach the peak of their worlds. This is the common inspiration for Union Academy and the ultimate hope for all dimensions. The dungeon of all dungeons, the source of every mystery and danger in this world. This is the Tower of Babel. The hero's face paled as he stared at the massive tower through the window. He wondered if this tower was what his ancestor had created, the structure he had heard about for so long from his grandfather. He began to suspect whether everything his grandfather had told him, and all the stories inherited from his ancestor, existed in this world. However, the tower was called the Dungeon of Dungeons. This made Yoo-won suspect that strange monsters had taken over the tower for themselves. However, he pushed this thought aside. This wasn't important to him at that moment. The glory of the Ban family and everything his ancestors had built. The hero smiled as he dreamed of reclaiming it all for himself. Thus, Ban Yoo-won decided to enroll in Union Academy. Thanks to special treatment from the faculty, he was allowed to return home briefly before enrollment. After gathering his family and explaining everything, something great happened. Yoo-won's grandfather was overjoyed when he heard that his grandson had finally found the Tower of Babel, while the hero's father tried to calm the old man. After explaining the situation to his family, Yoo-won prepared to enroll in the academy. Now, in a low-level Union dungeon inside a goblin cave, he was preparing for acceptance while testing his new abilities, easily defeating goblins and using his knowledge to craft weapons from the earth in this shared world, creating firearms more powerful than real ones. The hero defeated the monsters easily. He walked among the defeated monsters, absorbing all their characteristics through his ability while advancing to attack the next areas. Initially, the hero's abilities were limited to languages only. However, after defeating several goblins and hobgoblins, he learned the concepts of demon, life, flesh, assassination, and launch, becoming a completely different person from what he was when he started. All thanks to the Babylonian code, Yoo-won could now express, absorb, and manipulate the concept of anything. When he defeated an enemy, he could acquire the concepts he recognized. These concepts appeared above the monsters' bodies as conditional words, and the more concepts he acquired, the stronger he became. The concept he obtained from the first dungeon he faced, the Blind Goblin Cave, was absorbed into a staff and supported a weapon he made. A massive flying staff enhanced to defeat monsters. The staff, saturated with magical energy as the first artifact created by Ban Yoo-won, showed its true form at its master's command, capable of freely transforming into independent artifacts. The hero embraced the staff, praising it like a pet. All this because thanks to the staff he accidentally created, he achieved excellent results during the evaluation. After defeating all the goblins and hobgoblins in the area, the hero prepared to assess the spoils of battle. Upon noticing the concepts he had gained from the monsters, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. He obtained 2 points of soul, making him wonder what that meant. The staff approached him upon sensing the characteristic he had stored, and Yoo-won quickly understood its intentions, asking if it wanted the characteristic for itself. The staff shook shyly as if saying yes. Without hesitation, the hero granted the characteristic to the staff and also decided to give it some life, ghost, and soul. Ban Yoo-won had learned some things by this point. Using all the sub-concepts he had acquired, he created a small sphere formed by the Babylonian code and filled these concepts into the staff. A major reaction occurred. The combined concepts formed perfect harmony, making the artifact undergo transformation. The paired characteristics created perfect synergy, resulting in a fusion that transcended their current depths. When he noticed the monster characteristic present in the center of the fusion, a characteristic he hadn't given to the staff, the hero wondered if one of the concepts he had added to the fusion had transformed. He watched closely as the concepts enveloped the staff and changed it. After a while, the bright light faded. A notification appeared. Due to the transcendent fusion, the ghost monster characteristic was completed. Before the hero's eyes, what was once a staff transformed into a silver snake. A ghost monster, he bent down to examine the small snake. watching closely, analyzing the mixture of ghostly and animal characteristics, which merged to create a living being, as if from a fantasy story. The hero slowly extended his hand toward the snake, wondering if he could touch it. In response to his movement, the snake hissed at him, making him freeze and shake with fear. But the surprising thing was that the snake was very gentle. It began rubbing its head against his hand, showing its sweet nature, the same one it had when it was still in staff form. This made the hero wonder if it could still transform into weapons or armor. With the snake coiled around his arm, he decided to give it a name and called it Eve. After naming it, he opened the growth statistics window to take a closer look. Based on his experience so far, he concluded that the life statistic was like levels in games, while flesh represented physicality. However, he wasn't sure what soul meant. He also noticed some other abilities like deep sight eyes and deep hearing ears, concluding they were probably related to his linguistic skills. As for the other statistics, he decided to ignore those he didn't understand yet. After analyzing his own statistics, the hero checked Eve's statistics, asking if she thought she could impress others now. The little snake shook her head no. Smiling, the hero reassured Eve that her current statistics weren't important, only her growth potential for the future. He then opened the option to exit the dungeon after destroying its heart and pressed the button to leave. Upon returning to the corridor through transport, the hero decided it was time to go to Union Academy's reception party. In the Union Academy hall, countless lights were displayed that projected holograms in the sky, welcoming new students while showing advertisements from sponsoring brands. The diverse students who arrived at the hall came from distant races, planets, and dimensions. Gradually, the hall filled up as new students took their seats. The hero, who arrived at the hall via teleportation, amazed some people around him and attracted the attention of others. Ignoring their reactions, he looked around and noticed that the hall was already full. Observing the hall, the hero used the comprehensive eyes ability, a skill that allowed him to read everything around him, and depending on proficiency, the user could understand the aura and spirit of their targets. While he noticed some new students who had characteristics classified as B, A, or even S, the hero observed that unlike him who entered the academy through special admission for lower dimensions, the regular students who entered through the standard process seemed very powerful. Even at first glance, while he was looking for his seat, the hero was surprised by a massive person behind him. It was a huge green monster with bad behavior, trying to intimidate the hero. Hey man, if you're from a lower dimension, don't walk around here and get lost in this place. The hero didn't care about this guy's behavior, and despite the laughter directed at him, he walked away, thanking him. Everything was going as Yoo-won expected so far. Those who entered the academy through the normal process had high opinions of themselves, looking down on those from lower dimensions. Even in this place that brought together all worlds, those with power looked down on those beneath them, making the hero wonder if this was the case everywhere. Suddenly, someone called him, saying that students accepted through special admission sit over there. Walking toward the person who called him, the hero saw 4 chairs separated from the rest, making him feel that those from lower dimensions were exiled to this place. However, something else caught his attention at that moment, something that made him use the comprehensive eyes ability to observe those accepted through special admission. When he looked at the 3 sitting before him, the hero was surprised. All of them were no weaker than the strongest regular students, and the hero noticed that these 3 students had very high characteristics of grade S and A. The students awakened a feeling in the hero that they were strong enough to sweep away the regular students. The student who called him was looking at him, seeing that he was still standing in place. The hero woke up from his thoughts and greeted him, saying their seats were amazing. Light laughed, unsure whether he should laugh at the hero's comment. Light, the blonde young man, was actually the handsome roommate. Yoo-won met in the dormitory before the opening ceremony. Their first meeting was unique. When the hero moved to the dormitory, the blonde young man with armor pointed his sword at him, asking who he was. With the sword pointed at him, the hero was about to faint from shock. The hero quickly placed Eve's club in front of him to protect himself, saying he was the young man's roommate. In response, the blonde apologized, saying he was just nervous because of the practical exam he had just finished. The hero felt uncomfortable around Light because the young man seemed like a princess from a fantasy story. Despite his temperament, quickly Yoo-won changed his opinion when the young man apologized first. When the hero mentioned that he faced a dungeon of blind goblins, Light mocked him, asking why he took the practical exam in the first place, since even beginners with basic training could hunt goblins easily. Because of this, the hero's perception of the blonde changed again, this time for the worse. At that moment, the hero realized they had been talking for a while, even though they hadn't showered yet. As he started undressing, Light asked if they should take a shower since the bathroom in the dormitory was shared. When Light saw the hero suddenly undressing, he felt shockingly embarrassed. The hero didn't notice Light's embarrassment because he was facing away from him. When he invited his colleague to continue talking in the bathroom, he was almost attacked, being told to go shower first. The hero didn't understand why Light was embarrassed, so he turned to look away from him, making him shrink in embarrassment and say he would go later. Now, during the opening ceremony, this strangeness, originating from Light, was still bothering him. Regardless, since the seat Light was sitting in was part of the special admissions section, this meant the other two people were also like him. The hero raised his hand, greeting the other two people. The first to respond was a girl with pink hair, like flowers, and covered horns. Immediately, the hero considered her cute in his mind and quickly looked away when she lowered her head shyly and greeted him too. The hero didn't forget to greet the other person as well. But when he went to say hello, his expressions changed. The reason was that the girl's white hair was accompanied by completely black eyes. She was staring at the hero, and when she looked at his arm, she commented that the thing wrapped around it was interesting. The hero realized what the girl was talking about and revealed the small snake that was invisible. He asked her if she was referring to it. The white-haired girl stared at the snake with an open mouth, while Light and the pink-haired girl were impressed. Light noticed that the snake was the same tool as before and asked Yuan how it changed in just a few days. The pink-haired girl thought little Eve was cute and asked if she could touch her. The white-haired girl smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Dao Yan. I'm the daughter of a martial artist. What's your name?" The hero introduced himself, curious to know if Dao practiced martial arts or something similar, or if she fired energy blasts. The hero's comment made everyone feel embarrassed. Dao covered her mouth shyly, saying Yuan wasn't completely wrong. The hero was initially surprised because he was right, but since they were in a fantasy environment, it made sense that martial arts existed. At that moment, the pink-haired girl introduced herself for the first time. Her name was Rochelle. Light also introduced himself to the girls, welcoming them. While the four were talking, suddenly the opening ceremony began. The hero recognized Professor Yamina among the teachers and asked Light if he had also interviewed with Yamina. The hero was surprised when he learned that Light had also conducted the interview. But at that moment, something started happening. A red light appeared from above and the lecture hall surface began opening. A voice echoed throughout the hall, announcing that everyone had gathered. The voice echoed in all students' minds, making many of them feel headaches. Everyone, including the hero's group, Riel, Light and Yoon, felt overwhelming pressure. The hero looked up while the voice continued. "Now, I will begin the opening ceremony for class number 2557 of Union Academy." In the sky above the hall, there was a giant eye of a being watching all students in the hall. After the opening ceremony, Yamina optimistically commented on how impactful the principal's speech was. In the room, with the 4 students accepted through special examinations, the hero broke the ice by asking if the giant logo was the principal. Yamina was surprised, asking if the hero had really seen the eye. Light was amazed when he discovered the hero had looked up, and Rochelle added to the comment, saying many people felt so scared they didn't look. The hero smiled, unaware he was being watched by Doku. The girl knew that being had completely hidden itself using some kind of special method, wondering how Yuan could see it. The hero felt her gaze on him and shivered. Then he mentioned he had somehow felt there was a giant eye watching them. To change the subject, Yamina confirmed it was indeed the principal, but students wouldn't be able to see him again until they achieved something special or caused an incident. She also mentioned it seemed Yuan would hold a special meeting with the principal. After hearing what the teacher said, the hero sighed, commenting it seemed like a curse. The teacher laughed at the hero's comment, saying, "Student achievements were also teacher achievements," and asked everyone to work hard. Light was surprised by the teacher's comment and asked if she was the one who would take responsibility for them. Yamina confirmed Light's question, making him more surprised. Light knew Yamina was one of 9 full professors at the academy, increasing his amazement that she would be responsible for them. The teacher took her teacup and decided to introduce herself formally to the 4. "I am Professor Yamina and I teach magical combat. I have been appointed as the teacher for your class, room 11, so let's work well together during the next 5 years. Light asked the teacher if low-level special admission students were usually assigned to assistant professors, and Yamina confirmed what Light was saying. However, she explained that the 4 of them were very special students, so she was given this responsibility. The teacher thought in her mind about these special students. It was completely strange that people like the 4 of them were chosen only this time. Then she said that since they were all gathered, she would give them advice. The teacher's eyes became lifeless when she warned them to be careful of hostility and envy from regular students. The hero became cautious about what Yamina said. He realized the hostility and envy she was referring to wasn't just academic competition. It involved physical confrontations and battles between students. Things outside internal competitions protected by academy rules were things professors couldn't intervene in. Yamina told them they should stick together from now on since they were rare special admission students. The teacher knew that if they wanted to grow by fighting other students, they would need to be strong enough to ignore envy and hostility. Otherwise, something bad might happen. She also mentioned they were team members who would climb the tower together until graduation. Then Yama snapped her fingers, saying she was done discussing difficult matters now, and revealed the academy had prepared a small gift for them. Glows appeared on the table in front of them, and Yamina began explaining rules and details after they received the tools. The glows on the table caught the students' attention, and they approached to see them closely. After receiving the academy gifts from the teacher, the four left the room. The hero held a necklace, asking if that was the student ID card. The teacher explained they needed to use the ID to access all facilities on campus, and they could teleport anywhere within the Union realm with it. Carrying the student ID, Light was the first to cast the teleportation spell. Professor Yamina is beautiful. Then, they were transported to the garden. After that, Rochelle cast the same spell and they were transported back to the academy. The three of them were frustrated by the simplicity of the teleportation spell. Light commented they needed to keep the student ID if they wanted to enter the tower. So, whether they liked the spell or not, they had to be careful with this item. At that moment, Rochelle asked the others why Ban was left behind. Dao answered she didn't know, but it might be because of that being. Not too long ago, when they were with Yamina, the teacher received a call, indicating that they were about to hold a tea party, and unfortunately, the other person was asking for something. Du had been paying attention to the conversation between the teacher and the students, watching who she was looking at. Among all the students, the only one who managed to stare directly into the teacher's face was Ban. Sitting in an armchair, the hero was nervous because he was sitting in front of the principal at a large table. The hero felt nervous about having a special meeting with the principal on the first day, wondering if he was in trouble. When the principal saw that the hero was avoiding looking at him, he stated that it was good to look at him directly. There was a stuffed doll sitting on the principal's table. He said, "It's okay, my real body isn't here." Looking at the stuffed doll, the hero asked if he should call it principal or counselor. The stuffed doll replied that Yuan should call him teacher. After that, the teacher stated that he would explain why he summoned Yuan. Generally, I don't hinder students' growth. If they're weak, I let them stay weak. And if they're strong, I let them stay strong. Whether they perish in the tower or survive to become strong and great, I don't care. I have only one goal, which is to witness with my own eyes who reaches the end of the tower. Everything else is meaningless. Given the principal's statements, the hero wondered why everything seemed meaningless to him. Precisely, the tower dated back to his ancestors' era. The Ban family was determined to restore all its power and glory. He decided to risk his life to harness the tower. But at that moment, he wondered what the tower meant to the counselor and to the other students. He wanted to understand why everyone gathered in this dimension to climb the tower. Looking at the stuffed doll and calling it teacher, he asked what exactly the tower was. In response to the hero's question, the doll fell silent. After a minute of silence, it revealed what the hero wanted to hear. The tower is a path to divinity, a test. The hero felt a mixture of surprise and curiosity toward the principal's response, wondering if he was referring to the same concept of divinity as from religious beings. However, the principal continued his explanation before the hero could ask more questions, saying that he doesn't interfere with students' difficulties, but he would make an exception this time because he saw potential in him, the greatest potential he had ever witnessed. The doll pointed to Yuan, and Yuan's identification necklace began to glow. Then, Yuan asked the principal what he was doing. Then the principal clarified that he had expanded the privileges for external exploration, so he could travel anywhere he wanted. The principal created a portal under the hero's feet, and pulled him inside while giving some instructions. Now, that's everything. You can go improve your skills before climbing the tower. Yuan, if your progress is notable, I'll open the next privilege for you. The hero asked the principal what privilege that would be, and was shocked when the doll said he would allow him to explore the tower alone. As he was being pulled into the portal, the hero heard the principal say with concern that he looked forward to their next meeting. The hero was surprised when he fell through the portal, landing on top of someone. Yamina, who cushioned his fall, asked him how his meeting with the principal went. In the teacher's embrace, the hero was surprised to see her, and quickly got up with a red face. Yamina stated that the principal always sends off visitors this way, and asked if he didn't think the principal had a strange personality. She smiled, saying that the principal had been waiting for Yuan from the beginning. After they sat down, the teacher took the hero's ID, surprised that the principal had granted a student permission to leave the academy. The hero wasn't sure if this was a big deal, saying that the teacher had quickly told him to improve his skills. Then, Yamina explained to the hero why this was an important achievement. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower and visit external cities as well. This means you'll gain much more experience and preparation than others. There's no precedent for an ordinary student receiving such privileges before. Then, the hero understood what the principal wanted. Previously, he thought the principal was calling him weak and telling him to gain more skills, but it was completely different. Yamina revealed her envy, calling the hero lucky. She saw the surprise in Yuan's eyes, and explained that teachers are usually too busy to leave. She explained that since the union was an academy, everything was carefully organized with students in mind, which could sometimes be uncomfortable for teachers. While showing her envy, Yama said that Yuan would be able to explore dungeons and visit cities in his free time, and even visit many shops. The hero was surprised and began to sweat, and to avoid problems, he asked if he should bring something for her while traveling. As he walked on a long stone road, the hero looked at the sky, enjoying the weather. When he asked the teacher if he should bring something for her, her eyes sparkled as she commented on wine from a temple famous for its distinctive aroma and taste. She wanted him to bring a bottle or two, remembering that the teacher had asked the student to buy alcoholic beverages. The hero found the request somewhat ironic, but he didn't mind. He was more than grateful to get an early inventory in return. At that moment, the hero remembered something. His grandfather had given him a small bag when he went to his house to tell him the news. The hero was preparing to leave. The grandfather approached him, asking if he was ready. The grandfather gave him the bag and told him to open it and take what he needed from inside. When the hero opened the bag, he found it completely filled with gold. He asked his grandfather if it was acceptable to take it. The grandfather smiled and said he didn't mind. With a big smile, the grandfather mentioned that the gold was the legacy of ancestors who devoted themselves to searching for the Tower of Babel, and now it was his to use freely. The hero thanked his grandfather and accepted the gold, although he wondered if it wasn't too much to carry something like that. Initially, he thought the gold would be heavy and dangerous to carry, but now, with the inventory, which was a convenient item, his thoughts changed. Since his grandfather told him that gold was valuable everywhere in this world, the hero decided to take only some gold bars. With that, all his preparations were complete. Looking at the city as wide as the horizon before him, the hero took his first step in this new world. As he walked through the great city, although it was from another world, the urban scene looked very similar to Earth. Of course, there were many differences, such as cars and gliders. While looking at the flying transportation, the hero was impressed, wondering how they worked. Amid his thoughts, someone called out to him on the street. He turned and saw two people approaching. One of them said he hadn't seen him before and asked where he came from. When they approached, the two were quickly surprised, noticing the hero's clothes. They asked if he was a student from the Union Academy. The guard quickly gave Yuan a military salute and introduced themselves. In front of the two surprised guards, the hero also introduced himself. Ban Yoo-won, first-year student. The two guards were curious to know how the hero got there, and if he had gotten permission from the counselor. The hero confirmed that he was allowed to roam freely. The guards quickly understood the situation, saying that thanks to the counselor's effort and the academy's staff, the city remained peaceful, and they were very grateful for the academy's grace. The guards noticed that the hero was a new student, and mentioned that he probably didn't know much about how the city worked and offered to help him if he needed anything. Upon hearing this, the hero was surprised. Seeing Yuan's amazement, the guards reassured him that they would help him, of course, as part of their job. The young man could ask anything if he was curious. Because the guard said he could ask about anything, the hero pointed upward. In the direction he pointed, there was flying transportation. He said he wanted one of those. While the guards looked up, the hero smiled and asked about the cost of those flying bikes and cars. The flying bike the hero bought took off through the city outskirts, raced across fields, and jumped off a cliff edge with the bike. The hero enjoyed the air caressing his face. The higher he went, the more excitement increased. When the hero inquired about the flying bike with the guards, they revealed that even the most basic model cost 250,000 ronia, an expensive price. Curious about the value of each ronia, he took out a gold bar and asked if he could exchange it for money. Upon seeing the gold bar in Yuan's hand, the guard's eyes widened, and he asked where he got this large gold bar from. He replied that it was a gift from his grandfather. Still amazed by the flying bike, the hero contemplated how one gold bar was worth more than 7 million ronia. This made him feel grateful to his grandfather, who insisted on giving him the gold. Suddenly, Eve appeared, whispering near his shoulder. Looking at the small snake, the hero asked for her opinion about the trip. He had integrated demonic and ghostly concepts into the bike, making it a living artifact. The flying bike was called Lilith, and he was pained to deal with it, the way he cooperated with the snake. After that, the hero thought about his other tasks, buying a bike, buying wine for the teacher, and completing his other tasks. Now it was time to return to school. Upon returning to the academy, the hero fell on his desk, sick with a headache. Beside him, Light placed a glass of water on the table, expressing his disappointment, and gave Yoo-won a stern look. Light was upset because after the group meeting, Yoo-won left without a word and returned to the academy drunk. Apologizing, Yoo-won drank the water, blaming teacher Yamina for insisting on drinking wine with her. Light scoffed, saying that Yoo-won should have at least informed him, so he wouldn't worry. While they were eating, Do looked at the hero. She noticed something about him, and asked if the logo on his shirt meant he had the representative position he got for drinking with the professor. Extending his body slightly, the hero thought for a moment and said she could think of it as if he had become class president. While chewing his bread, Light accepted the professor's decision to appoint Yoo-won, confirming that he was responsible for their group. However, someone objected, saying that she should be the representative among the four. Do thought she was the strongest among them all. Looking at the hero with an arrogant smile, she asked if he agreed. The hero remained silent, but someone suddenly came to defend him. Light was annoyed by how Do phrased her thoughts, pointing out that they were supposed to be companions, but they still needed to deal with some matters about what she said. Light hated her superior behavior, because that wouldn't be in their favor in the future as they climbed the tower. Light continued his speech, saying that he also didn't agree with her, saying she was the strongest. Upon hearing this, the girl smiled sarcastically, commenting on how Light had called them companions, even after he asked the professor the day before to let him climb the tower alone. Light was caught red-handed, froze, stuttering while trying to defend himself. Under the stares from Yoo-won and Rachel, Light claimed he was just curious and didn't really want to leave their group. The hero bent his head on the desk, exhausted. He was already annoyed, not believing that tension began to spread in the early morning. He was hoping to gather his teammates for planning, but the atmosphere was completely destroyed. By observing the group, he realized they were starting much worse than they should. To make matters worse, Yoo-won didn't want to be the class representative either, but he understood why the professor chose him among the four. He was the least problematic. Light was too stubborn, and his pride was as strong as a lion's pride, while Do was too confident, strong, but prone to making enemies, like a stray cat. On the other hand, Rachel was extremely surprising in her quiet behavior, lacking the personality to be a leader like a newborn puppy. Sighing, the hero tried to find a solution for these distinguished students. He raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. He argued that the class president shouldn't be the strongest. Rather, they shouldn't be the strongest. Duo frowned, asking him what he meant by that. Yoo-won explained that if the strongest person became class president, they would likely make decisions alone. Meanwhile, the president's role was to unite the class, which someone with superior ability might not succeed at. Drawing the attention of the other three with his logic, the hero confirmed that the representative should be a balanced person, capable of providing justice and good solutions for everyone. According to this logic, he was most suitable for the position. Standing up, Duo reluctantly accepted the professor's decision to name Yoo-won class president, at least for now, making the hero breathe a sigh of relief and thank her. While looking down at the hero, Dalko gave a mischievous smile, revealing that the only person she really wanted to lead was him. The hero was surprised by her sharp look. She looked at him sharply, then turned the same look to the others, declaring that even if something bothered her, if she wanted to get something she desired, she would have to accept unnecessary things too. Feeling that Duo's comment was directed at him, Light began trembling with anger, showing her a sharp look as if her things were leaving him. Yoo-won tried to calm him down. After Duo left and Light regained his composure, the hero lay back on the desk again, exhausted from the morning's events. While contemplating how he would deal with two group members dominated by pride, Rachel suddenly interrupted him, standing up abruptly. The girl approached him with sparkling eyes, asking where the snake from before had gone and begging to touch it. Faced with the girl's strange request, the hero sighed again. This was a place full of crazy people. Thus began Ban Yoo-won's first mission as representative of Class 11, a group full of unique individuals with difficulty. In their first lesson, a student with a rocky body suddenly shouted at the teacher, "Professor, I'm curious about these remains abilities." Class 11, the hero's group, was in a joint session with other classes in a training yard. Whether from the hero's group or from students of other classes, everyone was wearing training clothes for this session. The teacher standing in the middle of the yard was asking students for their opinions on his lesson plan that started with a light training session. Immediately, ordinary students began feeling anxious and eagerly offered to fight, excited to challenge the specially admitted students. Yuan and Light noticed how regularly admitted students usually considered themselves superior. Light quickly noted that this interaction was especially expected from Class 1, the most prominent class. Their resentment stemmed from the Academy's division system, which ranked classes based on students' abilities. While Class 1 students were causing a commotion, one of them suddenly saw Professor Yamina's brooch, known as the Flower Queen, pinned to the hero's chest. They considered him weak because of the class he belonged to. The rocky-bodied student became angry, seeing Yuan wearing the brooch so casually. With a mixture of overconfidence, he couldn't bear this sight. The rocky-bodied student dropped the others with his loud voice, demanding the teacher choose him as an opponent. Seeing the student's enthusiasm, the teacher found it interesting. He headed toward the hero and chose him as Ragan's opponent. Professor Yuma sat at her desk under a pile of documents. She began complaining about the situation, wondering why Class 1 students get a joint lesson with the special admission class on their first day. Seeing that the first lesson was about understanding combat practices increased her concerns, as she believed a student from a lower dimension, admitted under special circumstances, couldn't compete with students from higher dimensions. She was annoyed at whoever arranged the schedule, as it seemed like a cruel joke. She felt malicious intent in the decision. When the hero was called by the professor to fight, he didn't hesitate. But as he stared at his opponent, his behavior was misinterpreted as surrender. He raised his hand and explained that his combat abilities were weak, and he had nothing to do in such a conflict. The professor thought for a moment, then accepted the hero's decision, deducting 3 points from him. The hero was shocked by the point deduction, which was unexpected. After adjusting his glasses, the professor said his excuse wasn't enough. The hero understood the professor's intention. It was as if he was trying to put him in a humiliating position. Angrily, the hero replied that it wasn't an excuse, but a fact. He explained that he was accepted as a student because of his unique ability, not his combat skills, and that it would be better to ask him to demonstrate another skill, rather than force him to fight just to show his abilities. Seeing logic used against him, the professor gritted his teeth in frustration and began shouting, asking if the hero was trying to teach a professor how to do his job. The hero calmly responded to the professor's shouting, confirming that anyone, whether student or teacher, could learn. He reminded the professor that he was just an assistant and not a real teacher. When confronted again, the professor deducted 5 more points from Yuan, who was watching the professor's behavior. Then the hero made a suggestion to give everyone a week to prepare and hold the matches next week. Surprising everyone, the hero announced that if given a week's break, he would have all preparations ready and would welcome the challenge. He was showing confidence in himself while making this statement. Silence prevailed in the yard. Class 1 students couldn't believe what the hero had just said, and their feelings expressed dissatisfaction. One student considered it unreasonable for someone to ask for a whole week to prepare, assuming it was obvious their skills were at the lowest level. While some students mocked him, a girl wearing a large pointed hat quietly watched the situation. While her classmates talked, she directed her investigative gaze toward the hero, analyzing the confident figure standing beside the yard. The assistant professor felt angry, feeling insulted by a student's audacity to challenge his schedule. However, the hero ignored him, forcing the assistant professor to accept his suggestion. Then the professor announced that the official match between them would be next Tuesday. The format would be completely public, and the entire academy would be able to watch the fight live. Smiling fiercely, he asked the students to prepare. Upon noticing the assistant professor's decision, the hero wondered if his real intention wasn't to embarrass him, but to turn the match into a show. At that moment, the assistant professor called the hero, grinding his teeth, and tried to threaten him, saying he better perform well since he was the one who asked for the preparation period. The hero paid no attention to the assistant professor, and instead headed to the student named Arito. "We'll have an official match next week. I'll be looking forward to it." The rocky-bodied student heard the hero's words and bit his tongue, clearly angry. Then the hero turned to leave after that. He wasn't expecting a polite response from Arito, but he was confident he could discover something useful. He intended to analyze the stats using his all-seeing eyes. Reviewing the stats, the hero saw what could be expected from a student in a special class. Arito's health was 5 times greater than his own, and his physical strength exceeded his by 10 times. Compared to Arito, the hero knew he was weak. But when he thought about his classmates, he felt almost insignificant. To climb the tower with them, Yuan realized he would need to surpass Arito's level. While seeing Light and Rachel looking in his direction, the hero asked if they were worried about him. At that moment, he heard a voice behind him, asking why no one stepped forward. Upon turning in the direction Light and Rachel were looking, he noticed Dojo preparing to fight, with Dojo saying that, unlike Yuan, she specialized in combat. Facing all Class 1 students, Dojo asked if they weren't curious about the special admission students' abilities. The hero smiled while watching Dojo challenge anyone to present themselves and face her. In Dojo's presence, Class 1 students remained silent. The assistant professor didn't speak either. It was clear why everyone was hesitant. Even the hero, with his all-seeing eyes, couldn't comprehend how powerful Dojo was. There was no way Class 1 students could ignore the crushing aura emanating from her. While waiting, Dojo asked what was wrong, offering to back down since she hadn't noticed anyone who seemed confident enough to face her. Suddenly, she pointed to Arito, making him startle. She pointed for him to step forward with her finger, saying he looked like someone who wouldn't back down and challenged him to fight, promising she would eliminate him. Seeing her actions, the hero smiled as he noticed Arito trembling with fear. He had initially targeted him, but now he was being challenged by someone he hadn't expected. Everyone seemed to realize this too. If Arito tried to avoid being called a coward and accepted Dojo's provocation, he would be defeated. He would suffer severe injuries he wouldn't recover from in time for next week's match. The hero entered the yard, heading toward Dojo and asking her to stop. Though this wasn't his business, he couldn't allow this to happen. The hero announced that Arito would fight him next week. If she wanted to fight Arito, she would have to wait her turn. Dojo asked if Yuan was sure about that. He thanked her for trying to protect him, but confirmed he needed this time to prove his efforts through his own abilities. Dojo looked at the hero as if she wanted to make sure of his determination. Then, lazily, she said she thought he was just someone who relied on tricks, but it seemed he had some masculine qualities. Then Dojo abandoned the idea of fighting Arito and asked if there was someone else who wanted to volunteer. Standing in the middle of the yard, she wondered if anyone would step forward, but no one responded. While asking again, passing by Class 1 students, Dojo sighed and returned to her team. It seems they're good at barking, but when a real situation arises, they hide underground. The hero's group watched Dojo's actions with smiles on their faces, while Class 1 students bit their teeth, knowing her words were true. But before Dojo returned to her group, someone from the stands released their aura and asked who she was calling a dog. Dojo stopped in her tracks and turned her back toward the voice. A blonde man with horns was speaking arrogantly and angrily, looking at her from head to toe. He claimed that the weakest and most foolish always gathered together, trying to protect the weak too. While grumbling, the hero stared at the man who spoke, sensing a completely different aura from Class 1 students' auras, a level far from them. Light recognized the student and explained that his name was Ortima, ruler of the Cassius dimension. Faced with Light's explanation, the hero was confused. Light explained further, excluding the Union, that there were 10 dimensions with the highest structures. Ortima belonged to one of the ruling families over these, the Cassius family. After hearing this, the hero realized that Ortima belonged to one of the top 10 families in all dimensions. In the vast floating yard, silence prevailed while Ortima stood. From the center of the yard, the Class 1 student ordered the professor to proceed. The professor raised his hand, activating a small device unfamiliar to Rochelle. Light explained it was a recording device and the fight would be filmed for public viewing. The hero asked what would happen to the recording, and Light explained that everything would be uploaded to the internet. But he admitted he didn't fully understand what that meant himself. After hearing the explanation, the hero understood the situation and opened his inventory to retrieve a phone. Light was surprised and asked if the hero really knew what the internet was. The hero explained to Light what the internet was, which amazed him that someone from a lower dimension unknown to the Federation Academy would know about it. While browsing the phone to search for where the battle would be broadcast, the hero mentioned that his world contained the internet. Rochelle helped him search for the broadcast, and they managed to find a channel broadcasting the lessons they attended. He opened a screen showing a top view of the students, like a live broadcast. Upon seeing this, the hero became more certain that the assistant professor was trying to discourage them. However, when looking at Dr. Joe, the hero doubted the professor's ability to achieve his goal. The two opponents stood face to face in the middle of the arena, with their auras surrounding them. Arrogantly, Ortima told Dulco to start the attack. While she extended her hand and called him a beginner, she replied that she would let him start first. Upon hearing the term, beginner, Ortima was grinding his teeth. He extended his hand and prepared to attack Doku, determined to crush her arrogant behavior. While his hand was extended, Ortima ordered Doku to kneel. In the next moment, he released his energy toward her. The energy surpassed Doku and reached the hero's group, making Yoo-won feel tremendous pressure. The sensation of power affecting him was completely different from the power he carried. Ortima's power was like water flowing from a higher place to a lower place, leaving the group gasping for air. Ortima's energy spread throughout the arena, affecting even his classmates. Like a law of nature, forcing everything to kneel before him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Using the power in his eyes, the hero analyzed Ortima's energy and discovered that his ability was a distortion of natural law. Light was amazed when the hero deduced the principles behind Ortima's ability at that moment. Rochelle grabbed the hero's arm, trembling and grinding her teeth. She wasn't afraid of Ortima, but of the aura released by the white-haired girl who began using it to attack her opponent. With a simple movement of her hand, Doku completely nullified Ortima's energy. Whether it was the professor, the first-year students, or Light, everyone was shocked by what happened. The hero was astonished. Doku had only released her energy, and it had erased her opponent's energy. Unwilling to be humiliated, Ortima smiled and commented that the girl seemed to possess some skill. Doku replied sarcastically, "And you? Your power is as ridiculous as those horns. If this is all you have, I'm disappointed." Smiling, Ortima declared, "That wasn't all I had." He began concentrating his energy in his hand. But before Ortima could move, Doku disappeared from her original position. In the next moment, her foot was buried in Ortima's chest. The girl asked if he really thought she would allow him to use the same trick twice. A move that became stronger the closer it got to its target. Ortima was thrown backward and managed to protect himself, but he felt humiliated because he had to use both hands to protect himself against someone like Doku. Before Ortima could get up to resume the battle, he heard the girl's voice in his ear. "If you don't have a brain, your body should work hard, shouldn't it?" Ortima immediately turned, throwing a punch toward the voice, but Doku bent down, easily avoiding it. Her hands moved quickly, grabbing Ortima's collar and delivering a punch to him while mocking his slowness. Smiling, Doku mocked Ortima, asking if he needed someone to hold his hand and help him become stronger. While Ortima was gritting his teeth, he released the barrier he had created for protection again and threw it toward Doku. However, the girl easily avoided the energy attack with a side jump. While watching the battle, Light couldn't believe what he was seeing. His classmate had completely humiliated Ortima, the ruler of Kitos. The girl fought smiling as if everything was just a game, using her skills to completely embarrass her opponent. The hero analyzed the battle and noticed that Ortima was used to overwhelming his opponents, pressuring their movement, and easily defeating them thanks to his ability to distort natural laws. However, when he faced an opponent with power at least equal to his own, cracks began to appear in his fighting techniques. Gradually, Doku's strikes began to seem more effective. Ortima was under increasing pressure from the girl's superior fighting skills. Ortima's usual fighting style was not successful against her, and the battle was clearly heading toward his defeat. The hero concluded that Ortima, despite his tremendous powers and physical abilities, seemed never to have used his body efficiently. Light narrowed his eyes at the hero's deep analysis. He began to understand why Doku, who fought on equal terms with Ortima, and Ban Yoo-won, who could understand the principles behind both fighters' techniques, were accepted as special admission students despite coming from lower dimensions. Under Doku's pressure, Ortima began wondering what was happening and why this girl was so strong. Seeing Ortima muttering to himself, Doku directed a punch to his cheek, asking if he wanted to lose his tongue or if she should cut it because it was too long. After the long humiliation he had endured, Ortima released more of his energy, forcing Doku to retreat. An aura appeared above his head, and Ortima's energy spread like lightning through the arena while he roared. Affected by anger from the humiliation he had endured, his energy flowed from his body, and his anger increased. "I will never forgive you. Never. If you want to suffer, I'll make you suffer now." Seeing Ortima's reaction, Doku watched him calmly, waiting for the right moment to move. Facing the angry Ortima, Doku commented that such a concept was not something a child like him should discuss. Sensing movement, Doku released her aura. Her hand was slightly compressed as if she were holding something while her energy surrounded her. In the next moment, she launched toward Ortima. When she saw Ortima approaching, she prepared to attack, and her intentions were deadly. Doku faced him calmly, ready to confront the attack. But at that moment, the sound of clapping echoed through the arena. Professor Yamina appeared to interrupt the battle. Both young fighters' auras faded as a vast field of flowers materialized in the arena, as if spring had suddenly arrived in the middle of the battle. Both Doku and Ortima were surprised to see flower petals floating in the air. The teacher scolded them, pointing out that the academy did not encourage students to fight for their lives. With a smile, she advised them to save that power for the tower. Amid the field of flowers that covered the arena and bleachers, a heavy silence fell. The hero was surprised, wondering if what he saw was an illusion. Although the strong smell of flowers was undeniable. Despite Yamina's interruption of the battle, the two students continued staring at each other passionately. Annoyed, Ortama clicked his tongue and turned to leave, walking away from Yamina without begging to continue the battle. While Doku stood beside the professor, she praised her strength, making Yamina smile with approval. Shortly after, Doku also returned to her group where Yuan and the others welcomed her. The white-haired girl asked the hero what he thought of the battle, and he replied that it was amazing, adding that just watching was a great help. However, while he was speaking, Yuan received a blow to his head from behind. When he turned around, he saw Rochelle trying to hide, using him as a shield. Noticing Rochelle's trembling, the hero asked if she was still afraid of Doku. In her response, she hugged him tightly, and he had to calm her down. Meanwhile, scolding was happening in front of the group. Yamina was reprimanding Assistant Professor Frel, pointing out that he deserved punishment. She indicated that he had started a fighting session on the first day of school, allowing the situation to get out of control while he just watched. The assistant professor, shrinking under her rebuke, apologized excessively. Yamina wondered in amazement, pointing out that it couldn't be solved by apology alone and directed him to prepare for consequences. When she approached the hero, she pointed to the brooch on his chest. As she approached, the professor said that as class president, dignity was everything. She flipped the brooch upside down and asked how Yuan could wear it that way. Seeing the interaction between the beautiful professor and the special admissions student, the first-year students felt jealous, unaware of the interaction they had provoked. Professor Yamina bid farewell to the hero and his group, wishing them a happy day. Looking at the first-year students, the hero sighed. The professor had come to stop the fight, but instead, she had just added fuel to the fire. After the battle in the arena, rumors began spreading on the academy campus about a student from a lower dimension who had faced Ortama equally. The talk increased with the posting of the fight recording, and many soon realized that the fight was almost unbalanced, with Ortama being pressured throughout. Rumors about the new students, especially the pink-haired girl, spread with comments about her beauty. First-year students tried to defend Ortama, considering him above everyone to protect their class's dignity. But their comments were quickly crushed when everyone watched the recording posted by Assistant Professor Frel. The silver-haired girl quickly captured everyone's attention, attracting fans and supporters throughout the campus. But the comments didn't focus only on Doku. Many criticized the student who had negotiated with the assistant professor and quickly earned the title Master Negotiator. When Professor Yamina appeared in the recording, many were shocked and comments exploded with doubts when they saw her interaction with that student, the Master Negotiator. Quickly, students at the school became interested in discovering who these special admissions students were, especially the one who seemed very close to Yamina. While reading the comments on the video with his colleagues, the hero commented on how the world seemed to be talking about them. Light looked as if he had melted into his chair while reading all the terms in the comments. Beside him, Doku seemed bored, commenting that it wasn't strange for people to talk about them. However, Doku made a comment that surprised everyone. She claimed that the man she had faced wasn't actually the strongest. Remembering a girl with a big hat, Doku said that at least there was another person in that class, more capable than him. Doku was surprised that Yuan hadn't noticed that. In response, the hero laughed, dismissing it as he explained that he had been too focused on her fight. While they were reading the comments, Light commented on how the hero's name was spreading in the school community. The hero noted, pointing out that since other students couldn't touch the person who challenged the peak in their hearts, they were trying to target him in other ways. While Doku was pointing out, she objected that she didn't just mean talking about him. At that moment, in the middle of the conversation, Light wanted to ask something. He looked at Rochelle, who was sitting several meters away, and asked if they always stayed distant. Rochelle was sitting away from the three, trembling, with her eyes fixed on the ground. Looking at the girl, silence fell among the three. The hero noticed that Rochelle seemed afraid of Doku, unable even to approach her. The situation was likely to be worse given that the two shared the same room. Then the hero opened his inventory, wondering if he should use something to try to comfort her. The hero took out a bottle of special elixir gel created by his abilities. The hero said the elixir was made from hundreds of fruits. The elixir had a special effect that enhanced the growth of all stats for whoever consumed it. Light and Doku looked at the bottle curiously. Based on their reaction as expected, the hero opened the jar, claiming they would be amazed. Then he asked them to take some bread. Rochelle, who was sitting somewhat apart, suddenly began to smell the special jam. When the scent reached her nose, she immediately raised her head, opening her mouth. She looked to the side and finally saw the different pieces of bread with golden jam that the hero was distributing to the others. Light and Dugo took the bread and took a small bite to taste it. Light was impressed by the flavor, while Dugo nearly lost her composure because of the wonderful taste she experienced. Light immediately asked how the jam could taste so incredibly good while Dugo was stuttering, unable to say anything. The hero smiled at their reactions and asked if the jam was good. In response to the hero's modest question, Light became ecstatic, claiming that the jam was better than good. Meanwhile, Dugo was eating the bread filled with jam, revealing that she had tried all kinds of sweets in the Central Plains. But this jam was on a completely different level. When he saw how both of them were interested in the jam, the hero looked to the side toward Rochelle, wondering how she would react. He saw the girl drooling with desire to try the jam, so the hero called her to eat together. She closed her mouth, and Rochelle approached the hero and asked him to make her a piece of bread with jam too. With the bread and jam in her hand, Rochelle took a big bite. Amazed by the sweet taste she was experiencing, Rochelle felt as if it was fruit nectar, the most delicious fruit taste she had ever experienced in her life. Light was curious to know whether the hero had really made the jam with his own ability, while Dugo abandoned her dignity, asking him for more bread with jam. After eating a large amount, Dugo licked her fingers and commented on how she felt like she was eating something extremely precious. While distributing more jam on a piece of bread, the hero revealed that making the jam wasn't expensive, and since they were a team, he was happy to share it with their interest. While Rochelle was enjoying the bread with jam, the hero gave another piece of bread to Dugo to thank her for helping him. Suddenly, Dugo stood up and announced that she had made a decision. She grabbed the hero's collar and pulled him closer while he was still trying to eat his bread. In exchange for the elixir you gave me, I will personally teach you martial arts. After Dugo's offer to teach martial arts to the hero, they moved to another place, a training room. Despite being small, Dugo found the place suitable for movement. Looking around, the hero commented that the training room reflected the psychological environment. While the hero was asking Dugo what she would teach him considering they had left in the middle of their meal, Dugo approached a place with several wooden swords. Dugo lunged with one of the wooden swords, causing small winds, and told Yuan that this movement required rushing without the slightest hesitation. And Dugo told him that she would teach him how to fight with a sword. Dugo said they would start with that. In an instant, she released a pressing aura and advanced toward the hero with an attack. Her strike pushed winds toward the hero while she placed the tip of the sword against his nose. When he saw the sword very close, the hero stared at her with a blank expression. With a smile on her face, Dugo explained that the movement she had made was a thrust. It was a thrust without the slightest doubt or hesitation. For Yuan, it was hard to believe that such a powerful attack could be executed by a human. However, in that short moment, Yuan realized in Dugo's attack that he had learned a new concept. The concept the hero learned was penetration. He wondered why he learned this concept and not the concept of being a sword. Trying to think about this, the hero became lost in his thoughts, which worried Dugo, who called him several times, trying to get his attention. Awakening from his thoughts, the hero apologized. Dugo explained that the thrust doesn't have just one form. The thrust can be done using anything. What I showed you now is the most primitive foundation of what the thrust means. Dugo began moving, placing several thrusts in the air in different ways. She asked the hero how many times he thought he should thrust, from where to where, and what he should imitate while thrusting. Finally, she asked with what force or aura he should thrust. Each question from the girl was followed by a movement until she was in front of Yuan. Holding the sword, she said there were countless variables, but the higher fundamentals were these: just one thrust, and he should never forget that. Facing the wooden sword, the hero analyzed what the girl had said. Dugo's actions, having perfected a concept to its final form, expressed a deeper meaning than just mixing several concepts. For her, the attack seemed loaded with the essence of truth. After giving the hero instructions, she gave him the sword to try for himself. Holding the sword while extending his arm, he asked Dugo not to mind if his imitation wasn't smooth. While watching the hero's movements, Dugo smiled, saying that if he could copy her movements perfectly from the beginning, the 10 years she spent perfecting that movement would be meaningless. While the girl was speaking, the hero moved mimicking her movements. He thrust the sword into the air, releasing a puff of air at the end of the wooden sword. Dugo couldn't believe she witnessed what happened. Yuan seemed to really understand the idea after watching her just once. However, the hero wasn't satisfied with his first attack. He tried to stay focused, realizing he couldn't exactly repeat what Dugo had done, as he had been too focused on mixing several concepts until now. His idea until that moment was to strengthen concepts by merging or adding them together. But Yuan realized he was wrong, so he took off his shirt to move more freely. His focus increased, feeling that his strength could become stronger if he refined what he already had. While performing several thrusts, he tried to think. There were many aspects to the concept of thrusting, making him wonder why he received the concept of penetration. Finally, he understood the reason. The reason was that the person who gave him this concept believed that the thrust should penetrate the target completely. With this thought, the hero focused all his energy on his next attack, making it a deadly movement. Unlike the first time, the strike in the air was much stronger, as if he had become the thrust itself. While watching his movements, Dugo asked him to stop. The hero knelt on the ground, exhausted. While Dugo said it wasn't logical for him to exhaust himself this way from the beginning. When he caught his breath, she told him to remember what she had shown him and try again later, when he had more space and an opponent who could actually respond. When Dugo finished giving instructions, several notifications appeared to the hero. He understood the concept of martial arts and absorbed the concept of the duelist, adding it as a sub-concept to martial arts. He was surprised that he learned so much by just swinging the sword a few times, amazed by the talent that seemed to be limited to him. Looking at his statistics, the hero was shocked as they all rose. The penetration concept, which he had just obtained, had already reached 16. The duelist, the concept that hadn't increased even after defeating many goblin monsters, also rose to 20. The hero was incredulous, as his average combat abilities had doubled. While looking at him, Dugo revealed her thoughts. I didn't expect to lose like this. Who would have thought you would show the essence of the technique free from the weapon's form? The hero scratched his head, causing annoyance to Dugo by saying he was just imitating her movements without realizing it. Dugo became more frustrated with him, saying he understood the art this easily, just by imitating her movements, something she spent years perfecting. The hero smiled, saying he might have learned this easily because she was the one who taught him. Upon hearing this, her cheeks reddened slightly. The hero continued explaining his actions, saying that when he watched her movements for the first time, he could feel their depth, making him wonder if someone could really train to that level, where they become so immersed in the movements that they lose track of time. After hearing the hero's comments, Dugo felt embarrassed. However, not wanting to show her emotions, she turned away from him to try to ignore the words of the boy she had just met. Thanking the girl for teaching him great techniques, the hero offered her some delicious elixir. However, she said this didn't compensate for what she had taught. The hero was surprised and asked what he should do to compensate for that. Upon hearing his suggestion, Dugo smiled, telling him not to worry. Giving the most beautiful smile since entering the academy, she said she would collect her compensation over time, demanding Yuan to stay prepared. Having completely changed the mood, Dugo reminded him that the next class would start soon, alerting the hero to leave quickly. After the hero left the training room, he scratched his head, still remembering Dugo's beautiful expression at that moment. Inside the academy, Rochelle and Light were walking in the corridors while looking at their phones. Suddenly, Rochelle bumped into some unfriendly students from other classes. The student in front of Rochelle put his hand on the wall, drawing his attention, and approached, asking where she came from. Let me know if you need any additional adjustments. While seeing someone trying to intimidate Rochelle, Light intervened, standing between the two. He stared at the student and asked what he wanted from Rochelle. The student from the other class became annoyed, angry, calling him a bug and telling him to leave. At that moment, both the hero and Dugo arrived at the corridor through teleportation. With the hero hoping they weren't late, the group noticed the duo's appearance and became frightened. The hero also noticed their presence and asked what they were doing, while Dugo was watching the situation and saying they arrived just in time. Upon seeing the famous Dugo, the students from the other class fled, their tail between their legs, leaving behind a threat. Rochelle hid behind Light, thanking him while the hero tried to understand what was happening. The hero asked Light, who was angry, what had happened, and Light told him after a while. In class, the professor was talking about the history of the Union, revealing that it didn't start when the Chancellor founded the Academy, but when the tower appeared in that dimension. During the lesson, some students were secretly taking pictures of Rochelle, while others tried to intimidate the hero and the others, all from the group that she and Light had met earlier. Facing many annoying comments, Rochelle, Light, and the hero began to feel uncomfortable. The hero realized that regardless of the world, people are always the same. However, he wondered what was happening with the professor. The annoying students were making unbearable noise, but the professor didn't seem to care. Suddenly, Light stood up, drawing the professor's attention. When the professor asked what he wanted, Light replied that other students were making noise, making it difficult to focus in class, and requested the professor to take action. In response to Light's request, the old professor simply asked if everyone had heard the request and told them to stop talking and focus only on listening to him. With that, the professor returned to his monologue about the Academy's history, doing nothing about the students disrupting the lesson. After being ignored by the professor, the annoying group began mocking Light, calling him a fool and saying he was just trying to show off because he was handsome. They started commenting on Rochelle again, asking if she and the blonde boy were dating. The more the comments increased, the more nervous Rochelle became, making her inclined to cry at some point, which increased Light's anger. Light was so angry that he crushed the pencil in his hand. Suddenly, the hero put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to calm down. Light looked at the hero, asking if he was really asking him to calm down. Even after hearing people talking about his classmates, the hero replied asking what they should do, whether they should fight, pointing out that he doesn't do pointless things. To Light's astonishment, who was shocked by the hero's words, the hero grabbed his phone, saying that stirring up trouble during class would only make things worse. He asked Light to calm down and look at his phone. Then the hero broadcast the Union channel on a floating screen, saying there was more than one way to solve a problem. He was already certain that the fools talking behind him would soon regret it. Light realized what the hero was trying to do. Smiling wickedly, the hero wished for the fools to keep laughing since everything they were saying during the lesson was being broadcast live. The three fools had no idea that a camera with a microphone was right behind them, recording everything they had said since the beginning of the lesson. The one carrying the camera and recording the three fools for live broadcast was none other than a small snake, Eve. Quickly, hundreds of comments flooded the video, all cursing the three fools, who were rapidly identified by other viewers in the comments. Dugo commented that the hero's move was smart to stir up public opinion. The hero smiled, saying he wouldn't forgive the fools for what they did to Rochelle. When the three fools discovered the live broadcast, it was too late. They quickly tried to hide so they wouldn't appear in the video, while also searching for the camera. At some point, one of them found the small snake carrying the camera in its mouth. However, before they could try to catch the snake, it disappeared. They looked toward Light, wondering if he was responsible for the live broadcast. At that moment, after hearing too much noise again, the professor began to feel annoyed for the first time. He looked at the three fools who were making the noise, asked for their names, and ordered them to leave the hall. The fools tried to defend themselves, but the professor wasn't interested, so he attacked all three of them. He forcefully threw them out of the room. The professor returned to the platform and explained that he would give the three fools low grades throughout the year. The hero clicked his tongue, thinking this punishment was too light for what they did to Rochelle, and Light agreed with him. However, the small girl with pink hair said it was enough and thanked both of them. With a charming smile, she said she was fine now, thanks to the two who stood by her side. The hero tried to be modest, saying he hadn't done much, just thought of a way to solve the problem and acted on it. Seeing Yuan trying to be humble, Rochelle smiled, and Light did the same. But it wasn't just them. Dugo also began smiling more lately. The three agreed that things became easier now that Yuan was their class president. After the class ended, while the hero's group was leaving, the group of fools returned to try causing trouble again. Riel hid behind the hero, while the others began feeling annoyed by the situation. The three fools were now armed and looking at Light, who calmly asked what they wanted. In front of the three annoying fools, Light stood tall, facing them. While many other students watched the scene, the leader of the three demanded an explanation for what happened earlier. The others were angry because the recording ruined their grades throughout the semester. Moreover, third-year students began mocking them, and even their classmates started avoiding them. The hero looked around and noticed a teacher watching the situation with amusement. The teacher had seen the three students draw their weapons but did nothing, as if he didn't consider students from lower dimensions human. Suddenly, the three fools became angrier, screaming at Light about something he had just said. Since the fools didn't understand his words, Light decided to repeat them. With a blank stare, he looked at them and said, "If you want to hear what I have to say, you must ask politely, you savage." This label made the three tremble with anger. The leader of the three pointed his sword toward Light, asking if a lower being really dared to speak to him this way. Facing the enemy's sword, Light calmly drew his own sword and made a slight arc while renaming the student as Savage. With a spontaneous movement, Light cut the other student's sword in half. The hero and others were shocked by Light's move. The hero, analyzing Light's strike with his eyes, was able to understand a new concept from it. Light's sword was surrounded by golden energy that sparkled like sunlight. Taking a sword stance, he asked the three fools if he hadn't warned them before. Seeing his sword cut in half, fear overcame the student. Light held his golden blade and placed it on the group leader's chest. Repeating his previous words again, the fool fell to his knees, trembling at the thought of what might happen if the sword moved even an inch. He heard Light say that if he asked politely, Light would agree to talk. Light looked with a cold expression at the fool. The hero felt something strange coming from Light, as if his personality had completely changed. He wondered if this transformation was related to the sword, which seemed to radiate dazzling concepts. Light placed the sword on the fool's shoulder, commenting on how much he enjoyed the current silence. When he saw the fool kneeling before him, he considered it a sign of surrender, declaring that he could leave now. On his knees, the fool gritted his teeth. He couldn't move his legs due to the immense pressure weighing on him. His friends tried to help, screaming insults at Light. Meanwhile, Dugo was watching the situation with closed eyes. At that moment, Light directed his gaze to the nearby teacher, surprising him by calling him over. Light asked about the academy's assessment of a group that attacked their classmates with real weapons during class. The teacher seemed slightly annoyed by the sudden question. After coughing uncomfortably, he avoided his gaze and said the academy encouraged combat practice to a certain extent. However, Light added that he hadn't accepted any match. The teacher tried to turn the situation against Light, claiming he was the one who drew a personal weapon first. Light replied, saying he was responding to an unjustified attack. Then the teacher blamed Light again, saying he released his energy first. Light defended himself, explaining that it was to prevent harm, and asked if the teacher intended to sit and let things go as they were. The hero became worried, seeing Light arguing with the teacher, who was clearly beginning to feel annoyed. He feared what would happen when his colleague got into trouble. Light became annoyed and raised a new point, asking the teacher how he planned to deal with the insults the three had directed at him. The teacher hesitated, unable to respond directly. After thinking for a moment, he angered Light more when the teacher said he hadn't seen anything. The golden glow surrounding Light's sword intensified, sending chills through everyone present. Light demanded to know what the teacher meant by those last words. Light's anger increased, as did the energy emanating from his sword. But at that moment, someone intervened. With a light touch on Light's forehead, the intense energy around him dissipated before Light even realized his presence. The effect sent Light's head backward, making him return to his normal state. Light regained his normal position and gave Dugo an angry look while trying not to cry from the sting of the touch on his forehead. Dugo pressed the point that should appear on Light and asked who was acting superior, waving his sword moments before. While enduring Dugo's scolding, Light reluctantly removed his sword. The hero breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the energy disappear while the teacher clicked his tongue in annoyance. Realizing he couldn't handle the situation, the teacher ignored them and walked away, muttering curses about the group from lower dimensions. While the hero with Rochelle hiding behind him watched the scene with a questioning expression on his face. He looked at his companion and asked if the situation was somewhat dangerous. With the situation under control, the hero and Rochelle watched Dugo scolding Light, wondering if his true nature was screaming in anger while carrying divine tools. The hero smiled a bitter smile, realizing that Light was like a time bomb. Later, inside the academy during lunch, the hero tapped his plate with a spoon, thinking. He said that if they continued acting as they were, they wouldn't receive a good reception at the academy. Light jumped upon hearing the comment, trying to suggest that the hero was blaming him for the problem. But the hero pointed to the recent incident, wondering which of them tried to scream at a professor. Noting that the situation ended with submitting a formal request for a match after provocation. Cornered by the facts, Light tried to justify his position, saying he was just trying to improve the situation based on how Yoo-won handled it the previous time. The hero looked at him restlessly, pointing out that in the end, Light made things almost worse. What Yoo-won couldn't understand was why Light ignored the provocations and decided to argue with the professor instead. While they watched the two arguing, Dugo hummed absent-mindedly while spreading jam on her bread. Facing the apologetic Light, the hero remembered what happened earlier. If Light had acted as he usually did in those situations, it would never have escalated. But he seemed to have suddenly changed his personality as if something had broken inside him. In the end, the hero concluded that the golden sword Light was carrying was the reason. Driven by concern, the hero decided to clarify the situation, asking Light to be honest, wondering if he could control the power he had shown earlier. Light stood with dignity, declaring that he could certainly control it, and that if he couldn't, he wouldn't have passed the entrance exam. He tried to justify his actions by saying he was driven by anger at the professor's lies. When the hero heard him talk about lies, he smiled grimly and asked him if lying wasn't wrong. Under pressure, Light avoided his gaze, trembling as he confirmed his words. The hero sighed and decided to trust that Light could control his power. With this, Light regained his energy and asked Yoo-won to trust him, promising that what happened wouldn't happen again. Next to Light, Dugo finally spoke. Although her words were sharp, at least it was comforting to hear you say this won't be a problem. Watching you get controlled by that divine thing was quite a sight. After seeing that Dugo wouldn't let him hide his mistake, Light pressed his face against the table while the hero let out a long sigh, deciding to leave it for now. Suddenly, Dugo called Yuan to discuss another matter. She remembered the advice their teacher, Yomina, had given them a few days ago to be careful of the jealousy that might come from ordinary students. If they continued showing this power, their school life would get worse in the future. Therefore, they needed to think about their future. At that moment, Dugo asked Yuan what he was thinking about. She wanted to know what the class representative thought about the situation. When asked for his opinion, the hero contemplated for a while. During the past few school days, he began to notice what was bothering them. The superiority mentality based on birth or innate power, the strange contempt for lower dimensions, and the backward system. All of this made it almost impossible for people like them to do anything in a place where such ideas were considered axioms. The hero didn't reveal his thoughts, but instead asked a question. Guys, what do you think is necessary to build an emotional relationship, or rather to win the support of a large group? Faced with the unexpected question, the three tried to guess the answer, suggesting things like talking and strength. But the hero said it was something else, something they already had. He positioned his fingers in a square shape like a camera and looked at the three through it. And the hero revealed the answer, appearance. After giving the answer, the hero made plans. Dogo was curious to know why they needed to create a channel to showcase their daily activities. Then the hero explained that in the world he came from, this was a common way to build relationships. He wanted them to create an image to present to the general public. With his plan in place, the four headed to the training ground. Lighting equipment was set up to help with the recordings they were about to make. The hero held his phone to record while Rochelle carried the light reflector. Yuan explained that by creating an image in people's minds, they also foster a sense of familiarity, which could in turn lead to respect and admiration. Despite the detailed explanation, Light didn't understand why they needed to fight. Given his confusion, the hero warned, "We're not just pretending. The fighting has to be real, so take it seriously." The moment the hero finished speaking, Dogo rushed toward Light. The boy was still unable to take the fight seriously. His speed was affected by the rapid escalation of events, but Dogo forced him to react. While fighting, Dogo complained to Yuan. Then she grabbed Light by his collar and pushed him to the ground, declaring, "Anyone after taking a few hits will take the fight seriously." After the hero captured the scene of Dogo knocking down Light, he was shocked. Light gently rose from the ground, affected by the blow. While Dogo mocked him, she looked at him sarcastically and commented, "Now I understand why you were so confused when you used the sword last time." Superior to the situation, Dogo suggested, "Pick up the sword again. At least this way, you'll have a chance to get close to me, though I doubt you'll even be able to do that." Faced with numerous provocations, Light gritted his teeth, annoyed by the girl. Angrily, he rushed toward Dogo while the hero's enthusiasm to capture the scene increased, worrying Rochelle a bit. Rochelle still didn't understand how what they were doing could make their school life easier. The hero smiled and said, "This may not have an immediate effect, but things will change over time. If the people who were bothering us lately knew how skilled we are, they wouldn't dare mess with the group." This was exactly what Yuan wanted everyone to see. With the hero's explanation, Rochelle found the idea very logical. The intensity of the battle Yuan was filming increased, but he continued talking. He told the pink-haired girl not to worry about the results so far, because her beauty was too precious to waste on stress. Rochelle was embarrassed by the hero's comment and pinched her cheek, saying, "Haven't you heard that a beautiful face looks better when it's smiling?" With her face reddening, she heard him add, "You have a face that could attract anyone anywhere. It's a shame to trade a beautiful smile for a frown." Encouraging her, he suggested she put her worries aside and enjoy the moment. Following Yuan's suggestion, Rochelle offered a shy smile, hiding it behind the reflector. She felt a strange feeling, as if every time Yuan said something, she felt tremendous happiness. After minutes of fighting, Light began running away from Dogo, who was chasing him and asking him where he thought he was going since they had just started. Light was running toward the hero. All he wanted was for Yuan to save him. Seeing Light's reaction, the hero smiled, deciding to follow his advice to Rochelle and enjoy the moment. Later, Rochelle was crying. She was trying noodle soup for the first time, but she felt as if the taste was like soap, which made her cry. She asked Light if he was recording her while eating, and he smiled, saying she would get used to the taste. Following the hero's suggestion, the 11th grade students began posting videos of their daily routine on their channel, which was appropriately named Rebellion. The response to the videos on the channel was amazing. The video with Dogo and Light's fight got countless comments praising Dogo's beauty and strength, while others wondered if the group was really from the lower dimensions. Other videos were also uploaded, such as a video showing the group playing a board game. That video was filled with comments, where some viewers who knew the rules explained them to newcomers while enjoying the group's antics. On the channel, they also posted a video about their meetings with the teacher, which was flooded with comments praising Yumina's beauty and the charm of the food and tea they enjoyed during her lessons. Naturally, there were also reactions to Rochelle's expressions when she was trying new foods, with many comments about how beautiful she was. After many students at school watched the videos already uploaded to the channel, they were excited to wait for the next video. However, they realized that the next one wasn't an ordinary video, but a live broadcast scheduled for the next day. This made many feel disappointed because they wouldn't be able to watch it immediately, while others' excitement increased thanks to a comment asking if it would be the day they climbed the tower. The next day, seeing all those comments on the channel, the hero and his group were shocked. Rochelle didn't understand why they had gathered such a large audience around them, while Yoo-won was happy that they had gained over 1,000 subscribers in just one day. On the other hand, Light was upset that the most popular video was the one where he got beaten up. While the group was talking excitedly, teacher Yumina approached them. As she walked toward them, she commented that the union was full of higher dimensions that took pride in true wonders. In a place where those wonders were taken for granted, no student had ever thought of creating media content. She was surprised by their channel, which distinguished itself among these wonders. It provided entertainment and connections in a way she had never thought of before. Seizing the opportunity, the hero teased Light again, pointing out how their first video, The Battle, had become famous. After his comment, Yumina decided to change the subject. She reminded them that today would be the day they would enter the tower. Upon hearing Yumina's statement, Dogo stood beside the hero, wearing her combat armor and carrying her samurai-style sword. Light was also wearing his dark armor and Rochelle was wearing her outfit too. At that moment, the hero noticed something unusual. Everyone, even Rochelle, was wearing different clothes while he was still in his school uniform. In response to this, both Light and Dogo explained that since they were about to face battle after battle, they wore appropriate clothing. Meanwhile, Rochelle said she simply felt safer in the clothes she was wearing. When asked if he would be fine wearing his school uniform, the hero remembered that he came from a peaceful place where there were no specific clothes for the battles he would face in the tower. But, since he had decided to risk his life in this world's battles, he made his decision. After adjusting his tie, he announced that the clothes he was wearing would be sufficient for him. When she saw that everyone was ready, Professor Yumina gestured with her hand. With that movement, a large magic circle appeared on the ground, covering the area where everyone was standing. The circle was glowing intensely toward the sky, and with its radiance, it transported everyone within it. A flash of light appeared in front of the building guarding the tower, bringing Yumina and the 11th grade with her. Many students present noticed the arrival of the 11th grade, quickly recognizing them from the videos they had watched since the previous day. Rochelle looked around nervously, trying to figure out where they were when Yumina confirmed they were at the tower entrance. She explained that the tower had been open since dawn, but the entry order was determined according to grade level. First years enter, and Yumina pointed out that they should consider it a reward for the great attention they had received. While they were standing with the group, Light suddenly noticed the presence of a few individuals. There was a bit further away, the group of fools who had recently tried to pick a fight with him. But, it seemed that the three were looking at them differently than before. They were no longer angry, and Yoo-won revealed that the three had subscribed to their channel. Despite the change in their expressions, Dogo drew the group's attention, pointing out that there were still some deadly looks directed toward them. Dogo wanted to warn the hero, but he already knew what she was going to say. That day was the day they would climb the tower, and the following Tuesday would be the day of his duel with Arito. Unconcerned about the presence of his future opponent, the hero called the others to move forward. With only 4 days left until the fight, he intended to reach a level that Arito could never touch. As they moved deeper into the area, the professor stopped to explain some things for safety reasons. She wanted the group to finish their exploration early and return before the weekend. However, since this was a decision that should be made by those climbing the tower, she asked how many days they planned to explore. The hero, representing the class, asked if he should respond on behalf of everyone since they all shared the same mindset. Everyone agreed. Clenching his fist with determination, Yoo-won announced that they would explore for 2 nights and 3 days before returning. While speaking, Yoo-won opened his hand, revealing a small robot with 2 eyes, with a small recording camera. Upon hearing and seeing the group's design, the professor smiled and urged them to be careful during the process. Thus, with the small camera hovering above them, the hero led his class toward the tower. Yoo-won had a desire within him for his ancestors, wherever they were, to watch and observe what he was about to achieve from this moment forward. Several days earlier, during a meeting with Yumina, the group revealed their intention to film the exploration inside the tower. making the professor uncertain. The hero explained that he wanted to try filming the situation inside the tower and showed the small flying robot, which was an artifact Yuan made based on what he learned from Eve and Lilith. The professor wasn't opposed to filming, but she said that the tower's structure constantly changes, so it wouldn't have much meaning, making Yuan feel a little disappointed. Unlike Rochelle, who was excited about the beauty of the recording device, Light confirmed the professor's words, saying that Yuan should look at the basic handbook, which mentioned that the tower's internal structure changes. Yumina confirmed this was correct. Each floor was called a room, and when the monsters in each room were defeated or traps were bypassed, the space would automatically change to the next room. In the Union, this unique changing structure was called switching. The more switching students went through, the deeper they went into the tower. The hero was surprised, asking if the rooms always changed with each switch. Yumina confirmed their question, but she added that once they passed through a room, they could return through it. Busy with worry, Light asked if the monsters and traps also changed, and Yumina naturally confirmed that they changed. Each time the room changed, the monsters that appeared were different and stronger, and so were the traps. After the professor explained, Dogo took a sip of her hot tea. After a long sip, she spoke for the first time during the meeting, and asked what happens if someone doesn't survive while climbing the tower. Dogo's question made everyone doubt. The hero, who had always lived a quiet life, and Light, who forgot this important issue, showed a human side, indicating that Dogo had raised a crucial question. The professor explained that unlike the fears in most areas of the tower, students remain alive even after a fatal blow. This comment relieved everyone in the class. The professor wanted to be more precise, saying that when that happens, the challenger will be sent back to the tower entrance. The hero asked if they would need to climb the tower again from the first floor if that happened. But Yumina explained that thanks to the student ID, which records the switches, they can re-enter directly to the floor where they failed. She raised the red stone and explained that this is why the student ID is an essential element for tower climbing. The hero looked at his ID, saying it seemed like a roguelike game with a save function. Light was excited about the professor's explanation as if they could be resurrected again. They could challenge the tower as much as they wanted. At that moment, Dogo interrupted them, reminding that the professor said most areas, and asked if this didn't mean there were areas that might end up with challengers buried, wondering if this meant the tower wasn't a completely safe environment. In response to all of Dogo's questions, Yumina fell silent before admitting she was correct as always, creating a tense atmosphere. The professor described that some areas were an exception to this rule. After entering the dungeon, the hero's group would face different types of monsters on each floor. Light struck his sword at green, slimy monsters spread throughout the room, including the ceiling. The monster he was facing, Cloyser, was known for swallowing all explorer equipment, leaving them unarmed. Light's sword split these slimy monsters as if he was cutting green bread dough. He moved bravely as he launched his attacks. While Light was busy in close combat, Dogo was shooting at the monsters using her red energy, destroying them. The duo was completely focused on the battle, while the hero was doing something else. Extending his hand, he was looking at the thing in front of him, a torch, trying to extract the concept of the image. However, even though he felt the concept existed, he couldn't extract it. He had been able to make such extractions in other dimensions, but he wondered why he couldn't do it in the tower. With that in mind, an idea occurred to him. Finding the answer to this could be the key to unlocking his abilities. While he was busy with his thoughts, the hero paid attention after being interrupted by Dogo. Apologizing for losing focus for a moment, while Light was still engaged in combat, Dogo asked if Yuan had discovered what he wanted after requesting some time. The hero explained that he tried to extract the flame but failed. When Dogo heard the hero's answer, she said it was unfortunate because if he could extract the flame, he might have been able to extract the tower's concept and use it freely. While the two were talking, one of the monsters approached them, crawling on the ground. The small monster transformed into a huge wave and suddenly jumped toward Dogo, while she was distracted. However, before Dogo could take action against the monster, a chain struck the creature in place. Dogo looked at the chain, then at Yuan, asking if this was how the little ancient snake behaved during battles. Eve moved, transforming into a serrated chain. The hero smiled and confirmed the girl's question. He ordered Eve to continue attacking, and the chain snake flew through the dungeon room, mercilessly attacking the monsters and destroying them. When she saw the chains controlling the entire floor, Dogo praised the hero and said, "The attack wasn't bad, and it was fast too." In response to the compliment, the hero agreed with her words and said, "It was a powerful attack, but it was too noisy." Upon hearing the hero mention the noise, the girl with claws launched into the tower room to attack the monsters as well. Rochelle, with sharp teeth and red eyes, was happily attacking the monsters with her own claws. Rochelle's attacks caused tremendous impact when they landed, spreading many stone blocks in all directions. When she watched her actions, Dogo commented on how ridiculous it was. For her, the basics of battle were hiding and avoiding detection by the enemy. But instead, Rochelle was screaming and fighting crudely. Ignoring Dogo, Rochelle continued screaming while Light tracked her actions, and the two attacked the monsters, making Dogo more frustrated with the noise. After defeating almost all the monsters, Light noted that the first room only contained sickle claw monsters they wouldn't have any trouble facing. However, after Light's statement, Dogo felt there was something more. She warned everyone that enormous energy was gathering around them. Then Light asked if an elite monster would appear, which made sense. Then Light looked at the hero. But Yuan was already doing what he would have asked him to do, using his absolute eyes to see what was happening. Suddenly, the hero warned Rochelle and asked her to pay attention. The large wall in front of them had transformed into a magic circle with a pentagram. Yuan wanted Rochelle to destroy it. In the blink of an eye, Rochelle launched forward with her claws, and the anger in her eyes indicated she would strike hard on the stone wall. Rochelle's attack hit its target, raising a cloud of dust inside the room and blocking everyone's vision. The first to regain sight of the situation was Light, who thought Rochelle's move was amazing. Following Yuan's instructions, she destroyed the stone wall before the elite monster could even form, causing an enhancement core to drop as a reward. Rochelle gasped from her heavy breathing. In her hand was the core mentioned by Light, a glowing pink orb. Looking at Rochelle, the hero noticed something about her. The girl's hair had changed. Rochelle, who had completely pink hair, now had hair that became darker closer to wine color, and the concept of heart appeared above her head for the hero to see. When Rochelle saw the hero staring at her, she asked what happened, and he told her about her hair. Thinking about the heart concept that appeared above the girl, the hero wondered which of the factors was changing the situation. The displayed concept was one that burns emotions as fuel to gain power, meaning the combination of these two words created the concept of berserker. After thinking about what he saw, someone grabbed his shirt sleeve. Rochelle approached, asking worriedly if she had become scary during her attack. However, the hero smiled and explained on the contrary that she was giving a very reliable feeling. Despite the hero's words, Rochelle tried to argue that the situation might deteriorate. When Dogo faced trying to calm the situation with a threat, the other three were shocked, especially Rochelle, who tried to calm Dogo, saying she couldn't do that, but Dogo said that if the situation continued like this, they would be forced to climb the tower with only 3 of the 4 present, and Dogo announced it would be better if only she and Yuan climbed the tower. This comment seemed too dramatic for the hero, especially since Light was upset about being excluded. After all the comments, Rochelle suppressed her feelings to change the situation. The hero approached her, saying he would think of something. While he smiled confidently, "I know why you feel uncomfortable. So, it's my duty as class president to find a solution." Rochelle's expressions, which had been frustrated, completely changed to a bright expression thanks to the hero's words. She grabbed his hand, thanking him, making him feel embarrassed, while the others watching seemed frustrated. Dogo became annoyed, noting that after all this, Yuan was just another young man who easily fell in love with appearances. The hero smiled awkwardly, saying that Dogo had misunderstood and asked her if she couldn't say he was acting completely normal. Amid all this drama, Light sighed. After destroying the stone wall and resolving the situation, a magic circle surrounded each member of the group as they exchanged. After a few moments, they reached the second floor. Light bent down, touching the green ground. Under their feet, grass and moss were growing, creating a completely different scene from the previous room. The hero got the core from the elite monster that Rochelle had obtained earlier. Seeing all the concepts contained in the orb, he cursed the time he spent running through dungeons. After passing through just one room of the tower, he received more concepts than he had when he passed through the goblin dungeon more than 10 times. Now he got acid melting concepts, attributes that could dissolve materials, attributes that likely came from the sickle claws. So, Yuan decided to integrate the fusion into his sword while feeding Eve the acid concept. The small snake on the hero's arm opened its mouth, swallowing the orb with the acid attribute. Dogo suddenly approached the hero, feeling that the snake had been strengthened immediately. The hero was surprised when he saw Dogo approach so quickly, and in his response, she said he should have felt her presence if he had trained a little more. While the two were talking, Light seemed alert. The atmosphere was suddenly changing as the monsters in the second room were about to appear. Light was about to ask the duo to act more seriously when a beam of light passed by his shoulder, hitting a monster that appeared in front of them. In response to Light's request to take things more seriously, Dogo commented that the second room didn't seem much different from the first. The monster that appeared in that room was an evil spirit. a malicious being that hunts mages among humans. But Doggo considered these monsters very weak and asked Light if he really thought an ant could defeat a lion, even if it had pounced on it. In response to the girl's statement, Light became annoyed, saying this was exactly how the enemy could surprise them. After Light's rebuke, Doggo made a suggestion. How about letting Yoo-won handle all the fighting in the second room? The hero didn't understand why the fighting responsibility was being handed to him. Light also didn't understand what Doggo was suddenly suggesting, and Rochelle mentioned this might be very dangerous. With a smile, Doggo opposed the two, saying her idea was great. Doggo explained with a yawn that Yoo-won needed to develop his skills quickly, especially with the battle that would happen in a few days. Then she asked everyone again if her suggestion wasn't logical. The hero smiled while gritting his teeth. Despite the mischievous behavior Doggo had shown earlier, she was right. The hero stepped forward, heading to the front of the group, volunteering to try handling things alone for a while. Light quickly tried to convince him it might be dangerous, but the hero stopped. He said he was fine. He added that as Doggo mentioned, he needed to grow quickly and it would be bad for the rest of the group if they exhausted themselves on a low floor. While extending his hands, he asked if the two could help him shorten the distance as quickly as possible. When she saw that the hero was asking this seriously, Rochelle decided to trust him as Light did, who said that if things became dangerous, he would intervene. In front of many evil spirits, the hero smiled and thanked his companions, and suddenly called to Doggo and asked her if she would help him later in case he exhausted his energy now. Doggo smiled proudly, promising that he wouldn't perish easily due to his exhaustion. After the short conversation, the hero summoned Eve, and summoned a magic circle above the snake. Eve passed through the magic circle and on the other side, transformed into a large firearm. At the hero's command, Eve began firing at the evil spirits, turning them to dust. The evil spirits screamed when hit, but the hero didn't stop. While Yoo-won was launching his attack, Rochelle and Light were amazed and frightened at the same time. Light wondered if this was an ordinary weapon from the hero's world. Although he didn't know the weapon's exact power, the speed at which it was defeating the monsters was amazingly fast. Light frowned, wishing the soldiers from his country were armed with such weapons. He tried to observe the weapon the hero had created closely. At first, he thought it was a launcher, but he soon realized the weapon was continuously firing metal balls. Doggo was also amazed. The weapon Eve had transformed into might be able to handle second-level assassins or even weaker first-level ones. Even in the world of martial arts, such a weapon might be useful. However, Doggo noticed a problem. The attacks were directed in one direction. For long-range combat, that would be fine. But in a narrow space, like the one they were in, there might be too many variables. Just as Doggo said, one of the ghosts snuck behind the hero to attack him from behind. The evil spirit opened its mouth, which was larger than the hero's body, intending to swallow him by attacking from a blind spot. Rochelle and Light immediately became worried when they saw what was about to happen. The hero looked back at the sound of their screaming, directing his face toward the evil spirit's huge mouth. Despite everyone's concern, the hero summoned a sword in his hand when he saw the evil spirit behind him. Using the sword, he cut off its head, and the hero defeated the monster that tried to ambush him. The hero smiled at the awe he felt, but quickly refocused. Rochelle breathed a sigh of relief. Light, standing beside Rochelle, was amazed to see the sword in the hero's hand. The hero had enhanced his long sword with several attributes, preparing it for when he needed to use it. Light was surprised to see the hero holding a sword, while Rochelle revealed she didn't know Yoo-won used the sword before. The hero smiled, saying, "It wasn't exactly like that. My sword use wasn't close to Light's or Doggo's quality." Doggo smiled at the hero's comment, proud of how much he had progressed so far. The hero advanced, continuing to fire using Eve. The evil spirits were being hit and defeated one after another, but now he wasn't using just Eve, but the sword as well. As he advanced, showing the skills he had acquired so far, he smiled and said that although he wasn't good, he was trying his best. After defeating the evil spirits, the hero needed a break and put the sword on the ground and breathed deeply. Then he looked at the others, saying that since there were no more demonic spirits, what awaited them was the last monster. The hero summoned Eve, who transformed into a chain. He ordered the tool to attack the last evil spirit, binding it. Then he said they could rest before defeating the last evil spirit and preparing for the next room. During the break, Doggo bent down to touch the remains of the evil spirits. She noticed that the sword blade was melting and dismantling the monsters. Yoo-won must have been actually using the abilities he gained in the previous room. She thought about what happened earlier and his way of acting with the sword, realizing he probably never went through battles before, making her wonder how he was growing at such an amazing speed. Light was also amazed by Yoo-won's discovery that they could control switching rooms in this way. It was truly an amazing method. Rochelle agreed, saying it was an expected idea from an expert student. Do-go praised the hero, saying his last attack was excellent. Thanking her, the hero became excited. Do-go began thinking out loud, saying that if he didn't focus so much on quick attacks, he could improve. But still, he was better than being a fool, waving his sword without thinking. Obviously, she meant Light. Light got angry and asked why he would be a fool if he had fought bravely earlier. But Do-go said she didn't say anything and didn't mention his name. The two began arguing because of Do-go's comment, while the hero searched through the contents of his bag. From the bag, the hero took out an energy drink can, opened it to drink while laughing at the argument between them, saying that although they were on a break, they never seemed to get tired. The three saw the hero drinking in that state, and opened their eyes wide. Do-go was angry, asking what he was drinking, while Rochelle was drooling from the smell she was smelling. The hero showed them the can, saying it could be bought outside, but this only increased the three's anger. Light led them in reminding that unlike Yuan, the three couldn't leave the school. The hero quickly apologized under their angry looks. He returned the can to his bag, saying that even if he wanted to share, he didn't buy a large number, and this was actually a lie. And Yuan pointed out that the drink only worked when they were tired. Yuan's last comment caught Do-go's attention. Because of that, the girl led, saying she would be in charge of the third room. The hero called to her, noticing her behavior, asking if she hadn't said he should fight alone. Do-go frowned in response, saying the drink had a taste she hadn't tried before, so she couldn't leave everything to him. While the girl wanted the hero's drink, Light reminded her that it had been his from the beginning. When he saw that everyone had rested enough, the hero defeated the last evil spirit. Ready to move to the next room, the magic circle began surrounding the four of them again, and the room began to switch. While they were moving, the hero closed his eyes to see an internal vision of his attributes. A window appeared in his mind, showing more than 10 attributes distributed across different types. The hero was excited, because, according to these attributes, he should be at the intermediate level of the academy. He had only swung his sword a little, but even the duelist attributes and penetration techniques he had just learned were improving. Yuan realized that with this efficiency, he should focus a little more on enhancing his duelist attribute for the upcoming duel on Tuesday. The situation seemed to depend on how much he could develop his martial arts, as the gap between his body and Eritis was about 200 strength points. The hero honestly thought there was no way to close that gap during the weekend, no matter what he did. However, since he was learning martial arts with Do-go, he had found a path to follow. Acquiring skills was important, but it was also necessary to develop those skills. While thinking about his development in martial arts, the hero wanted Do-go to teach him more. But suddenly, he regained consciousness from that thought, feeling it would be difficult to ask that of his classmate. Furthermore, it wasn't right to depend on her, no matter how strong she was. He didn't want to upset the balance between them. While Yuan was trying to figure out how he could become stronger in such a short time, several gusts of wind passed by him. He was so busy with his own problems that he didn't notice it, thinking he was still going through the room, switching process. At that moment, a voice began screaming his name, insisting on calling him because he was so busy he didn't hear it. The first time, it was Light, who was falling, asking the hero what the hell he was doing. So oblivious to the situation, the hero suddenly opened his eyes, realizing the situation they were in. The four were falling with winds buffeting them. In this situation, the story's hero turned purple with panic. When he looked down, he wanted to understand why he was falling from the sky. Rochelle was the most desperate among the four. The girl tried to hold her skirt while falling to prevent the wind from lifting it. In addition, she had to face her fear of falling in a completely unexpected situation. Looking down, the story's hero wondered what was happening, what happened to the ground, and why it disappeared. As they were falling, the hero realized that not only had the ground disappeared, but something else had taken its place. When he looked down, he saw they were heading towards sharp spears pointing upward. Yuan quickly summoned Eve, who transformed into a chain. The tool wrapped around Rochelle's waist, holding her and providing protection from falling onto the deadly blades. The hero breathed a sigh of relief as he held the chain with Eve wrapped around his arms. He managed to hold one end of the chain while holding Rochelle with the other. While hanging, he looked around trying to understand what was happening. The room they were in was huge, yet there was a trap placed exactly where they landed after switching. While trying to understand things, he heard someone calling him. When he turned, he saw Do-go hanging upside down from the ceiling. The girl suggested he move quickly, but instead of following her advice, he was surprised when he saw her walking on the ceiling. Ignoring his amazement, Do-go warned him against staying in this position any longer. Just as the girl warned him, Yuan heard a sound. One of the walls was opening, revealing a passage. From inside the passage, several spears were suddenly thrown toward the hero. Facing this danger, it surprised him, and he didn't react immediately. He knew he couldn't let Rochelle fall, so he had to think quickly. Suddenly, Yoo-won transformed, pulling the part of the chain that held Rochelle. This caused the girl to be pulled up quickly. Meanwhile, the hero summoned Lilith and gave instructions to Eve. While pulling Reel upward, she screamed in fear. She was launched high enough for the swords to pass beneath her. All the spears collided with each other, hitting nothing. As Rochelle began to fall again, Yoo-won was there to catch her in his arms like a princess. He held her close, and Rochelle felt embarrassed as she heard him ask near her ear if she was okay. While riding on the floating bike, the hero apologized for pulling her roughly earlier, explaining that he had no other choice due to the dangerous situation. Facing the flying axes, Light executed several sword strikes, smashing them before they could get close. Light was different now. Behind him were a pair of golden wings that resembled dragon wings. Holding the divine sword in his hand, Light walked through the shattered axes. Light wondered what was happening. He remembered that during their previous encounter, Yumina said that traps wouldn't appear until room 20. However, they were currently in the third room, and the difficulty had already escalated to this exaggerated level. While using his wings to stay airborne, Light suddenly noticed a floating bike speeding through the room. He wondered when Yoo-won had managed to get this thing. While driving the flying bike, the hero gritted his teeth, accelerating at full speed to avoid the traps falling everywhere. Behind him, Rochelle sat on the bike, amazed. She still remembered how she had been in the hero's arms moments before. Smiling, she wrapped her hands around his back. She felt comfortable in the position, and amazed by the sudden embrace, the hero's face flushed, surprised. Because of this, Yoo-won allowed an arrow to hit the flying bike. He moved between the pillars distributed across the tower room, trying to avoid the other weapons being launched toward them. Danger was getting closer and closer to the flying bike. But suddenly, a burst of light pushed some spears away. The hero stopped the bike, looked to his side and saw Light floating in the air, wondering why Yoo-won was just running. Upon seeing Light's appearance, the hero was amazed by his wings and asked what this was. The blonde boy was about to answer, but announced that he had a question first. Pointing to Yoo-won's bike, Light asked what it was and if it came from Yoo-won's world. The hero was surprised that Light didn't recognize a floating bike, then changed the subject. And Yoo-won spoke up asking where Do-go was. Thanks to the hero's question, Light realized he hadn't seen the girl for some time and wondered if she had fallen into a trap. Contrary to Light's assumption, Do-go was running along the walls of the tower room, avoiding many weapons pursuing her. The hero didn't know her exact position, but he was confident she wouldn't fall into a trap easily. Avoiding spears like an acrobatic dancer, Do-go was twisting and moving quickly, avoiding all the spears and daggers directed at her. As Yoo-won suspected, Do-go was keeping track of everything happening. No longer worried about Do-go's amazing safety, Light asked the hero what he should do and whether he thought the traps would end soon. Yoo-won remembered that according to the guide, they had to stay alive for a certain period, though he didn't know exactly how long. With little information available, the hero gave Light instructions to fly to the other side of the room, so he could analyze the traps. While Light was flying to the other side of the room, the hero examined the traps activating on the walls and ceilings. Surprisingly, all the traps this time seemed to target only one person, Light. Because of this, the hero began to suspect that the traps prioritized those who were in motion. After further thinking about this possibility, the hero remembered the room's initial situation. All this made the hero realize what they should do. They had to avoid moving carelessly inside the trap-filled room. The hero grabbed his head, frustrated that he hadn't figured this out earlier. Meanwhile, Rochelle, sitting behind him, tried to warn him about an incoming arrow. The hero pulled out the arrow that got stuck in Lilith the bike, annoyed that the arrow had scratched the surface, and knew he should warn everyone to stop moving unnecessarily. However, he realized that if they stopped moving, they wouldn't be able to get through the room. Holding the arrow angrily, the hero suddenly noticed a reaction happening inside him. When he looked closely, he saw that the arrow was being absorbed, as if it were a concept. He didn't understand why this was happening now. Since the first room, he had tried to absorb concepts, but had been unsuccessful. Trying to discover the reason behind this sudden change, an idea occurred to him. His eyes fell on a sword, and he wondered if his theory was just coincidence. But he knew he wouldn't confirm it without testing, so he decided to grab the sword. Rochelle was watching Yoo-won curiously. Before her eyes, the hero began absorbing the sword too, which surprised them both. The sword disappeared from the hero's hand, dissolving into golden dust. He gained a concept, but not a sword concept as he expected. Instead, he got the concept of cutting. This reminded Yuan how something similar happened with the stabbing technique Dugo had taught him. While the hero was thinking about it, Rochelle pointed to something and urged him to look in that direction. When he turned to where she was pointing, he saw Light sliding on a wave, created by a trap, acting like a fool. After escaping from the wave, Light gritted his teeth as he leaned on his sword. He had lowered his guard, expecting only weapons to be dangerous, causing him to fall into the last trap. Light's vision began to fade. He realized that something mixed with the water was causing this effect. As his vision and thoughts began to cloud, anxiety took over his mind. He understood that with dozens of new traps appearing, he would find it difficult to respond to them all. The hero didn't remain still. Driving Lilith, he commanded the flying bike to move forward. Leaving Rochelle behind him, Yuan rushed toward Light. He apologized to Rochelle in advance, asking her to wait a little, because what he was going to do was a gamble, and he didn't want to involve her. Rochelle agreed to stay behind him and asked Yuan to hold on tight. While moving through the waves flowing around Light, the hero increased his points in acid and wave concepts. Everything was clarifying for him as expected. Just like before, what the hero touched was water, but instead of getting the water concept, he got the wave concept. Finally, Yuan understood his power and why he didn't receive the sword concept when he grabbed the weapon thrown from the trap. While he was advancing on the flying bike, Dugo was jumping from pillar to pillar, moving quickly to analyze the situation. She was surprised when she looked down and saw the hero on the flying bike with waves of energy flowing outward. She wondered what he intended to do. While heading toward the light, the hero realized that the state of matter at the moment it manifested determined the concept he would acquire. Since the traps were targeting his neck, he got the concept of beheading. Now, considering all this, the hero advanced while new arrows and spears appeared. Weapons were falling toward Light while Yuan closed the distance quickly, assuring Light that he would handle the situation. The hero completed his approach on the bike. At that moment, he hoped his comprehensive vision ability would deepen, allowing him to perceive the essence of things and even read the instinct of projectiles. The arrows were approaching Light, who screamed for help from the hero. He closed his eyes, extended his hand, targeting the weapons, and trying to use his power. He opened his eyes and activated his special visual ability. At the tip of each blade, a concept appeared, revealing the intentions of each weapon now targeting him after drawing their attention. Amazement showed on Light's face at what happened. He was safe. But now, Yuan became the target for confronting the traps. The hero gritted his teeth with many weapons and concepts present. He didn't plan to absorb them one by one, as this might cause them to mix and lose their distinctive forms. He grabbed a concept in his hand and released a powerful burst of energy. The concept in his hand connected with the concepts of the surrounding weapons. Upon completing the use of his power, golden light shone surrounding him. This was a sign of the success of his plan to merge all concepts, making him feel joy at his achievement. At the end of the room, Rochelle was watching everything quietly. The golden flash of the hero's power still lingered in the air, creating a stunning vision for her. She extended her hands, allowing the golden dust from the destroyed weapons to settle on them. Smiling, she felt excited because of Yuan's achievement. Finally, Yuan stopped his bike a few meters from the light. The blonde young man ran toward him, asking if he was okay. The hero released a breath of relief, expressing his happiness that his friend wasn't hurt. He laughed, remembering how close they had been to disaster. Light looked at the hero in amazement, noticing that he was holding a small red and golden ball in his hand. When he asked what it was, Yuan replied that he wasn't sure. But the ball appeared when he merged all the weapons together. It seemed as if he had obtained something very valuable. Then Light asked if the hero had awakened a new ability, since he now seemed able to interfere directly with the traps. Suddenly, while the two were talking, a new trap activated, forcing them to return to alert mode. However, two girls landed in front of them and quickly struck the shields of swords and spears, preventing anything bad from happening. Rochelle released a breath of relief, while Dugo took the moment to scold the two, saying that if they didn't fix their habit of talking while leaving their guard down, they would face problems in the future. The hero was amazed by the girl's performance, while Light was annoyed by Dugo's sudden appearance. However, he sighed, thanking them for saving him. Dugo turned away angrily, wondering if Light found himself in trouble and lost focus again. Since these were the last traps they needed to face in the room, the transition process began. Surrounded by 4 magic circles. While being transported, the hero watched Light and Dugo arguing as usual. It seemed the two wouldn't give up their rivalry anytime soon. Yuan could only laugh at the two, while Light wondered if Dugo was trying to play the hero role through her last-minute appearance and acting as the savior. In the hero's view, despite their constant arguing, regardless of how much they fought or how dangerous things became, They always rushed to save each other, and this, in his eyes, was proof that the team really worked well together. With the hero laughing, sighing, and lost in thought with his eyes closed, Rochelle looked at him, wondering what was going through his mind. As for Light's accusation about her last-minute appearance, Dogo shamelessly claimed she had been waiting for the perfect moment to appear, surprising both boys. Dogo gave a sly smile as she revealed her reason. Because once I make you indebted to me, I can make sure to collect the debt later. Dogo's words made Yoo-won silently hope that the brotherhood he felt within the team wasn't just an illusion. Finally, the hero took a good look at the monsters in this room, which amazed both him and Light. The monsters on that floor were giant mosquitoes, known as the famous tower mosquitoes. These unique creatures could appear on any floor of the tower, regardless of level. Light drew his sword, stepping forward to protect Yoo-won, who was amazed to see that the spiders were completely intact, wondering if they had somehow managed to deflect his attacks. Light explained that the spiders' stats were random, just like the floors they appeared on, which is probably why Yoo-won's weapon had no effect. Seeing many spiders scattered across that floor of the tower, Light took the initiative with Rochelle to defend one side, planning to finally call on Dogo to intervene and handle the other side. Dogo glanced sideways at the hero, noticing that he seemed somewhat sad because he wasn't useful this time. Yoo-won gritted his teeth, struggling to believe that the monsters had become so strong so early. Realizing the hero's feelings, Dogo sighed. She stepped forward in front of everyone, asking them to stand back. She looked at Yoo-won and told him to watch her carefully, promising to show him exactly what he was looking for. She extended her arm forward, and energy began flowing from Dogo's hand. Then a beam of pure energy exploded from her hand, carrying all the power she could gather. Dogo's attack quickly reached the spiders, hitting them like a wave and swallowing the insects in its path. The hero's eyes widened as he witnessed a real energy explosion. He realized that Dogo's attack was much stronger than Eve's shots, as most of the spiders were knocked down. At that moment, Dogo asked everyone to let Yoo-won deliver the final blow to the spiders. Smiling at the hero, she teased, "Is there a more merciful teacher than me?" The hero threw a shy smile at Dogo's comment. Then he drew his sword, asking Light to protect him while Rochelle watched the ceiling to avoid surprises. Yoo-won moved forward to face the wounded spiders, thinking about Dogo's actions. She wasn't his teacher, yet he didn't expect her to help him this much. The spiders approached Yoo-won slowly, forcing him to notice their pink spots scattered on parts of their bodies, making them more attractive. Yoo-won struck one of the spiders with his sword. His actions showed gratitude toward Dogo. The two, watching him, Light and Rochelle, became worried. The reason for their concern became clear when Yoo-won's sword didn't advance. After striking the spider, his blade stopped against its hard shell, making the hero's hands tremble. He tried to press harder, but the spider's exoskeleton was too hard to penetrate. Without giving the hero a chance to attack, the spider's eyes glowed pink. In the next moment, it jumped toward the hero, trying to strike with its 8 legs. The hero jumped back, avoiding the ambush. Refusing to give up, he advanced again, this time with a thrust, targeting the spider's head. Although he didn't defeat the spider directly, he managed to find a weak point. Rochelle cheered Yoo-won's success, while Light looked relieved. Despite his progress, the hero realized he couldn't continue with this hit-and-run strategy. Not with so many spiders surrounding him. He gritted his teeth, and of course had a feeling that the tower spiders were still more than he could handle. Suddenly, an idea was born in his mind, and he even mocked himself for forgetting it. In the previous room, the hero had combined multiple concepts, creating something wonderful, the concept of splitting. He hadn't used this concept yet, and saw this as the perfect moment, so he merged this concept into his sword. As soon as the sword received this concept, it emitted a small glow. Sparks of energy, filled with power. Even a simple sword strike radiated a powerful aura. Yoo-won decided to test the concept's compatibility with his sword, which had evolved thanks to his upgrade, becoming the executioner's sword. The spiders attacked, unwilling to let Yoo-won execute his plan. The hero took a fighting stance, wondering if he should strike first. The sword moved quickly with Yoo-won's movement, cutting through the spider as if it were butter. He moved forward, passing several spiders, leaving his attack behind. Light was almost shocked, wondering how things had suddenly turned around. But Dogo was the most shocked, though trying to hide it, and frowned as she watched the hero. After the attack, the hero felt something strange. He knew he had made a clean cut, but something about it seemed odd. He wondered if he had attacked with more force than necessary, and decided to try again. Yoo-won returned to battle, determined to succeed this time. Light stepped forward, worried about the hero, to help him, while Rochelle followed them closely. After a long period of observation, Dogo, who had remained silent until now, realized that Yoo-won had done something with his sword in a brief moment before defeating the first spider. Whatever he did allowed him to cut enemies he couldn't reach before, making her wonder how someone could possess such intuition and overwhelming skill. She was watching the hero's movements as he cut through the spiders, as if he had been doing it for years. She noticed he was trying to improve his abilities, relying not just on physical strength, but on technique. Do-go knew that usually when someone enhances their sword or gets a stronger weapon, they would move the new weapon clumsily. However, Yoo-won showed none of those gradual flaws, so far. Do-go hoped that even if not now, Yoo-won would someday understand the true essence of what cutting means. Do-go had no reason to interfere with Yoo-won's journey. He could proceed as he wished, but seeing his potential, she felt it would be a waste to let him continue as he was. She remembered her own history, having overcome 3 disasters. Do-go proudly bore the title of the greatest talent in the martial arts world. However, she now realized she was witnessing someone so talented that it made her ability seem insignificant by comparison. Do-go looked at the hero. She made a decision about what to do with the man before her. She would make him hers. Unaware of Do-go's fantasies, the hero continued attacking the spiders. Although he wasn't aware of Do-go's thoughts, he felt a gaze that sent chills down his spine. Light felt his reaction and asked what was wrong. The hero looked around and replied that he felt chills as if an elite monster was lurking nearby. At that moment, Yoo-won's and Do-go's eyes met, and the hero asked why she was just standing there. The girl, who had just been compared to an elite monster, turned her face away and replied, asking if he was still managing things well by himself. Sarcastically, the hero replied that apparently he wouldn't need to share the drink. She was excited to drink earlier because he was doing all the work. Do-go felt provoked, so she rushed behind the hero, who was holding the drink can in his hand, while Yoo-won declared he would share it with Rochelle instead of her. While the two were joking around, Light received an external message from outside the tower. Do-go and Yoo-won also noticed they had received a message like Rochelle. All 4 group members received the same notification. 3 of them gathered to discuss the message's content while Rochelle stayed behind them because she felt something unusual. Light was the first to open the message that requested them to leave the tower. The hero was confused about why such a sudden request was sent. Seeing that the message came from the director, they realized it must have been sent to all students. While they were talking, Rochelle began to feel worried. Do-go, who hadn't noticed the danger yet, was annoyed. She didn't want to leave the tower, especially since she hadn't tasted Yoo-won's sweet drink yet. She wouldn't leave without an explanation. At that moment, Rochelle screamed, warning the others that the enemy was approaching. The hero was the first to turn to Rochelle, followed by the others, to be shocked by what they saw. 2 huge portals appeared with dozens, maybe hundreds of spiders emerging from them. Now, Do-go understood why they were being asked to leave the tower, and finally got her explanations. After the 2 portals appeared, more cracks began forming in the space around them, making way for additional portals. Light asked if this was the situation Yumina mentioned during their meeting, and the others confirmed his suspicions. Do-go raised her ID card, and realized there was no signal in the gym. With the ID cards failing, the group was now completely trapped in the tower room. Light gripped his sword anxiously, remembering it was the exact scenario Yumina described. The only phenomenon that could send students directly to their graves, which is the appearance of spatial irregularity. Multiple portals released an army of spiders that swept the entire tower room, the floor, walls, and ceiling. The spiders advanced, leaving no space for escape. Rochelle was the first to rush forward, followed by Light carrying his sword. The hero faced all these spiders and was terrified because he had never faced anything of such magnitude before. During the meeting, Yumina revealed there was a high probability that dimensional pirates would occupy the tower when beginners climb the tower. Since the hero didn't know what dimensional pirates were, Yumina said she would explain later, focusing instead on the main issue, which is the irregularity state, resulting from unnatural invasions. This irregularity produces unexpected phenomena. Yumina explained that one thing changes when natural exploration turns irregular. The tower's rules. Areas that were previously considered safe zones became hostile zones, while the number of monsters increased uncontrollably. Furthermore, room difficulty rose unexpectedly and many problems began occurring simultaneously. The more Yumina talked about it, the more students' fears increased, except for Do-go. After explaining everything, Yumina reminded everyone that the tower doesn't guarantee their safety. They had to remember that if they fell into an irregularity phenomenon, the situation would be extremely dangerous. Now, trapped in the situation, the teacher mentioned, the hero's group needed to figure things out. An explosion occurred in the wall, creating a passage. The hero rode his flying bike, taking Rochelle aboard while the others followed him toward a more spacious area. As the spiders began flowing through the opening they created, Light commented that they didn't know how long those spiders would continue appearing. Yoo-won added that staying in a narrow area would be dangerous against so many enemies. Rochelle was gritting her teeth in anger, watching the spiders in the adjacent room. Gradually, the spiders' eye glow increased in brightness as they approached the passage the student group used to escape, and like a flood, they swept through that room as well. Seeing this number of enemies, Dugu commented that they seemed endless. At that moment, she resumed her attack. Using her energy burst, she targeted a group of spiders and unleashed a powerful strike. Many spiders were turned into fried skewers before Dugu's assault. Seeing this, Light also joined the battle. Yoo-won gripped his sword with determination, attacking the spiders while telling Dugu to continue the attack. Though she didn't need his words, the attack caused massive damage, taking down many spiders at once. The hero continued the fierce battle, feeling slightly tense. Dugu must have defeated dozens of spiders by now, and so had Light. Both were exhausted. Rochelle, who had used much of her energy, had most of her hair turned dark red now. Moreover, Rochelle no longer spoke, acting almost automatically, driven only by the will to fight. If this continued and her hair color darkened completely, the situation might turn into a nightmarish scenario, which Yoo-won feared. Dugu stopped attacking and joined the hero, commenting on Rochelle's condition. Dugu also said she couldn't continue much longer. If she didn't take a break soon, the situation could become dangerous. Hearing Dugu, the hero pulled out a drink he had hidden and handed it to her to drink. Yoo-won decided to handle the spiders while Dugu rested and drank. Dugu carefully took the drink from the hero, smiling and asking if he really thought he could handle everything alone. Suddenly, he pulled out a grenade, saying he could of course handle it. After pulling the pin and preparing to throw the grenade, he asked Dugu to watch closely. When the grenade was thrown, it flew quickly over the spiders. While it was in the air, Rochelle also noticed the grenade and watched it carefully. There was a force surrounding the grenade that exploded while still in the air. The explosion created a sea of fire, swallowing most of the spiders in the area. The explosion created a wave of heat, forcing Light to retreat and protect himself with his sword. While protecting himself, Light asked about what kind of power that was. The hero asked if he didn't think the power was amazing, revealing how much effort he had put into creating this effect. In the next moment, the hero climbed on his bike and moved forward, telling Light to rest. As he advanced, the hero realized that Rochelle still had plenty of energy, but he couldn't rely completely on her power because her actions were unpredictable. Yoo-won was advancing now because he didn't know how long the spiders would continue to appear, so it would be better to let Light and Dugu rest. He knew that if he could defeat as many spiders as possible, he would at least buy some time for his companions. According to this plan, he drew his sword again. Suddenly, the hero received a notification that the blood poison in the executioner's long sword had increased to 15. Yoo-won was surprised by the speed of the change. To his amazement, the cutting concept was slightly mastered, increasing the attribute depth by 2 points. While advancing on the flying bike, the hero looked at the sword in his hand and noticed it was turning red unexpectedly. Although the hero didn't know exactly what blood poison depended on, he continued advancing. He would learn that information soon when he used the sword against the spiders. When moving the sword, large amounts of energy were released with the strike. But something surprising happened. The sword's path seemed to have changed. It had increased. While dealing with the spiders, the hero realized that while the cutting concept increased the sword's power, blood poison increased the range of attacks. However, for this to happen, the sword had to absorb Yoo-won's own blood. The hero felt slightly uncomfortable about the sword. He realized he couldn't use it much because he felt like he was donating his blood with each strike. Light approached, revealing that he had noticed Yoo-won had shown something interesting again. He was curious about the aura around the hero's sword. Seeing Light and Dugu approaching, the hero asked about Rochelle's location. Both answered that she was somewhere killing spiders, so it wasn't good to approach her at the moment. The hero wanted to insist that Light and Dugu rest, but Light said they had rested enough. As they prepared to switch places with the hero, Light noticed that the number of spiders had decreased. Hearing Light mention this, the hero also realized it. Dugu looked at the passage leading to the next room and reported that the flow of monsters hadn't decreased. Light explained that usually, when the number of monsters decreases, it means the battle is about to end or something stronger is about to appear. While Light was talking about something stronger, Rochelle was immersed in battle, grinding her teeth angrily. The young woman then realized exactly what Light meant. Something stronger was about to appear. A portal larger than before began to form in the room. The final elite monster of the tower spiders was entering through the new opening. The hero was shocked to see the giant spider that was several times larger than him. The cause of his shock was that a spider of this size should only appear from room 50 onwards. Dugu spoke up, reminding him again that the tower's laws were in chaos. At that moment, Light began shouting, calling the hero. Although the hero wanted his companion to focus on the elite monster before them, Light was completely focused on something else. Light suddenly asked if there should be more than one elite monster, making Yoo-won turn with concern. Then the hero understood why his companion was so scared. There wasn't one elite monster, but two. Looking at the second giant spider, Yoo-won realized this was the worst possible scenario. They were surrounded by two noble spiders, one in front of them and the other behind them. Light became extremely nervous, asking what was happening and if the school manual at least matched this reality. But Dugu, unlike Light, remained silent, enjoying her drink. Meanwhile, Rochelle, who had become more tense, showed her fangs while grinding her teeth. With all her accumulated anger, she suddenly began attacking one of the giant spiders. Rochelle quickly reached the front of one of the giant spiders and attacked without thinking. Despite Light's concern, Yoo-won pointed out that this might be a good thing. Then the hero coordinated with Light a plan to help Rochelle. They had to split up and attack the spiders at the same time. The hero wanted to deal with the other spider with Dugu, hoping they could figure out something somehow. Light agreed to the hero's instructions and moved forward to attack the spider. In his position before another giant spider, Yoo-won raised his sword in front of his body. He was confident in directing everyone to split up and deal with the spiders. But now, facing one, he wasn't entirely sure what he should do. Before the giant spider, he remembered that he needed cutting concepts and blood poison to cut ordinary spiders. He wondered if these attacks would also work against this giant monster. Dugu watched Yoo-won worry while she finished her drink, then moved to his side. She said, "Didn't you just say you'd handle this with me? You know, you can't win and you're still rushing forward without asking for my help. Is this pride or stubbornness?" End quote. With Dugu approaching him, the hero's face reddened slightly. She stepped back, throwing the finished drink into him while asking, "Do you like this drink? It has a unique taste, but it wasn't bad." Then she drew her sword to join the battle. She positioned herself in front of Yoo-won to lead him, saying, "Now you'll pay the price for this sweetness." Facing the giant spider, Dugu drew her sword. The hero looked at the girl's sword, wondering why she had drawn it. Until now, Dugu had always fought with her bare hands, making Yoo-won wonder even more why she was carrying a sword now. Was she showing him her technique for some reason? When she noticed the hero's curious look, Dugu exchanged her eyes with a sharp gaze. She said, "I just don't want to dirty my hands, so don't get any wrong ideas." The hero shivered when he realized his thoughts were being read. Dugu's words weren't entirely true. After analyzing what Yoo-won had learned for a long time, she knew he was still missing one move for mastery, and she was determined to show it to him in this one moment, leaving the responsibility of learning it to him. Powerful energy appeared surrounding Dugu as she prepared for the strike. She wanted the hero to watch closely. The young woman's eyes were glowing blue, the same color as her energy. She extended her free hand forward while her other hand on the sword crossed under her extended arm, positioning herself for attack. In that brief moment, the hero lost his focus. The reason was simple. Rochelle had lost control. Instead of attacking the giant spider, she began attacking Light, who was trying to defend himself by holding his sword in front of his body to block the girl's advance. Rochelle was angry and didn't notice the elite spider moving forward. The spider jumped, shooting a stream of webs to attack the two who had come close to each other. Light was shocked when the web was shot at him. Quickly, Light pushed Rochelle to the side, getting past her to save her and leaving himself to be caught in the spider's web. Rochelle fell over a pillar, grinding her teeth toward the spider while Light was trapped in the webs. The giant spider roared toward Rochelle, who responded angrily. When he looked at the situation around them, the hero noticed that everything was in chaos. At that moment, Dugu asked where Yoo-won was looking, asking him to focus only on her. The hero indicated he was watching, but he was worried about the other spider. As soon as Yoo-won revealed his concern, Dugu's sword moved. The hero followed and watched the young girl's sword move slowly with her energy while she reassured him that everything was fine. The spider in front of her fell, split in half. Now only one type of elite monster remained. Dugu's strike was simple. It came from below, cutting upward. However, in this simple movement, Yoo-won was able to see something amazing. The distance between their worlds. After Dugu's cut, the spider fell and its parts flew to the sides. The hero began receiving a flow of concept notifications. Thanks to watching Dugu's strike, he reached a point where he felt a slight tingling in his head. He understood advanced techniques that increased his power and control. Many other concepts also rose during this time as he absorbed complex combat concepts, making the depth of his martial arts grow and thus enhancing his spiritual power. Just a small fragment of Dogo's true martial art made his internal skill symbol grow significantly. The power he had just witnessed was similar to the moment when Ortima's force field was destroyed. Dogo's current attack must be an advanced version of the cutting technique. Yoo-won wondered how someone could express such a massive amount of will in their sword. The human concept he discovered was so vivid that it sent shivers down his spine. The girl suddenly approached until they could almost feel each other's breathing. She asked if he had watched her strike carefully since she wouldn't show it again. With Dogo's sudden approach, the hero panicked. When he quickly backed away and shouted, Dogo asked what happened. Yoo-won's face turned red, claiming she had gotten too close. The girl threw a purple orb to the hero. As he examined the orb closely, which was flowing with energy, he realized it was the core of the previous elite spider. Such a gift made the hero happy, but he wondered if he should keep it. Since Dogo was the one who did all the work to defeat the spider, Dogo smiled and said this was his reward. He shouldn't hesitate and should accept the gift. Seeing them as if they were flirting with each other angered Light. He called for them to stop chatting and help him immediately. Light, who was trapped in the spider web, was very worried because Rochelle, who had defeated the other spider alone, was entering an uncontrollable state of rage. The hero looked at Rochelle with concern. When he saw the situation, Dogo commented that Light was completely useless, which increased his irritation. Yoo-won knew that if he advanced, he would face immediate defeat at Rochelle's hands. So he looked back and stated that the only person capable of handling the situation was the one who defeated the other spider, Dogo. Dogo asked the hero not to look at her with hope, because she had already played her part in the battle. As Rochelle began looking at the others, Yoo-won tried to argue with Dogo, asking her to help because it was an unconventional situation and no one knew what could happen if any of them were defeated. Dogo couldn't end this argument, but when she noticed something, she decided to move. The hero became excited, understanding that she had decided to help. Dogo looked at Rochelle and said she would keep the beast busy, but in return, Yoo-won had to deal with what was under the beast's feet. The hero was surprised by Dogo's suggestion. Before Yoo-won could even think, Dogo advanced, attacking Rochelle with an energy strike. After the attack, Dogo taunted Rochelle with words, trying to provoke her more. Meanwhile, the hero still didn't know what to do with Dogo's suggestion about the spider on the ground. Without much interest, Dogo said she could really have fun with Rochelle. Because of the provocation, Rochelle lunged at Dogo with her claws. The white-haired girl laughed enthusiastically, avoiding Rochelle's first attack, then jumped back, continuing to provoke her. With each strike of Rochelle's claws, Dogo took a simple step to dodge it. After 1, 2, 3, and many attacks, not even a single strand of Dogo's hair was touched. Instead, she grabbed Rochelle's bracelet and with a simple movement threw her on her back to the ground. With the shock, some sense returned to Rochelle's mind, but not enough for her to fully wake up. Then Dogo released the girl and posed a new provocation, attacking someone stronger blindly. "Get up, beast. You're still full of energy, aren't you? I'll keep you busy enough to keep you conscious. Come on, explode." Provoked again, Rochelle rose in her beastly position, gritting her teeth and lunged at Dogo again. The hero followed their battle, which seemed like more than just a game to Dogo. Seeing the hero distracted, Dogo scolded him. Then the hero drew his sword. He knew what Dogo was trying to say, but he claimed his task was somewhat difficult. Dogo replied that if Yoo-won had watched her attack properly, he should be able to repeat it. When Yoo-won saw that Dogo expected a lot from him, the hero asked on what basis she thought that. At that moment, one of the giant spider's claws struck the ground near the hero, who barely managed to jump to the side. Seeing the hero almost get hit, Light asked if he was okay. Yoo-won was surprised to see the spider attack directly after the two girls moved away. Although the spider was severely wounded, the hero realized it seemed to still think it could handle him. Gritting his teeth, he decided to deal with the beast and summoned Eve, who materialized in the form of chains. Not just one chain appeared, but several, emerging from multiple magic circles. The chains bound the spider's legs, and Light was surprised when he saw that Yoo-won managed to restrain the spider. Meanwhile, Dogo looked back quickly, directing her gaze away from the battle to see what was happening. The hero advanced with his sword toward the restrained spider, but not all its legs were trapped. Some tried to attack him, but he skillfully avoided them. With Eve holding as much as possible, and adding the concepts of cutting and blood poison, the hero was ready to attack. He approached as close as possible, so the point he needed to strike would be within reach. The spider realized the imminent danger, and with blazing enthusiasm in his eyes, Yoo-won attacked the giant spider with his sword. The hero's attack hit the spider, but it wasn't strong enough to overcome it. Watching the hero's attack, Light was incredulous, wondering why Yoo-won wasn't able to finish it. While Dogo was skillfully avoiding Rochelle, She watched the hero with her piercing eyes. She knew exactly where the weakness was that he needed to strike if he wanted to defeat the giant spider. He had to split it in half. The hero retreated a few meters after his first attack failed. He wondered why his strike was so weak. He looked at his sword and finally realized that the blood poison hadn't been activated properly. At that moment, the spider restrained by Eve began breaking the chains. The hero realized it made sense that one of his abilities had failed because he used 2 abilities consecutively, something he had never done before. Then, the giant spider broke all the chains, freeing itself and preparing to attack the hero. Facing this giant beast, Yoo-won was struck by the spider's massive legs, a blow that could seal his fate in his first exploration of the tower. While watching the giant spider free itself from its chains and attack the hero, stirring up dust that filled the room, Dogo froze, paving the way for the angry Rochelle to strike her. However, as soon as the dust settled, everyone could see the spider lying on the ground, while Yoo-won was holding his sword. The sword fell from the hero's hand to the ground as he too collapsed. Exhausted, the hero suffered tremendous mental exhaustion as he remembered what had just happened. As soon as his sword met the spider's leg, he adjusted the angle of his attack. He trembled as he retrieved his sword, knowing that if he had taken a direct hit, his sword and arm could have been cut in half. Yoo-won wondered how he was able to realize something like that. For a moment, it seemed that part of a second turned into eternity. The hero wondered if this state had occurred because he watched Dogo's strike. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Thanks to his dodging the enemy's attack, he managed to grasp the concept of flow. The depth of this trait increased to level 5. His understanding of what happened made the hero struggle to get back up. He mentally praised Dogo as her attack affected him and made him improve, revealing a hidden side of martial arts he didn't know he possessed. When he approached the spider again, the hero knew he couldn't exactly imitate Dogo's strike, but now he understood what he needed for mastery. Then he drew the spider's attention and with his sword in hand, challenged it to continue fighting. He stared at the spider, challenging it. The spider felt anger, so it raised its legs again to strike him. The hero began swinging his sword non-stop, trying to parry and avoid the spider's attacks. While watching Yoo-won's actions, Light remembered a concept, which was parrying. This concept involved returning or directing the enemy's attacks to the side, allowing the fighter to dismantle the enemy's attack or even avoid fatal strikes. If applied correctly, the concept could open an opportunity to deliver a counterattack. However, this was just a tactical concept. Reality was different. Most men wouldn't live long enough to learn such a technique, or would seek other ways to fight. Light knew things usually happened this way, but Yoo-won seemed to be reversing the tide. Although he had virtually no experience, he was showing impressive skills. While watching how Yoo-won used the ability to dodge attacks, he wondered internally whether the hero really had never carried a sword before. After avoiding one of the giant spider's attacks, the hero finally found an opportunity. He used the concept of evasion to avoid a direct attack, then rotated the sword to a different position in his hand to do the same, with an attack coming from the side, and continued evading while advancing. Little by little, Yoo-won began to see more clearly how to advance and how to gain the upper hand in the confrontation. There was another confrontation going on between Dogo and the mad Rochelle. Rochelle attacked her with her nails, trying to strike the silver-haired girl. Rochelle showed her teeth, but in a brief moment, she was disarmed and stumbled over Dogo's feet, who was standing calmly watching the hero fight the spider. Dogo thought what was happening was incredible. She thought Yoo-won would gain something from seeing her first strike, but he was showing her something beyond her expectations. While she watched Yoo-won affect the flow of the spider's attacks, Dogo remembered that there was a martial art that used flow as its essence, but very few dared to try learning it. Parrying an opponent's force was a skill that captured a brief moment, 1 in 100,000. However, Dogo was witnessing Yoo-won doing it better and better. The spider was now under pressure from Yoo-won as its attacks were failing to hit. Dogo knew there was great danger and need for great effort to use such a technique continuously, and that's why most people sought to learn easier techniques like Light had done. However, she who had always sought to master martial arts to that point felt that Yoo-won was providing her with a completely new perspective. He was mastering what she had once considered an impossible skill against the giant spider. Yoo-won was showing Dogo that such a concept could be much deeper than she could imagine. While Dogo was busy in battle, Rochelle rose again, making Dogo realize how embarrassing her expressions had been when she looked at the hero. Meanwhile, Rochelle took some hits while Light asked to be freed from the spider web. Upon refocusing on the fight, Dogo realized that merely parrying the spider's attacks wouldn't be enough for Yoo-won to end the battle. She was hoping he would show her what else he had in store. She was hoping that thanks to the power to dodge all enemy attacks, Yoo-won would be able to deliver a counterattack with the same sharpness. And this is exactly what the hero did. Gritting his teeth, he rushed toward the spider. Dogo watched how the hero used the enemy's penetrating force as he spun rapidly. The hero advanced using 2 combined abilities, with his sword swinging in a horizontal motion from bottom to top, cutting through the giant spider. Yoo-won's strike successfully hit the target, making the spider scream. While watching the scene, Light was surprised as Dogo was punching the air in celebration of the hero's excellently executed attack. After overcoming the difficult battle, the giant spider fell to the ground, defeated by Yoo-won, who also collapsed from extreme exhaustion. While the hero was sitting, some notifications appeared to him. The external and internal concepts were temporarily merged, and the system had learned to create a powerful concept, and therefore the poison, air, and speech concepts increased by 5. While he was catching his breath, the hero noticed the major changes happening in his internal code. At that moment, Light called out to him loudly. When he turned his face, he saw Light bound by webs asking for help to free himself. At the same time, Dogo asked for the hero's help to deal with the uncontrollable Rochelle. Light's eyes teared up, saying that since they captured him, he couldn't use magic. As for Dogo, she explained that Rochelle's endurance was unknown and that she never got tired. Suddenly, Dogo and Light started arguing about who Yoo-won should help first. When he saw Rochelle chasing Dogo around the room, the hero came up with a brilliant idea. Using his power, he tried to absorb the concept of the web that was restraining Light. Thus, he obtained the web concept and fed it to Eve. The hero used the web concept to create web chains. In the next moment, he threw the spider web to restrain Rochelle, who was surprised when she saw the web approaching her. The uncontrollable Rochelle fell to the ground, bound by heavy webs. Looking at her, the hero laughed, saying it was useless for her to resist because the chains drained magic. While Rochelle was trying to escape, the chains tightened around her body, making Light and the hero blush from what they were seeing. Embarrassed, Light covered the hero's eyes while his eyes widened in shock. With only Yoo-won's eyes covered, he gritted his teeth, asking Light why he was the only one who couldn't see. Light shook his head, saying it wasn't good for Yoo-won to see. Ignoring the boys, Dogo sighed, saying things had already been resolved. However, the transition to the 5th room didn't seem to happen. At that moment, Dogo noticed that the chains were starting to show their effects, as Rochelle's hair began returning to normal while she was weakening. Then Yoo-won asked the others if they should leave now. Dogo agreed with the hero's idea, but when they were planning to leave, a red shadow appeared near them. The shadow, like an illusion, began muttering to the group, You young ones have passed the test." Upon hearing the voice, the 4 present felt anxious. The red shadow transformed into a circle, releasing internal energy. The circle said it would reward the group. The red light formed itself, transforming into a woman while continuing to speak to Yoo-won and his group. She said, "Now, I will give you the opportunity to make a contract with the 10,000 Eyes Observer." Outside the tower, Yumina was waiting for her students. Worry was clear in her eyes as she held the identifier, trying to communicate with them. Suddenly, the teacher noticed something was happening. A large teleportation began forming in front of the tower, raising dust and wind in all directions. While Yumina was trying to clear the dust from her eyes, some people appeared, Yoo-won's group. The hero asked if they were okay, while Light wondered where they were. Dogo realized they were at the tower entrance and explained this to them. Yumina approached her students, asking if everyone was okay and not suffering from injuries or side effects. The hero was surprised to see Professor Yumina, and when he heard her repeated question, he clarified that everyone was fine, so she could be reassured. Many other students, when they noticed the rebel group's presence, were amazed, wondering if they were okay too. Yumina said she was worried because none of them had left, even though an evacuation notice was issued. She said she was happy they returned safely, but she was curious about what happened. In response to the teacher's question, the 4 students returned to reality. The hero scratched the back of his neck, thinking about how to explain things to the teacher. Then he asked to go somewhere else first. After moving to a quieter place, the hero sought an explanation from the teacher while the others allowed him to speak for the group. Then he said, "We were trapped in an anomaly after teleporting to the 4th room. This happened shortly after we entered." The teacher bowed her head, hesitant to reveal what happened, but eventually, shocking everyone, she revealed that a student had been killed by an external intruder. Yumina said the academy was dealing with the situation, but the students who were in the same group as that student were severely shaken. This was the reason the anomaly phenomenon occurred. Yumina asked if they hadn't talked before about external intruders. They were dimension pirates targeting new students. If they could steal students' identifiers, they could prevent them from reviving, leaving them trapped in the tower forever. The hero asked the teacher what happened to the intruders. Yumina then revealed that they managed to escape because the students present couldn't do anything. At that moment, Dogo joined the conversation, asking if these events don't seem like a planned test. Even though they're not academy students, they're still trying to infiltrate to climb Babel Tower. For the intruders, when new students enter the tower, this is the perfect opportunity, isn't it? If they eliminate the distinguished new students who pass the prestigious exam, they can damage the academy's reputation, gain qualifications as climbers, and even steal student identifiers to prove it, right? So, from the academy's perspective, they can only say that dealing with these intruders is something else they must overcome, shifting the responsibility to them. Indeed, the professor didn't know how to respond to Dogo, making the silver-haired girl sigh. The United Academy is truly an amazing place. She pointed out that intruders were breaking into the tower, the academy's core, and the academy couldn't stop them from eliminating its students. This made Dogo think that the academy that declares itself as the best multidimensional academy seemed ridiculous. None of the other students could oppose Dogo's thoughts, but Yumina disagreed, saying she misunderstood one thing. The teacher explained that the academy had a duty to protect its students, but once they entered the tower, they were responsible for themselves, adding that if the tower chose the intruders instead of the students, they couldn't interfere with that. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Dogo became frustrated, hearing Yumina say that the reason they couldn't interfere was the tower's will. Dogo repeated Yumina's words, and while holding her student identifier, she said that if that was the case, she hated the situation even more. At that moment, the girl used the identifier's teleportation, leaving Yumina behind. The hero intervened, asking the teacher to understand Dogo, because something unpleasant had happened inside the tower. Upon hearing from the hero, Yumina asked him to tell her exactly what happened inside. The hero thought for a moment, searching for the best way to explain the matter. Then he stated that before they returned from the tower, they encountered something. Light and Rochelle didn't feel comfortable about what happened, and beyond that, Yumina asked what they encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Yoo-won revealed to Yumina that they encountered the constellation. The constellation consisted of transcendent patrons or observers who watched billions of dimensions. When the observers found someone who sparked their interest, they would form contracts with these individuals. They were transcendent beings who exercised influence in this dimension. They offered powerful magic, special abilities, artifacts, and more to make others follow them. In return, they demanded a lot, but no one dared to refuse. After all, in a world where power was value, there was nothing better than their offers. Yumina couldn't believe that the observers were in their world. The hero revealed that the Thousand Eyes observer had spoken to him in a strange voice, and that this observer had promised power in exchange for fulfilling their demands. Yumina found this incredible. Her expression was glowing, as she said that forming a contract with a constellation on the first day in the tower was unimaginable, as this was the first time something like this had happened in the Academy's history. The teacher said that contacting a constellation early was proof of their talents. However, despite Yumina's enthusiasm, neither Rochelle nor Light were enthusiastic at all. Then the hero asked a surprising question, wanting to know the Academy's position on contracts with constellations. Yumina, despite being surprised by the question, said the Academy officially valued neutrality, but deep down it encouraged students to accept contracts. The hero understood this point. The Academy really did encourage students to make contracts. Yumina agreed, saying that in this dimension, the tower was the place where the constellation's interests were concentrated. There was nothing more attractive for climbing the tower than receiving a contract. Internally, the hero couldn't believe that a place like the Academy had no defense against intruders and was still friendly with such unknown beings. It was hard to understand. Then Yumina asked what the Thousand Eyes observer requested. In a tense atmosphere, the hero revealed that the request was to kill. The teacher was shocked, asking what Yoo-won said. Then the hero revealed the whole story. The observer had promised contracts to two of them if they eliminated the other two. This was the reason for the group's frustration, as they faced such a request from the constellation. Previously, when they were in the tower, the constellation's voice was, "Boys, you have surprising ability. Cut your companions' throats and present them to me. I will consider you my closest relatives until you reach the top of this tower and get what you desire. My love will never leave your side. Now come to me." After the being said these words, the being extended its hand to the four, waiting for one of them to move first and execute its request. The story's hero was grinding his teeth from all the meaningless talk. The request to eliminate a friend just to gain power was the act of a madman. Yoo-won had no intention of joining this, and he hoped Dogo felt the same way. He looked to his side and noticed that the silver-haired girl was overflowing with energy, ready to attack. Dogo's deep eyes were trembling from the amount of energy she was releasing. After the teacher heard the story, Yumina felt sad. She understood that Dogo had discharged her energy to force the constellation to leave. The hero confirmed that this was a being they wouldn't fully understand, as it treated souls like toys in such a disgusting test. Then Yuan asked her if this meant they couldn't enter the tower for the rest of the week. Yumina confirmed his suspicions, saying it was very dangerous, so they would have to monitor the tower during the weekend to catch the intruder. Now, with the duel time approaching, being prevented from climbing the tower was uncomfortable. This made Yuan wonder if all he could do was train during the remaining time. The hero told Yumina he was thinking of sending a report about what happened in the tower with the recording they made. Yumina said that would be good, but if possible, she would be happy to hear more about it over a meal. However, looking at Rochelle, she realized it wasn't possible to do that now. The hero explained that both Rochelle and Light seemed physically and mentally exhausted. Yumina became worried when she realized the situation and understood the students' feelings. In the end, the teacher praised the three for their good work, and Yuan thanked her. Yumina assured them that she would do everything in her power to prevent such a situation from happening again. The following week, she hoped that none of them would think badly of the academy. Then she asked them all to rest well for the remainder of the day. Then Light bid farewell to Yuan and teacher Yumina, and he and Rachel left using teleportation after the hero asked them to convey his greetings to Dogo. The hero was about to leave as well, but the teacher asked him to wait a moment. She said she had a question to ask him, warning that it would be direct. With the hero's confirmation, the teacher asked with a worried look, "The observer didn't ask you to kill two of the others, but specifically chose you and Dogo to get contracts in exchange for killing Light and Rachel. Isn't that right?" The teacher's question shocked the hero, but he eventually confirmed her question. The hero knew that the observer wasn't just trying to incite them against each other. It was more like trying to separate gold from sand. In the tower, the observer pointed to Boone and Dogo, saying that they could definitely reach the top together, but only if they got rid of the other two as useless burdens. When they heard this, both Light and Rachel were dejected. The entity that appeared, which seemed like it could be an enemy, was now trying to make their friends turn against them. Yuan and Dogo were shocked by the suggestion. The entity was promising them that if they got rid of the other two, they would gain the most brilliant abilities among all the tower climbers. They were told to exploit this because that's how things work in the world. The hero returned to the dormitory to find Light sitting in a fetal position on one of the couches. Looking at his companion, Bowen wondered whether Light had showered first or not. The hero approached Light, trying to break the silence, and said, "Amazing, isn't it? Even Rachel couldn't sit like that. Isn't it comfortable?" Yuan was heading to the bathroom to take a shower. At that moment, Light asked if he was mocking him for not sitting like a man. Yuan was shocked by the question, asking why Light would think he might think that. Light apologized, saying he actually just wanted to talk and that Yuan could insult him if he liked. The hero felt bad hearing that from Light and said he wouldn't do that. In response, Light smiled and asked if Yuan thought he wasn't even worthy of insults. Hearing this, Yuan wondered why Light was acting this way, since he was usually the boastful type. For the first time in that room, after their return, Light raised his head to look Yuan in the eyes, and said, "Welcome back, I kind of hate you." Upon hearing Light say he hated him, the hero didn't know how to react. Yuan returned the feeling, saying he also hated him, but only in his mind. Although he wanted to say that, he decided to keep it to himself and endure it because calling a fool was unkind. Despite everything, the hero decided to sit and talk with Light to listen to him. He told Light he could say anything he wanted. He didn't care. Even if it was a complaint, he would listen. Light was sitting in a distressed mood, silent, but he finally decided to speak. "I too, in the world I came from, was among the most talented." From what the hero knew about Light, he actually expected him to be talented in his world. Then, Light continued his story. "I'm not exaggerating. My family, my companions, they were all impressed by me and praised my talent. I was entrusted with the Holy Sword, but not just out of praise. I was tasked with obtaining the power of the Tower of Babel and finding the last guardian to save everyone. Thanks to everyone who trusted me, I was able to form a contract with the Holy Sword and came to the academy to fulfill everyone's expectations. But what is this ban? What am I doing here? Why do they treat me like useless garbage?" The hero tried to lighten Light's burden, saying he didn't need to take the words of that entity seriously, whether it was a god or anything else. Light used Yuan's words against him, saying Yuan could call that entity whatever he liked because he was chosen, but he himself was different. Light said that in the end, he was just a threshold for the two chosen ones. Light continued his complaint and said, basically, they are divine entities, transcendent beings, much stronger and more knowledgeable than humans. How can you and Dogo refuse their offers so easily? The hero was shocked by the question. Yuan lowered his head, saying they refused it because such a proposal was meaningless. Yuan explained that there were many ways to become strong without anyone suffering. Neither of them came to the academy to hear such things. However, Light said that Yuan was only saying that because he had overwhelming talent. And Light said, frankly, if I had received the choice of a divine entity, I might have hesitated at the request to sacrifice you all. But maybe I wouldn't have been able to refuse as firmly as you, or Dogo did. I could have made that choice. But the fact is, I feel so much resentment, so much fear that I can't forgive myself. In light of this revelation, the hero couldn't say anything. Thus, Light went to shower. Afterward, he sighed while drying his hair. The hero looked around and noticed that Light had now gone to bed. Yuan looked at him for a moment thinking he was asleep, but decided to leave. However, at that moment, Light called out to him. Light had a guilty expression and apologized to the hero for crying like that, saying what happened wasn't his fault, and apologized for acting jealously and even for telling uncomfortable stories. With Light's apology, Boone smiled and replied, "It's okay. We're friends after all." Upon hearing these words, Light struggled not to cry. Then the hero said he could listen to him anytime, then mentioned he would go out for a while. He opened his inventory, took out some hot chocolate, planning to leave it for Light to drink whenever he wanted. Yuan left the cup of hot chocolate on the table, saying that usually things we don't like will disappear after eating something sweet. In bed, Light sighed and thanked the hero, feeling a little more relieved. After leaving the room, the hero thought for a moment. It seemed like Light had changed since the first time they met. While Yuan was thinking about Light, he noticed Dogo, who was approaching his presence. The girl walked quickly to the hero and with her shining eyes, said that now that he was back, she was relieved because she didn't need to go. With Dogo suddenly approaching him, the hero was disturbed and asked her what she was doing in the boys' dormitory. Do answered mischievously that he should be calm and said, "It's not a crime if no one catches me. Don't you know that?" While the hero was trying to insist on complaining about Dogo's presence there, the girl grabbed him by his shirt collar and pulled him with her. While they were sitting on a bench in the academy area, the hero asked Dogo if she had come there because the nearby cafe was too crowded. But she said she came after wandering aimlessly. Anyway, Dogo said she was curious, asking about Light, wondering if he was okay. The hero argued with Dogo, asking why she was calling Light that way. Dogo wondered about the hero, saying that the truth was that Light only knew how to swing his sword like a fool, and that he was a miserable person without talent or adaptability. The hero got angry, saying that Light wasn't without talent, but had sword skills and many other things as well. At that moment, Dogo said that all of Light's problems came from his sword, and asked Yuan if he didn't feel that too. Dogo claimed that Light's physical strength, sharp fighting instincts, and special abilities all came from his sword, and without it, he wasn't different from a useless fool. Dogo added some additional things to the list, saying that Light couldn't even understand the situation he was in. He always felt insecure, and at crucial moments, he became just a simple fool. After the hero heard Dogo's words, he felt frustrated and asked her to stop. Finally, Dogo said that in difficult moments, Light lost his courage and spirit, adding that if that happened during battle, everything would be over. There would be no point in staying together if that was the case. Dogo wasn't satisfied with just talking about Light. She revealed that even Rachel was feeling weak, and if she was silent too, frankly, things were heading toward the worse. The hero wondered if Dogo wanted to insult Rachel or was trying to show concern for her. Finally, Yuan looked at the sky, then asked Dogo about herself. Dogo was surprised by the question, so Yuan began to clarify, saying she had been acting strangely since meeting the divine entity, showing her displeasure even in front of the teacher. Yuan looked at Dogo and asked if she was okay. Dogo was surprised and felt embarrassed when she saw Yuan worried about her. In a moment of embarrassment, she asked him if he had discovered that using his abilities. The hero lay down on the bench, sighing. When he returned to his normal position, he grabbed the hot chocolate again, saying he didn't need any abilities to know that because she revealed everything through her expressions. While offering her the steaming hot chocolate, the hero said he was just asking if she was okay. Because of Yuan's concern, Dogo felt her heart was as warm as the hot chocolate. She took the first sip of the drink, wondering if Yuan was comforting her. After the first sip, Dogo said the drink was sweeter than she expected. The hero replied, asking about her expectations since it was hot chocolate. It was obvious it would be sweet. While they were drinking hot chocolate and enjoying the night, Dogo thanked Yuan for his concern, warning that there was nothing serious, just that she was upset. The hero became curious about what she was upset about. Remembering the observer they met in the tower, she shared her thoughts with the hero. She wondered if they were both thinking about the same thing. The idea that Dogo revealed amazed the hero. The entity they met in the tower existed only for destruction in its pursuit of desires. Dogo inquired from the hero, asking if he thought both she and the entity shared the same mentality. Faced with this question, the hero was stunned. Dogo answered instead of him. In essence, they were similar. If neither of these two had any use, I would think about expelling them. Yoo-won was afraid of Dogo's words, and asked what nonsense she was saying. Knowing it was indeed illogical, Dogo was more frustrated. She realized that if she had been more extreme, if she had only allowed herself to choose those who were able only to stay beside her, she might have neglected Light and Rachel, even without attacking them directly. Dogo cursed herself and felt angry at herself for possibly agreeing to such methods. The hero took a sip of his drink, confirming Dogo's thoughts. After hearing the girl confess that these were her true feelings, Yoo-won looked at her and said, "So, you're a fool too." Dogo's face reddened from Yoo-won's mockery. She had revealed her deepest thoughts, yet the boy responded this way. She turned to the hero, asking if he truly believed the other two had talent. But it was clear that Yoo-won believed so. For him, regardless of how exceptional a tool might be, if someone lacked talent, the tool wouldn't be given to them. For this reason, Light was undoubtedly a natural talent worthy of carrying such a sword. The only problem was the tendency to rely excessively on the holy sword, and Light was struggling to keep up with its demands. Yoo-won believed the same applied to Rochelle. Her physical abilities were immense but trapped due to her internal struggles. For both of them, it wouldn't be easy, but if they could overcome and solve their problems, Yoo-won believed their talents would surpass anything he and Dogo could imagine. Dogo listened silently to the hero's thoughts, showing an expression of learning. She bit her lip, then decided to trust Yoo-won. At first, the hero was surprised, but he felt encouraged when Dogo said that if the two friends trained, they would show results sooner or later. These words made him think that Dogo also wanted to help them. Suddenly, Dogo stood up and said that if they could overcome their challenges and grow, she would admit that Yoo-won was right. However, if the results didn't match her expectations, Yoo-won would have to take responsibility. The hero was surprised, and Dogo left him with a feeling of astonishment. Then, she got up and told him, "You'll take responsibility for making me put my judgments aside and spend time with these idiots. Make sure to think about that carefully." Then the girl jumped from the roof after bidding him farewell and telling him to meet the two foolish friends the next morning. The hero walked toward the roof barrier, looking in Dogo's direction as she ran away, wondering if they would really start the next day when they had just returned. The next day, there was an intense battle in the training room. The hero was watching the fight with a grim expression on his face. Light advanced toward Dogo while they were wrestling unarmed, but his efforts didn't prevent Dogo from throwing him aside, nearly hitting Yoo-won. Light trembled on the ground, looking for Yoo-won, but he was looking in completely the wrong direction. Light crawled toward the hero, shouting, "You said you'd teach me something. That's why we followed you. So why am I the only one getting beaten?" Dogo approached the two, startling them. She snapped her finger, announcing that they were doing physical training, so it was natural for this to happen. She reminded Light that he wasn't like Yoo-won, who could learn things just by seeing them once, so he should stop complaining and get up. Light looked toward his sword, asking Dogo to let him use it. But the trainer refused, saying he couldn't use the sword until he learned how to fight without it. Although Light was a swordsman, his sword had a label that basically indicated it turned its bearer into a fool. Light wanted to use the sword because he was a swordsman, but Dogo wouldn't let him use it, even in the tower, wondering what would happen if he lost it someday. Seeing Light insist, Dogo told him to take the sword and fight, assuring him he would lose in seconds. Light decided to beg Yoo-won instead, asking him to hand over his sword. However, the hero tried to motivate him. "This training is for your growth. This is something Dogo and I agreed on beforehand. Just trust us once and try training without your sword. How about that?" Here, seeing Yoo-won's insistence, Light reluctantly agreed. Light decided to get up. If Yoo-won had a plan in mind, it must have meaning. He got up, determined to trust Yoo-won and his plan. However, when Light was preparing to start again, a foot flew toward his face. Dogo hit her target precisely. She took advantage of the opportunity Light gave her. While the hero was surprised by Dogo's speed, the girl continued to strike Light to train him. Light admitted he knew he needed to act, making Dogo intensify her attacks more. She said, "If you know, then fix your stance already." Then she added, "Is your fighting instinct this weak without your weapon?" Yoo-won watched the fight closely, confirming that what Dogo was saying was correct. At that moment, Light's stats were severely declining. Usually, Light was a beast who could easily face Erito. However, for some reason, After he started avoiding using his sword, his abilities seemed to have disappeared. If these changes were caused by the sword, Light's condition might be worse than Yoo-won imagined. Dugu continued her attacks, also targeting Light's mind with her words. You're becoming increasingly weak. Is your true self the sword? Are you the sword? At this last question, Light denied it. But Dugu continued pressing him with a series of quick attacks, claiming that without the sword, he was completely useless. Light didn't want to admit this was true, making Dugu press him more. If you think so, then stop looking at the sword that's not even in your hands and face me properly. At that moment, power exploded inside Light's body like strong flames. For the first time, Light took the initiative, trying to direct a strike at Dugu. Dugu was surprised by the burst of energy flowing from Light and by his attack. She managed to maneuver in time, but Light's strike created a powerful air wave. The hero's mouth opened wide at what had just happened. Beside him, Rochelle was amazed by Light's transformation into a blonde woman. No one expected that Light was a girl and not a man. Her curves became more prominent and her hair grew longer. The hero was both impressed and shocked. The moment Light stopped surrendering and hiding, the secret that restrained her was released. Dugu noticed Light's new appearance and became annoyed by the fact that Light had been a girl all this time. However, at that moment, the power surrounding Light began to shrink. It concentrated in her chest, making her collapse to the ground in tremendous pain. The hero quickly ran toward her, but Dugu stopped him, saying Light was fine. As Light returned to her original form, Light didn't notice that her true form had appeared and her secret had been revealed. Dugu commented that this wasn't a matter that could be easily solved. Sitting on the ground, Light wore an expression of disbelief. Looking at her, Dugu asked if she knew what her problem was. She got confirmation that both she and Yoo-won were right. Light thought she couldn't continue this way, so she asked Dugu to fight her again. Dugu gave her a complex look before agreeing to her request. Then Dugu said, "Before that, I need to apologize. I misjudged you." Light scratched the back of her neck, saying Dugu didn't need to apologize because she was the one who needed help. However, Dugu's next words hurt her. "I thought you were just an ignorant fool. But to be a fool and carry a bomb inside you, let's hope that bomb doesn't explode inside the tower." Dugu's words made Light hate her again. At that moment, Rochelle pulled on Yoo-won's sleeve, saying they should train too. However, Yoo-won ignored Rochelle. The hero's eyes reflected a strong golden color as he watched Light from afar. Two concepts were released, demonic spirit and holy spirit. The hero didn't understand how such opposing concepts could coexist in the same body. These two forces seemed to be the cause of the congestion. Yoo-won wondered if Light was aware of this. Seeing that Dugu was dealing with Light's situation, the hero decided to talk to his companion later in the dormitory. The hero apologized to Rochelle, who had called him earlier, explaining that he was distracted. The girl shyly said it was okay and wanted them to train too. The hero remembered Rochelle's transformation and asked if she would be okay. Rochelle admitted she wouldn't be okay, but trusted that Yoo-won would have the means to restrain her. The hero summoned his snake, knowing it would be the key to restraining Rochelle, although he was still hesitant. However, unlike him, Rochelle was determined, as evidenced by the resolve in her gaze. She wanted to control her power so she could help Ban too. The hero felt embarrassed by Rochelle's comment and decided to accept her request. The hero approached the sword rack to choose one. Meanwhile, he thought about how Rochelle seemed strangely motivated, perhaps because of the amazing events of the previous day. Yoo-won grabbed a wooden sword and threw it to Rochelle with a curious look. Unlike the battle between Dugu and Light, the hero wanted him and Rochelle to set their own pace. They didn't need to imitate the other duo. The hero intended to gradually increase the intensity, and Rochelle understood his intention. Once they both held their wooden swords, the hero asked if they should start. Rochelle agreed, saying she would do her best. At that moment, a thought crossed Yoo-won's mind. He realized this was what he had always dreamed of for his university life. The slice of youth he imagined for Ban wasn't chaotic battles full of random strikes and flying teeth. Rather, it was about young men and women encouraging each other, working together to improve their skills. The hero smiled, feeling a little embarrassed, realizing how lucky he was. Thanks to Rochelle, his dream had become reality. While the hero was absorbed in his thoughts, Rochelle asked again if they should start. The hero felt excited and signaled for Rochelle to come toward him. At that moment, sweet Rochelle unleashed her power, transforming into a demonic beast. After 5 minutes, the training room was completely covered in dust. Eve transformed into chains, and on Yoo-won's command, restrained Rochelle from multiple angles to keep her unable to move. The chains wrapped around Rochelle's body, draining her energy and exhausting her strength. After a short while, Rochelle's power faded and she regained consciousness. The hero felt relieved to see her return. Although she looked like a dried corpse, Rochelle rushed toward him, Worried, asking how many times this had happened so far, Yoo-won told her she had already reached this state more than 10 times, but he reassured Rochelle, saying his arms and legs were still fine. The two sat on the ground to rest, and Rochelle apologized, tears forming in her eyes for making Yoo-won reach this state. However, slowly, the hero patted Rochelle's head, assuring her it was okay. With a bright smile, he reminded Rochelle that he had promised to help her, saying he was completely prepared for it. While he was stroking Rochelle's hair, he told her not to feel bad. At that moment, the duo was surprised when someone approached. Dogo appeared, angry at Yoo-won while dragging Light behind her. Dogo said, "While I was training hard, you were flirting with the beast." The hero was shocked by Dogo's comment, asking if she didn't notice that he almost died moments ago. But Dogo only remembered how he was whispering tender words to an innocent beast. Rochelle came to defend the hero, saying he really cared about her. Upon hearing Rochelle take a side, Dogo approached her and said, "Oh, maybe the beast has hidden motives. Training with distracted thoughts is disrespectful to your opponent. Beast, you should put those thoughts aside." Upon Dogo's scolding, Rochelle felt frustrated. The hero watched as Rochelle, who had been excited moments before, returned to being shy again. He thought Rochelle was too soft when it came to Dogo. However, remembering what happened in the tower, he realized that her ability to even find her own motivation was an attempt that was wonderful enough. Maybe, if he were in Rochelle's place, he would have spent the entire day angry and depressed. Yoo-won knew that Rochelle didn't have much time to take care of her mental health. However, she was still making an effort. At that moment, he announced to everyone that it was okay. Dogo became curious about what he was saying. In response to Dogo, the hero revealed that he had recently asked the teacher to take one of them with him when he goes off the island next time. The teacher had agreed to his request. Thinking that Yoo-won would choose her, Dogo found his request wonderful because she already felt bored. However, Yoo-won's next words shattered Dogo's expectations. Yoo-won said, "Rochelle, from now on, come with me." Not only was Dogo shocked, but Light and even Rochelle herself were too. It was amazing to see Dogo express her disbelief, and Light seemed worried upon hearing Yoo-won's words. Thinking that Yoo-won said, "Come with me, Riel. Let's go on a romantic date." The next day, the hero went to a women's store. He was sitting on a chair while explaining to some people through a communication device that he had already told them he wouldn't stay out all night and that he would return before sunset. Dogo was completely angry, wondering how long he had lived in another world to think that a man and woman could stay out late carelessly. On the other hand, Light was shocked, asking if the teacher's order wasn't for him to take everyone with him, and why Yoo-won didn't choose her to go out with him, especially since she was his roommate. While the hero was talking to the duo, his eyes widened when he looked to the side. Rochelle appeared after changing her clothes. Her white shirt with a pink skirt gave her a cute appearance, perfectly matching her hair. Modestly, Rochelle looked at the hero and asked how she looked, saying she felt like she was showing off her charms too much. The hero covered his mouth to hide his smile. Completely amazed, he then said, "Really beautiful." While Yoo-won was showering Riley with comments, Dogo whispered threateningly while Light was crying, lamenting that she wanted to go out too. The two left the store and walked in the streets. Rochelle was amazed by everything she saw. She couldn't believe there was a big city outside the academy. The hero smiled at her reaction and asked her if it wasn't wonderful. Even he, who had only visited a city like this twice, was still amazed. The hero crossed the street, calling to Rochelle to hurry up a bit, as there was an area with other shops ahead. While Rochelle tried to catch up with the hero, she found herself trapped in a crowd. Before she realized it, many people appeared around her. She rushed to catch up with Yoo-won, because at this rate, she would be separated from him. When Rochelle thought she was lost, someone grabbed her wrist. It was Yoo-won, who had come back to rescue her from the crowd. Apologizing, the hero admitted he forgot it was her first time in a place like this. Rochelle blushed when she saw Yoo-won holding her hand. Knowing how crowded the shopping area was, he thought it was better for them to hold hands. Quickly, Yoo-won turned around and hid his blushing face, unaware that the same thing was happening to Rochelle. The two walked leaning on each other in the street, silent. During that part of their stroll, they enjoyed various street foods like grilled meat and crepes, and did some shopping. They also visited a candy shop that sold stuffed animals, and Rochelle decided to get a penguin. Later, they ran through a park, still holding hands. They ran scattering the white birds that flew away while both smiled. On this magical stroll, Rochelle and Yoo-won seemed to be enjoying their time. And so, lunchtime came. The duo sat in a restaurant to eat, where Yoo-won asked Rochelle if she was comfortable with the dishes because they were all made from beast meat. For her, they were perfect, which she proved by eating a large piece of meat. Rochelle enjoyed the meat, finding it extremely delicious. For Yoo-won, who was eating this type of food for the first time, He realized it was better than he expected. Rochelle was amazed. She couldn't believe she was eating meat by herself after coming to the city, and felt grateful to Yoo-won for this experience. While she was lost in her thoughts, Rochelle suddenly realized something. Yoo-won, who was eating, noticed a change in Rochelle's facial expression. When he saw worried features on her face, the hero asked if something was wrong or if she didn't like the food. However, the reason was different. Rochelle revealed that she felt she was being overly enthusiastic. Yoo-won had taken her to the city for the first time in a long time, introduced her to many nice shops, and even provided her with delicious meat. But Rochelle felt there was nothing she could do for him. In return, the hero was surprised to learn the reason for Rochelle's worry. She was wondering if it was acceptable for her to enjoy so much, especially since she didn't know if what she was doing would help her control her abilities. She felt extremely insecure. While pressing his lips together, the hero felt annoyed and angry. In the next moment, he explained the concept of worry to Rochelle, asking her to look at something for a moment. Then he said, "The emotion you're feeling now has formed above my hand. Even if you can't see it, let's assume it's there. Until recently, my ability could only sense anger within you, but now the situation is different. Just by spending some time together, I can pick up these subtle feelings. If we get closer and understand each other better, I'm sure we'll find a solution to your problems." Riley nodded at the hero's words, thinking about the problems she was facing at that moment. Finally, Rochelle could see the symbol above the hero's hand. At that moment, the hero closed his hand, grasping the concept of worry in the other, and dismantled it. With a wide smile, he showed his empty hands, confirming that all the worry was gone. Rochelle was amazed as the light faded like small stars before her eyes. The glow wasn't just a result of that power, but also from Ban's words. "I promise you again, I'll make sure to solve your problems. So, I hope you enjoy today without thinking about returning the favor." Upon hearing Yoo-won's request, Rochelle nodded. She found it magical how everything Ban said seemed magical, as if it would always come true. The hero scratched the back of his head, remembering their last battle. Although attacking me as forcefully as you did last time might be a bit excessive." Rochelle blushed at his words and tried to steer the conversation away from that. Then she changed the subject, speaking more shyly. Instead of saying, "I want to get closer to you, I want to know you better like she does." The hero became curious about who Rochelle meant. Rochelle told him she meant Doggo. The hero was shocked when he heard Doggo's name, wondering which part of her was friendly when she did nothing but destroy everything with force. Riley calmed her hands, a soothing gesture. She said that Doggo might be really scary, but she seemed to love Yoo-won very much. But Yoo-won told her that Doggo treated him like something she owned, as if he were one of her swords or sharp blades. Rochelle started laughing at the hero's comment. She found it funny that Ban was comparing himself to a weapon. The hero was confused and didn't understand why Rochelle was laughing, as the metaphor seemed strange. However, Rochelle then said she felt relieved, which amazed the hero. She gave him a bright smile and said, "I thought Yoo-won was some kind of all-knowing wizard or something like that, but it seems that's not the case. Thanks to that, I think I can make more effort now." The hero didn't understand what Rochelle meant or why she was approaching him while talking. Rochelle grabbed his hand, inviting him to leave if he had finished eating. Her smile was brighter than before, showing that her worries had disappeared. She told him, "You've already bought me so many clothes and gifts, so as thanks, I'll choose an outfit for you." The hero smiled a small smile and agreed to her offer. He decided he would let her choose anything, regardless of the cost. She walked in front of him with a beautiful smile while Yoo-won carried the bags. Professor Yumina was in a meeting in a dark room. Beside her was the recording robot that Yoo-won had given her. The robot seemed nervous, so Yumina reassured it to bear with it a little as the meeting would end soon. While watching the recordings, one of the professors was angry about the spread of information about the tower. He demanded to know who allowed them to climb the tower, and cursed these low-dimensional beings for their transgressions. A blue-haired professor asked if there was any way to prevent the spread of tower information, but another professor said there were no violations in the videos shown. However, some professors were still angry, blaming the acceptance of low-dimensional beings. At that moment, someone called for silence. This individual addressed Professor Yumina directly. Then he said, "No matter how we look at it, these students' behaviors have crossed the line. This is clearly a breach of the Academy's authority. Have you thought about how you plan to take responsibility for allowing them to act as they please?" Yumina faced the words that Professor said, and looked at him with an unwavering pained expression, unlike the small robot beside her who seemed about to cry. Some time ago, Yumina had watched the recordings made by the hero. She was surprised that Yoo-won had actually managed to film inside the tower. When Yoo-won said he wanted to climb the tower and record a video, There was no reason to oppose him. Yumina had thought he wouldn't succeed. Yumina knew that machines and external devices don't work inside the tower, because magical devices would malfunction and burn due to the strong magic emanating from it. This was known in their world. However, Yuan ignored this conventional logic and achieved results. The footage shown by the small robot ended while the robot was thinking about its master. Yumina was certain that Yuan still didn't realize the importance of what he had done. It wasn't just that he brought back recordings from the tower, but that he created a tool capable of working inside it, something unimaginable. And his crazy ideas didn't stop there. When Yuan met with Yumina, he said he wanted to upload the video to his channel. Yuan knew this topic would attract attention. His rebellion and his group would stir up more support among the academy students. Yumina was worried about this. The information about the tower they had worked hard to gather would spread recklessly. She wanted to know if he would regret it. However, Yuan stated that their hard work should be shared among the students. Besides Tekik, his recording robot, there was no other way to film inside the tower, so he would essentially monopolize the information. He planned to edit and remove some elements like towers before publishing the video. He believed that sharing information with others would be beneficial for everyone. Yumina found Yuan's perspective wonderful. She had often warned him about the academy's dangers, but he managed to handle all of that. However, Yumina warned him that there would be consequences, but the hero was already aware of this as she had previously discussed with him that this incident would bring both big and small opportunities. That's why Yuan said he wanted to stabilize his position and asked the professor if she didn't think she would feel safer while monitoring them. Yumina smiled secretly, finding it hard to believe that Yuan was this amazing. In response to the hero, the professor stated that if he wanted to feel safe, he should avoid causing incidents. Yumina had built high hopes. She felt as if the things Yuan created were generating something enormous, something that transcended the distance between dimensions. Seeing Yumina remain silent, the professor in the meeting asked what she was thinking about. Again, he wondered how she planned to take responsibility. Because of the things Yuan did and created, Yumina decided she would support him. She looked at the professor with a confused expression and asked, "Filming and publishing a video about the tower isn't a personal matter. What's the problem? And exactly who do you mean should take responsibility? I don't understand what you mean by this question, Professor Canton." Professor Alex Canton was the one pressuring Yumina, acting against her students. He started laughing, calling Yumina a beautiful liar, and asked the other professors if he was the only one who felt that her viewpoint seemed like an attempt to defend the student. At that moment, the blue-haired professor asked Canton to be quiet. Then Talia, Lorena from the Artifact Creation Department spoke, asking Yumina to speak frankly and tell them who that student was. Yumina answered calmly, saying he was just an ordinary student who joined the academy this year. However, another professor couldn't accept this. Professor Ryo Chiumyong from Aura Combat Studies declared that there was a limit to selfishness. He announced that information about the tower was central to the academy, and asked Yumina how she could spread it recklessly. He considered it a clear violation of the Academy's authority. Yumina faced Professor Ryo, saying his words were strange. The reason no one has filmed the tower so far is simply because it disrupts technological capabilities. What we need to discuss now isn't about authority or interest, but how to use these capabilities. I don't think this is a matter of authority or interest. Canton interrupted Yumina's words with a frightening smile, hiding his own interests. He said, "So, Professor Yumina, can you explain the principles of these capabilities and techniques so everyone here can understand them?" Yumina remained silent before the question. From the other side of the table, Talia also spoke, saying she had spent 200 years studying these matters and knew that artifacts created outside the tower don't work inside it, especially recording equipment, which became even more impossible. No electrical circuit can handle the monadic waves emitted by the tower. The more I researched, the more convinced I became that external machines would never work inside. This is an undeniable rule. However, Yumina finished the words of Talia, the artifact creation expert. However, Yuan managed to do it. This left Talia more curious. This is what she wanted to know. Who was this boy? Talia thought he was making it seem as if only he was special. As soon as she finished her words, Talia realized something. The tool that filmed those recordings was now with Yumina. The professor revealed a firm academic look, putting on her gloves, and asked Yumina to hand over the tool so she could dismantle it and discover what kind of technology had been used to create it. Yumina hugged the robot, refusing to hand it over to Talia. She stated that she was asked to bring the tool to the meeting, but this robot was an achievement made by her student, and she couldn't allow anyone to dismantle it. one professor after another began opposing Yumina, wanting to discover everything about that tool. At that moment, someone raised their hand, asking everyone to stop. The professor in the corner of the table near Yumina commented that the discussion had become too intense. This professor was Zen In-yun, the Academy's vice president and head of the Tower's department. He put his finger to his lips with a smile, asking everyone to remain silent until the discussion calmed down. Everyone agreed with the vice president. However, Zenon suddenly broke the silence, calling out to Talia, surprising her. The professor was very shy when she heard the vice president praise her efforts in spending 200 years on research. Zenon said, "I appreciate your efforts in spending 200 years on research. However, for a professor who has such authority in this field, it seems that Yuan is a special person, isn't he?" The professor stammered, trying to respond to the vice president, confirming that she believed so. After hearing her confirmation, Zenon smiled, saying this must be a difficult truth for the professors to accept. The professors wondered what Zenon was saying, and he continued to clarify. In short, Yuan was recognized by the tower, and he's the only one in the world this happened to. The professors were shocked hearing such a statement, as Yuan had only entered the tower for one day. They considered it impossible, especially since he was from the lowest dimension. Quickly, one professor tried to argue with Zenon, claiming his statement was irresponsible, even though he was the vice president. While the other professors' voices rose, Alex Canton remained silent, watching the vice president. Zenon didn't care about the commotion, saying, casually, "You can believe it or not, but the reason he's special is that there's something else." The professor's curiosity increased. Then Zenon asked Yumina to explain, asking if she wouldn't like to share something else from the videos, so the professors could understand. The professors exploded with anger upon discovering that Yumina was hiding something. Yumina felt tense. Then Zenon took control, pretending as if she didn't know either. "Let me tell you then. Yuan and his colleagues were the only ones among the first climbers who were chosen by the towers." Professor Talia stood amazed by what the vice president revealed, asking if it was really true that someone climbing the tower for the first time had been chosen by the towers. Yumina reminded the vice president that connecting with the towers was also the student's achievement, asking him to be careful in what he said. Complying with Yumina's request, Zenon asked her to honestly answer the question the vice president had to ask, whether Yuan and the other students had made contracts with the towers or not. Yumina wondered why the vice president was pushing this way. However, she told the truth, saying that neither Yuan nor the other students had made any contracts. Zenon became curious, hearing they had refused, believing it must be difficult for them to express their intentions facing the tower's pressure. Making a decision, Zenon told everyone present that he would consider Yuan and all the other students from class 11 his students as well from today. The professors quickly asked Zenon to reconsider, reminding him that he himself said none of the students had made contracts with the towers. They couldn't understand why these students would be considered qualified for advanced level lessons. Zenon explained that for him it didn't matter whether the students had made contracts with the towers. What mattered was that they had been chosen by the tower. For Zenon, being chosen by the planets was sufficient proof that they were exceptional. Yumina was surprised to see her students receiving defense from Zenon, who said that since these students had refused the offer from the first constellation, others would certainly be interested in them. With all that, Zenon pressured the professors, asking if these students really shouldn't participate in their lessons. No professor could refute Zenon's words, not even Alex Canton. Thus, Zenon continued, saying he was the teacher who guides students chosen by the constellations, and therefore, if Yuan was chosen, he would also be among his students. Finally, asking if everyone understood. With the professors accepting Zenon's words, the vice president moved to the next topic. While a new topic was raised by Zenon, Yumina remained absorbed in her thoughts. She lowered her head. It seemed she understood now. This meeting wasn't about deciding how to deal with Yuan. The vice president's words conveyed the president's intention. Zenon was talking about the students, and at the same time, Yumina continued, thinking he was delivering a message from the president. This became clear with the topic he was discussing, where he said they could make requests to understand the abilities of the student who filmed the tower, but if he was pressured, the concerned parties would be expelled from the academy. For Yumina, this was like the director's declaration to leave Yuan alone. At the vice president's words, silence prevailed among the professors. After the meeting ended, the vice president wished everyone a wonderful weekend and then disappeared from the room. Yumina breathed a sigh of relief. She never imagined that Yuan would receive all this preference from the president. In this moment of relief, one of the professors approached her. Alex Canton sat on the table asking what she thought about going for a drink at his bar, claiming he wanted to toast to his students' success. Upon hearing that, Yumina felt disgusted. Without responding, she simply left the room. The professors quickly tried to console him, inviting him to join them for drinks. The next day, many people surrounded her in the cafeteria. A flood of introductions followed, everyone wanting to be Yuan's friend. There was even an invitation to join the student council, requests to exchange numbers, and curious questions to learn more about him. The story's protagonist was amazed by the number of people there, and all the dating and social requests. Meanwhile, Dugu was meeting with two other classmates, wondering what was happening with those crowds. Light explained what was going on, asking if Dugu remembered the channel they had created. She revealed that the channel had become famous after posting videos of them climbing the tower. They had already exceeded 2 million subscribers and the videos had reached 5 million views. At this point, Light found it hard to believe that there was anyone in the academy who hadn't watched their videos. Upon hearing the explanation and seeing many people watching the video that Yuan had created, Dugu fell silent. Honestly, compared to his other skills, Dugu didn't find Yuan's filming ability that impressive, but people seemed to be reacting excessively. Dugu really thought Yuan's ideas and skills were excellent. While Dugu was looking at the hero with a darker expression, Rochelle was watching him. The wild girl was thinking about several things regarding Dugu's reaction to what was happening. At that moment, Yuan placed his plate on the table, asking what was happening that morning. Yuan could only put his head on the table from exhaustion, while the others welcomed him with good morning phrases and greetings. Even Light became sarcastic, saying it must be a nice feeling to be famous. But Yuan really thought it was at least better than getting in trouble just for breathing. This time, it was Yuan's turn to tease Light, commenting that she also had many admirers and asked her to talk to them and be nice. At that moment, a loud voice caught Yuan's attention. Someone said, "What a joke. You're making a fuss with fake images. Does it seem logical that they would reach the fourth room in such a short time?" In front, there were some troublemakers speaking badly about the hero's group. They were the troublemakers who had bothered Rochelle in class a few days ago. Now, they took the opportunity to try to debunk the video that Yuan had posted. They looked in the hero's direction and asked him to wait, as the next day all his lies would be exposed. The hero then remembered what would happen the next day. It would be the day of his scheduled duel, the day he would fight against the big man. Yuan reviewed the facts. After hearing those who were either doubting the video or didn't like him, he concluded that they were probably the ones waiting to see him defeated in the duel. Light also agreed with the hero's hypothesis while Rochelle offered her support to Yuan. After wiping her mouth from eating, Dugu stood up and commented, "So, you can only respond in the best possible way to anyone who watches and supports, right?" The hero smiled, agreeing with Dugu's words. Indeed, the next day should be the perfect event for new channel subscribers. The next day, the hero climbed into the arena. The assistant professor was ready, excited. This duel would be broadcast live on the school's official channel. Do you agree to this? If so, sign the document. Boone was surprised when a small screen appeared in front of him. The screen displayed the document, and to his surprise, there were several precautionary conditions for the duel. If anyone got injured or surrendered, the duel would be stopped. Attacks on vital points were forbidden, but injuries would be the participants' responsibility. It was as if they were telling them to fight until one incapacitated the other. The big man approached the hero, suggesting negotiation. Boone was surprised by the sudden request, thinking the man was a channel subscriber and had watched the videos. However, the Rocky man asked Yuan if he was scared, saying he could surrender, but only if he crawled between his legs and barked like a dog. Only then would he accept the surrender. Upon hearing this, the hero felt stunned, torn between fear and the desire to laugh. Although the fight was being broadcast school-wide, there were only 2 classes in the arena. The troublemakers, who were part of Arito's class, were clapping for him, filled with hatred toward Yuan. Ortama, who had been defeated by Dugu the previous time, was looking at the arena with a curious gaze. However, his focus wasn't on the 2 fighters, but on Dugu. Dugu was with the others, trying to check with Light about how the reactions were going. Light told the girl that the number of live viewers had exceeded 10,000, but many were cursing Yuan. Rochelle found this very unfair as everyone was targeting Yuan, but Dugu had already expected this. In the best scenario, there would only be a few people who liked them because of the videos. Therefore, Dugu wanted, now that many were watching, for Yuan to prove whether he had the strength to reach the top or not. The hero was thinking about Arito's words about crawling and barking, and began to laugh to himself. He never imagined he would actually listen to something like that, something that seemed to come out of a third-rate drama series. Yuan caught Arito's attention and gave him a look he tried to make threatening. "Have you been preparing a lot to provoke me?" That phrase, he said, had an effect. He returned the same look to the hero, saying he wondered how long he would be able to act calmly. Yoo-won shrugged his shoulders, saying that whether he was calm or not, Erido would find out through facing him. And after saying that, he drew his sword. Erido gritted his teeth in frustration due to the provocation. He seemed to be boiling, asking Assistant Professor John to announce the start of the fight. The assistant professor raised his hand. Well, Erdo, from the first class against Yoo-won from the 11th class. Begin the fight. Immediately, Erido rushed toward the hero, relying on his larger size. Every step Erido took made the arena shake. His massive fist descended toward Yoo-won, who stood firm, waiting. When the mighty fist resembling a mountain approached the hero, he moved. His legs moved quickly while his eyes were focused. Yoo-won praised Erido for taking the initiative, but his sword moved and struck the giant, crushing his face like a crumpled piece of paper. With that strike, Yoo-won knocked down Erido, gaining the advantage in the battle in just a few seconds. To face this rock, Yoo-won knew it would be most effective to use the reverse strike he had learned. The hero and others had gathered in the training room the day before his meeting with Rochelle. Dugu was trying to give the hero a lesson, saying that before using a technique, there are always trials and errors. If that were the case, the technique would be like an unbaked cake. He knew that when facing a new opponent and a new attack, he must be able to use the technique. Only then could he say he had completely mastered the reverse method. To achieve this, he must always practice using the reverse method at any moment. After the theoretical lesson, Dugu raised her sword, indicating that practical training time had come. Thinking he would have to block at least one of Dugu's attacks, the hero trembled with fear. Yoo-won remembered that Dugu had taught him this method so that Erdo couldn't even touch him. When the hero executed the technique moments before, he felt this was correct. Unlike Dugu, Erdo was much worse. Erdo managed to wake up wondering what had happened. But before he could understand, another attack hit him. Erdo fell to his knees, while the hero watched the effect of the technique working. Just before the attack struck, the hero filled his sword with a wave of energy. Thanks to this, Erdo's body, solid as granite, transmitted the energy like waves, causing significant damage. Erdo was angry, asking how Yoo-won dared to hurt his body. The hero bent down to match the height of the fallen mountain. Then he said, "Sorry, can you stop complaining and start attacking? If you don't want to continue, we can stop here." Erdo was angry at the provocation coming from the small human. He got up and extended his hand to grab the hero, but Yoo-won was quick to dodge. Erdo was very angry. "You, how dare you? A dog from a lower rank looking down on me." Erdo screamed in anger. The hero realized something was happening. Several concepts began to appear around Erdo's extended arm, making it grow much larger. Erdo's hand struck the ground in the arena, causing a huge boom. The hero mocked Erdo internally, thinking he was a fool. He wondered if Erdo should at least try a different method after failing the first time. Erdo didn't care about strategy, his eyes carried pure anger, and with his massive body he tried to attack the hero. However, Yoo-won was quick to dodge his attack. Circling around him, Erdo continued attacking in the same way, extending his hand, trying to strike the hero. Nevertheless, Yoo-won's sword cut through the air swiftly as it was charged with concepts. Erdo's massive arm cracked, severed by the hero's attack. Facing many similar attacks, Yoo-won had no choice but to attack in the same way he did the first time. Receiving significant damage, Erdo screamed a mix of pain and anger. While watching the battle, the vice principal couldn't understand why something so illogical was happening. In the comments, confusion spread among the viewers. A few read and rule commented that it must be hard for everyone to believe what they were seeing. Compared to when Yoo-won first enrolled, he was now much stronger. Erdo's colleagues couldn't believe he was losing the battle from the beginning to someone from a lower dimension. They couldn't help but doubt whether the abilities shown on that channel were real. The assistant professor who organized the battle was amazed. Unlike last week, he didn't feel that Yoo-won was strong to this extent. At that moment, the assistant professor received a message from the faculty. When the hero saw Erdo on the ground, the hero wondered what he should do, as he found it frustrating to attack someone who couldn't even move. He placed his sword on his shoulder, waiting for Erdo to get back up. At that moment, the assistant professor raised his hand, stopping the fight. By decision of the faculty monitoring this battle, we announce that Erdo appears unable to fight. In order to protect both participants, the battle ends here. The hero gritted his teeth when he heard his professor talking about protection. He knew the assistant professor wouldn't do anything if he was the one injured. The hero tried to object, but the professor refused to listen and ended the fight. Yoo-won gritted his teeth because of such injustice, but he had no choice but to leave the arena. He was frustrated that the battle ended before declaring a winner or loser. Knowing that at least he didn't lose, he decided to accept the result. At that moment, the hero was surprised. Erdo seemed to be getting back up. The assistant professor tried to stop Erdo, pointing out that the battle had already ended, but the stone man refused to accept it, who said it's over. Do you expect me to bow to trash from a lower dimension and be humiliated here? The hero looked at the stone man who was cursing him. With all his remaining strength, Erdo ran toward the hero, shattering the arena with each step. Even the assistant professor couldn't stop him from heading toward Yuan with killing intent. Worried, the assistant professor told Yuan to dodge, but with a smile, the hero summoned his sword. Why should he dodge, facing someone who was clearly trying to eliminate him? Why should he remain still, facing the man who was disobeying the professor's orders just because he was fighting someone from a lower dimension? The hero used wave and cut on his sword. With his blade glowing, he prepared to face Erdo. In that school, even the professor seemed to encourage such an attitude. Disgusted with how the school worked, Yuan decided to pour all his anger into that strike. With a downward strike, he passed by Erdo who was heading toward him. After the attack, Yuan's expressions remained unchanged, but fear appeared on Erdo's face. He collapsed on the arena after losing his arm, letting out a howl of pain. Everyone was stunned by the scene, unable to believe their eyes. The assistant professor ran quickly to help Erdo, trying to reassure him that his arm could be reattached. The hero looked at Erdo's severed arm and was amazed. A notification appeared asking if he wanted to steal its properties: life, body, giant, volcanic, brute force. While the hero hesitated, the assistant professor was preparing to take Erdo to the emergency room immediately. Clinging to the pain, Erdo tried not to cry, and the professor was quick to access the system, transporting Erdo to another place. After sending Erdo away, the assistant professor had the audacity to confront the hero. What does this mean? Ban Yoo-won, I told you to dodge. Ban gave the strangest excuse possible, claiming he didn't have time to react because everything happened too quickly. As the assistant began to get angry, someone opened a voice call, ordering him to calm down. Inside a room, someone announced they would handle the situation. Introducing himself as the vice principal, he welcomed the hero, revealing he had been watching everything. From that moment forward, he would be the one asking questions, so Yuan should think carefully and answer honestly. Despite being dissatisfied, the hero agreed. The vice principal asked the first question, doubting whether Yuan would really claim he couldn't dodge Erdo's reckless attack. With your abilities, you could have easily avoided it. The difference in power between you two was so great that we, the professors, decided to end the battle. So please give us an answer we can accept. The hero remained silent before the question, thinking about the ability he had gained. The power of language. He hadn't deeply contemplated what was called the spirit of the word. However, from the questions that were echoing behind that screen, he felt tremendous pressure. Despite being dissatisfied, the hero decided to give an answer. As you imagined, I didn't dodge the attack and instead counterattacked because I believe a student who disregards the professor's authority and acts on his own desires should face consequences. The vice principal didn't expect Yuan to refer to their authority. The hero continued his explanation. Additionally, in an official match where rules are supposed to be followed, I wanted to make it clear that no student should break the rules and attack sneakily. The assistant wanted to know why Yuan thought this way was correct. Yuan explained that many students and people from other dimensions were watching the battle. Erdo ignored the announcement that the battle was over and attacked me. If I had acted passively in this situation, the idea that rules don't need to be followed when dealing with students from lower dimensions would have spread. Although I made this decision in a short time, I believe my actions align with the Academy's principles. Zinan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he realized that Yuan wasn't just speaking to him, but to everyone listening, expanding the issue beyond the two fighters and making it a matter concerning the entire school. Despite agreeing with the hero's opinion, Zinan had to say something. Yuan, you're right. Students who don't follow rules should be punished. But punishing a student for his mistakes is my job and the Academy's responsibility. It's not something a student like you should do. Friel was pleased with the vice principal's reprimand, which Yuan couldn't object to. The hero didn't say much after that, but apologized if he had overstepped the professor's authority, saying he would accept his punishment. When he heard the word punishment, the vice principal smiled and said he wasn't aiming to punish Yuan, but was just curious to know why he handled the situation this way. Through this brief interaction, Zenon understood that Yuan had both the determination and eloquence needed to win planetary support. After leaving Yuan, the vice principal announced that the only punishment would be for Erdo, who ignored the announcement that the battle was over and attacked without permission. The hero's friends celebrated as the ruling stated he only defended himself. Assistant Friel tried to intervene, but the principal silenced him immediately, ordering him to stop this shameful behavior. With a threatening voice, the vice principal wondered if this incident would have happened if Friel had stopped Erdo instead of just watching. This almost made the assistant wet his pants. The principal announced that Friel would also be punished, and stated that reattaching Erdo's arm wouldn't be a difficult task. The vice principal ended the matter, ordering all students who were watching the match to return to their seats and focus on their upcoming academic activities. Praising Yuan's hard work, Zinan ordered his return as well. The hero bowed toward the principal's transmission window and then left. But before he could go, the vice principal left him with some final words that made him curious. "I'll see you soon." When Yuan met with his companions, they welcomed him warmly. Light praised the sword techniques Yuan displayed in his final strike, while Rochelle expressed relief that Yuan wasn't hurt, and Doggo acknowledged that Pan Yuan had developed. Then she smiled and asked him how it felt to gain new power. The hero didn't forget to thank Doggo for training him over the past few days, but Doggo interrupted him, revealing she wasn't talking about that, but about the power in Edo's arm. Doggo asked if he had absorbed that power, and looking away, Yuan confirmed he had. The moment he saw the abilities he could gain from Erdo's arm, the hero was amazed. He couldn't prevent himself from taking part of that power. By learning the volcanic and giant concepts, which humans originally couldn't possess, the hero also improved his other stats. Yuan was surprised that he could actually steal such powers. Until now, he hadn't been able to manipulate concepts of living beings, but he was pleased when he realized he could do so if he tore parts from them. With a sad look, Yuan admitted he ended up absorbing the powers from Erto's arm. Doggo wondered why he seemed frustrated when something good happened. Yuan revealed his feelings. Initially, he was happy, but when he came to his senses, he realized he did this to a human, not a beast. The feeling of joy from taking power from another person was an abnormal and uncomfortable feeling for him. Upon hearing Yuan's thoughts, Rochelle became worried, but Doggo scolded him. "What are you saying? Lift your head. He was someone who tried to take your life. The only price he paid was his arm. You won. He lost. That's the result. No matter who they are, you don't need to consider their circumstances when your life is at stake. Understand?" The hero smiled again after Doggo's scolding. Agreeing with her, he returned to his cheerful nature, thanked everyone, and apologized for overthinking, realizing how silly it was to dwell on this. To further reassure him, Doggo jokingly asked if she should start cutting off arms, but this scared him more. However, the person who actually calmed Yuan was Light. "Yuan, don't worry. Compared to Doggo, you're still completely human." While Doggo and Light were arguing, the hero received a message that was enough to scare him and attract everyone's attention. The hero was assigned to a mandatory course with no right of refusal. It was the Babylonian planets course taught by Professor Zinan, exclusive to fourth-year students and above. While standing in the middle of the stage, Vice Principal Zinan revealed the topics his class would cover: how to effectively gain planetary support, how to negotiate contracts with them, useful knowledge and preparations to avoid their wrath, how to change planets, and much more. As they walked through the school, the group attracted many people's attention. Many students began to dislike Yuan since his battle with Erdo, although some still thought he was nice. What made everyone curious was why the group was on the fourth-year floor, where the only classes held there were Professor Zenon's classes. The hero stopped and asked his group if he had previously told them about a saying from his world. There's a rumor that says, "The more people curse you, the longer you live." Knowing how hated Yuan was, Doggo commented that he might become immortal. Holding Kumu Yuan, Rochelle asked if he was okay. She was worried that more people would start hating him after what happened the day before. People were talking about him a lot, even though they didn't know how good he really was. The hero reassured his friend. Although it was somewhat annoying, it was better than being underestimated as before. While playing with Riel's hair a little, he asked her not to worry too much, thanking her for her concern. However, in the middle of this small romantic moment, someone made a sound, bringing them back to reality. With a dark expression, Doggo complained, "You two went out together last weekend and now, you're so coordinated like this." "Rochelle, did you like the clothes Yuan gave you so much? If you're going to make such obvious advances, do it somewhere else." Rochelle got angry and decided to confront Doggo. "What? Jealous?" The hero was surprised to see Rochelle standing up to Doggo, who was equally shocked. Rochelle had to hide behind Yuan while Doggo's more aggressive side awakened. "Wasn't it enough that you got beaten in our match, you monster?" Yuan felt the need to intervene. The hero tried to calm Doggo down, reminding her that class was about to start. Rochelle couldn't resist provoking Doggo more, taking advantage of Yuan's protection, leaving him caught between a rock and a hard place while trying to stop their fight. Finally, they reached the door of the Babylonian planet's class, and the hero asked if they were late. Knowing that a class had been held the previous week, Rochelle was worried about how things would look for newcomers joining in the middle of the lesson. The hero was surprised to see that Light actually cared about something like this. Opening the door to enter the classroom, Yoo-won said that the older students would probably think that gifted students had joined them. When he saw the number of students in the room, which looked more like a lecture hall, the hero was amazed. Immediately, all the students turned to look at them, examining each person present. Even Dugo couldn't ignore their strong abilities since they were older. Rochelle quickly hid behind Yuan, while Light, who stood beside him, showed concern. The hero was surprised by the strong pressure in the room. He knew this was a course for exceptional individuals, but there was still an immeasurable amount of unknown concepts in the air, showing the abilities of the professor teaching the lesson. At the platform, Professor Zinnen welcomed the new students and introduced himself to everyone. After some time passed, the hero was able to interpret and understand the concept carried by the partially transcendent being. In a moment, the vision of the poison book reached 137 points completely. When the hero heard the professor's voice asking them to take their seats, he recognized it as a voice from the duel. As the lesson began, Zinnen revealed his simple goal of understanding the origins of the tower and stars. With new students joining the class, the professor began talking about the tower. He revealed that although the tower appeared as a massive stone structure, it was not different from a living being. Zinnen explained to the students that as they climbed the tower, they would face challenges, obtain hidden treasures, and discover secrets. It might seem like getting a reward after cleaning a room, but it was different. They wouldn't find the rewards. Instead, the tower was preparing them, choosing the best climbers. With the best elements, more exceptional treasures would appear, and more transcendent miracles beyond their expectations would manifest. The tower itself was seeking those who sought to understand it, revealing more secrets to those who recognized it was a fundamental condition for intelligent beings capable of advanced thinking. While listening to the complete explanation, the hero found it illogical, a fragile system that could be turned upside down by an irregular climber through an unconventional path. It lives, believes, and chooses climbers. Everything seemed incredible, like believing in Santa Claus. However, at that moment, the hero remembered something. The mass email was sent to students before the intruder invaded the tower. Because of that, they assumed that the unusual phenomenon with the spiders on the 4th floor was a result of the intruder. However, after thinking more, it seemed that the difficulty had been strange since the 1st floor. If the tower had only started acting strangely after they reached the 4th floor, when the intruder appeared, it couldn't explain the strange difficulty in the previous floors. The hero could only feel worried, wondering what had happened. Contemplating the professor's words that the tower was a living being, a hypothesis formed in his mind. Perhaps, if they changed their assumption about the tower, the difficulty didn't change because of the intruder, but because their group started climbing it, as if the tower itself deliberately chose the level of difficulty they would face. Or perhaps it happened because he, as the grandson of the tower's master, began climbing. Yoo-won faced many choices and was about to lose his mind, when Zinnen noticed how his words affected the new student he was interested in. The vice principal smiled imperceptibly. The hero finally decided to stop overthinking. If what the professor was saying was true, there couldn't be a better situation than this. At worst, he and his team would have to face unprecedented difficulties. As the saying goes, great risks bring great rewards, and the rewards the tower prepared would be on a completely different level. After thinking for a long time, the hero realized he still didn't understand the concept echoing in the atmosphere. At that moment, the professor brought him out of his thoughts and said, "Have you discovered it yet? There are barriers around here. Some students don't notice them, even after years. The fact that you found this orb on your first day in class shows that your intuition is very sharp." The hero had no idea about the orb Professor Zinnen was talking about. However, the vice principal took this opportunity to show the 11th grade students that they were qualified for his lessons. He raised his hand, causing a large purple orb to appear from the ceiling. Standing next to an orb larger than himself, he then asked the hero a question. "What do you see in this orb?" The orb was radiating immeasurable purple energy that the hero's linguistic ability had not yet recognized. Revealing the truth, Yoo-won admitted he saw nothing. Zinnen asked him to focus a little and check again. The hero saw again that nothing appeared to him, but Zinnen insisted he should focus more. There was something he could perceive. The vice principal encouraged him to discover the secrets of that orb. While the indescribable, unknown forces moved inside the orb, a dark but luminous power began to appear within it. The hero's eyes widened, and he finally managed to see the concepts inside it. barrier, separation, protection. Besides these three concepts, the hero couldn't distinguish much. Satisfied, the professor asked him to rest. Zenon released a small smile. Seeing the boy reveal three of the orb's basic abilities proved he was far from ordinary. Now he understood why the principal was giving this young man so much attention. Yoo-won was rubbing his tired eyes, frustrated that he couldn't fulfill the request more efficiently. This time, the professor asked the hero if he understood what the orb was. Honestly, Yoo-won admitted he had no idea. When he saw Yoo-won's honesty, the vice principal allowed him to think about it later. Then Zenon confirmed that everyone there, whether during class or in their daily lives, should expand their thinking and nurture their imagination, as expanding thoughts was directly linked to expanding power. Anyone who wanted to use abilities at a more advanced level had to develop the power of thought and the ability to think. It was necessary to develop the ability to think to stay in thought constantly, even if the answer wasn't immediately visible. The hero didn't understand what the orb had to do with thinking. Then he said, "Professor, if someone has great perceptual ability or imagination, can they control the orb?" Zenon confirmed it was correct. One day, if you understand the structure of all things, analyze them, and develop the ability to expand them, this orb will make you a false king. Upon learning the power they could obtain, silence fell over all the students as they processed those words, except for Yoo-won, who wasn't particularly interested. Laughing, the professor admitted it might be difficult to understand now, but as the lessons progressed, they would gradually understand. This was the basic material of the class, directly related to the simulation War of Stars. As the professor finished the lesson, he assigned the students the task of imagining possible applications of what they had learned. The hero could only scratch his head, struggling with the difficult content. Yoo-won tried to understand what a false king was compared to a true king, and what the principle was behind becoming a king. In the end, the lessons seemed too difficult, which Yoo-won assumed was because he was attending a class from a higher year. After spending most of the time immersed in thinking, the hero asked about the lesson topic. Sight was surprised. She was expecting Yoo-won to be the one teaching her. While the two talked, Yoo-won noticed a blonde young man standing near them. They were shocked to see Ortama and immediately asked what he was doing there. Boastfully, Ortama ordered them to be quiet, saying he was the one who would ask questions. When he noticed that Dugo wasn't with the group, Ortama asked where she was. At that moment, the person Ortama was looking for appeared. Dugo didn't notice Ortama at first, but when she did, she didn't seem very interested. She smiled slightly and said, "Ah, I thought something dangerous had happened." Ignoring everyone, Ortama approached the girl. When she asked what he wanted, Ortama revealed he had business with her. Disgusted, Dugo asked if he wanted another duel, saying that if so, she wouldn't stop him. Although it would be difficult to fight inside the academy, Ortama was biting his lips in frustration due to the insult. Then, in a moment, Ortama knelt on his knee and said, "I'm not here to challenge you to a duel." Then, Ortama took out a bouquet of flowers and said, "Dugo, I would like you to go on a romantic date with me." While Ortama's face turned red, everyone was left motionless from shock. Dugo was so shocked that she barely felt as if her soul had left her body. No one believed that the arrogant Ortama had fallen in love with a woman who had defeated him. The hero wondered what kind of taste someone must have for that to be possible. Since Yoo-won himself had been defeated several times by Dugo, he asked Clade if he wasn't answering his own question. When Yoo-won was insulted and called a violence lover, this suddenly stirred his displeasure. These feelings extended to Rochelle as well. Dogo was shocked that Yoo-won couldn't understand the other man's feelings, while she had been about to ask him what kind of plan he thought Ortama had devised. Upon hearing the word plan, the three looked at Dogo in amazement, making her realize they indeed seemed unaware of the situation. Dogo was certain that Ortama was planning something, as there was no trace of emotion in his gaze. However, Yoo-won had to object. "No, that doesn't seem right at all. I mean, you're incredibly beautiful." The sudden compliment made her confused and embarrassed. Dogo muttered angrily, wondering how stupid Yoo-won could say something like that so coldly. It was obvious that Yoo-won didn't understand what he had done. Light advised her not to fall for his tricks. While Dogo was arguing with Light, Rochelle wondered if there was really another reason behind that confession. She was preoccupied with a certain expression that appeared on his face. At that moment, while Ortama was on his knees, Dogo placed her arms in front of her chest and rejected him. "I have nothing to do with you. I have no interest in you. Go ask someone else." She left Ortama behind and called her group to leave. Meanwhile, Rochelle caught a glimpse of Ortama from the corner of her eye and was amazed by his sad facial expression. During training, Yoo-won received new information after revealing his presence to many beings, making them discuss his existence in their minds. Yoo-won had unlocked a new language concept, attraction and honor, and both rose to 10 points immediately. The hero was astonished. After all, He had only uploaded a new video to his channel. Upon reviewing the concept details, he discovered that attraction allowed him to charm and influence others, while honor established his dignity through recognition by many beings. Although he couldn't complain, Yoo-won wondered how these two concepts would help him climb the tower. Rochelle, who was in front of Yoo-won, was surprised when she heard him ask if his face had changed somehow. Shyly, Rochelle lowered her head to answer, "Ah, well, I think you're very handsome." The hero choked in surprise, confirming that wasn't what he meant. Meanwhile, Dogo, who had been listening to the entire conversation, was starting to get annoyed. Suddenly, Rochelle heard Light screaming. She was training with Dogo and felt a strong breeze hit her back. Dogo stomped her foot hard on the ground, drawing the attention of the two who were flirting, then said, "Train. Focus on your training, and when you rest, just rest." Light, who had just been defeated, was now being carried by Dogo. The hero also tried to ask Dogo about her destination, but the girl quickly slapped him while feeling embarrassed. "Seriously, didn't you hear what I just said? Focus on training. If you two continue this, I'll make you both train until morning." With Dogo's threats, Yoo-won and Rochelle resumed their training while exhausted. Light cried for rest. Yoo-won and Rochelle immediately began sparring. While they exchanged blows, they moved across the entire training room, utilizing the maximum amount of space. Rochelle's claws clashed with Yoo-won's sword, leaving behind spectral images of energy. In an attempt to take a break, Light commented on how strong Yoo-won was and wondered if he should stop focusing on dungeons and return to the tower. Dogo considered Light overly hasty. In her opinion, even if Yoo-won had improved, he was still very far from Light and Rochelle. Dogo could notice that the sparring was going well only because one side, Rochelle, was holding back and not using her full strength. Anyway, Dogo remembered they would return to the tower the next day. She wondered if Yoo-won had figured out how to deal with the beast inside Rochelle, because if he hadn't, there would be no difference from last week. Yoo-won was also aware that if they didn't find a solution quickly, they would end up repeating what happened last time. In the midst of their battle, Yoo-won used Observing Eye. Over the past week, he had been watching Rochelle, which helped him discover some things. Her violence was triggered using any emotion as fuel. Depending on the emotion used, her condition would change dramatically. When strong negative emotion was used as fuel, it burned until she lost control. But when positive and calm emotions were used, the violence within Rochelle decreased and her feelings stabilized. Knowing this, Yoo-won continued fighting Rochelle to observe her more and learn how her power really worked. In battle, intense emotions naturally intensified, making violence inevitable. The more emotional fuel was consumed, the more aggressive Rochelle became. However, Yoo-won wanted to try changing that fuel. He wanted to use something more positive. The sparring continued until Yoo-won managed to gain an advantage and used the back of his sword to push Rochelle, whose hair had turned completely black. The pair who weren't fighting watched their battle closely. Rochelle was pushed back and landed on the ground in a sitting position, and due to fatigue, Yoo-won fell to his knees. However, Rochelle's anger was at its peak. While gritting her teeth, she refused to give up. Seeing that things had reached this point, Yoo-won realized it was time to execute his plan. To prove he hadn't just been messing around in the past days, he extended his hand, creating a magic circle. He was about to prove that the time spent with Rochelle had allowed him to collect fragments of her emotions. Whether she was happy, enjoying herself, or at peace, Yoo-won had not only collected these emotions, he had copied them directly from her essence. Immediately, upon releasing a mixture of joy, happiness, and laughter, Yoo-won rushed toward Rochelle, directing these emotions toward her, trying to make her absorb them. However, a sudden strike prevented him from approaching. In a rush, Rochelle managed to hit Yoo-won's hand, the one carrying the emotions. Yoo-won felt a bit confused. In front of him, Dogo was gritting her teeth hard. The girl immediately got up, grabbed Yoo-won by the waist like rugby players, and relying on momentum, slammed him to the ground and landed on top of him. Yoo-won felt the heavy impact. Sitting on top of him, Rochelle showed a demonic look. With a thunderous scream, she pounced on him with her sharp claws. Seeing the danger, both Dogo and Light immediately rushed toward them to stop the attack. However, a chain was faster than both of them. It wrapped around Rochelle's arm, preventing her attack. A second chain appeared, grabbing her other arm and completely restraining her. Seeing Rochelle's expression, Yoo-won felt worried, but he quickly noticed that her hair was shimmering with light color. With Rochelle returning to her nature, finally, Yoo-won could relax, reassured that it was possible to quickly calm the beast inside Rochelle. But it was still dangerous if they had to restrain her every time they fought. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a better way to calm her, or some kind of conditions for that, which sparked his thoughts. Rochelle thanked Yoo-won. Yoo-won didn't understand why she was thanking him, especially since he hadn't completely solved the problem yet. However, Rochelle quickly shook her head and thanked him again, saying that at least now she could fight a little. She considered this a great improvement and was therefore happy to have him by her side. Yoo-won began to feel embarrassed by Rochelle's words, but Dogo soon approached him, staring at him. The hero was surprised by how close she got to him and hurried to find an excuse. "We were working hard here, didn't you see?" With Dogo continuing to stare at him, Light also approached, relieved that no one was hurt. But Dogo thought something else was more important. She turned her gaze to Rochelle, drawing everyone's attention, including Rochelle's, making Yoo-won uncomfortable. Dogo analyzed Rochelle silently for a moment, then looked away. No, nothing. She decided to end training for the day so everyone could rest. Late at night, Rochelle looked at Dogo sadly, filled with doubt and unhappiness. The next day, the group set off toward the tower. Upon arrival, Light tried to get permission from Dogo to use the holy sword, at least while entering the tower. Light was worried about the challenges awaiting them because they would determine the fate of all four. However, Dogo reminded her that they had all agreed to build a solid foundation without rushing. This was only their second exploratory trip in the first semester as beginners, so she didn't see that they should worry. The hero agreed with what Dogo said, although Light didn't seem completely convinced. The more she used the holy sword, the more dependent she became on it. Looking at the concept of a demonic spirit merged with a holy spirit, Yoo-won was no longer sure whether this weapon was truly holy. Anyway, it was better to keep Light away from its negative influence. Light understood she wouldn't be allowed to use the sword, but she warned them not to blame her if she collapsed inside the tower. However, her plea met a demonic reaction. "We won't blame you. We'll cause you greater suffering." Yoo-won added mercilessly, "We won't blame you, but don't forget that millions of followers are watching the video." While Light was crying, the hero looked at his internal codes. His status points appeared along with his skill points and acquired gems. Everything made sense, and he also made sure that the snake-even voice recorder Taishi were ready. He would rely on both of them on this trip. Before they entered, Rochelle approached the hero and told him, "I'll do my best inside and I'll listen to everything you say." Yoo-won thanked her for her dedication, asking her to trust him because he was also getting stronger in combat. With a bright smile, Rochelle was ready to rely on Yoo-won. Dogo felt jealous, so she said sarcastically, "I just hope you last at least until Saturday night. If anyone gets eliminated, I'll punish them severely." While Light was persistently trying to obtain the sword, Dogo called the hero to a corner. He was curious to know what she wanted, so he followed her. Dogo had some matters to clarify before they entered. Her words were harsh from the beginning. Then she said, "Today is the first evaluation. Frankly, I'm very disappointed in both of you. Haven't you forgotten the promise you made to me?" This was one of the few times she smiled. She made Dogo Yoo-won promise to take responsibility if things went wrong. Yoo-won tried to remain optimistic, then said, "Of course, I haven't forgotten that. Moreover, both of them have already started changing. It's not necessary to wait until results show. It will happen exactly as you said." Dogo was about to change the topic to Rochelle when she suddenly noticed the girl hiding behind one of the pillars. Before she spoke, Dogo gestured with her fingers. As soon as the sound echoed, Rochelle felt sharp pain in her ears. Upon hearing her scream, the hero turned in shock. When he saw Rochelle trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, Dogo became agitated and continued waving her fingers. Then Dogo said, "You're trying to listen to our conversation. Huh, you've become bold in front of Yoo-won." The hero's surprise was obvious as it seemed. Dogo's finger waving sound was at a frequency he couldn't hear, perhaps something only Rochelle could perceive. Dogo returned to the topic and asked Yoo-won if he understood the meaning of submission. He answered that it means to be dominant, but this wasn't the answer Dogo was looking for. Then she said, "From the perspective of the dominated person, they might feel uncomfortable, but some people find stability under strong leadership. From this perspective, it seems that Beast likes someone who can dominate and control her completely." Since Yoo-won didn't show he understood what she meant, Dogo tried to clarify further. In other words, she said, when that beast loses control, trying to communicate indirectly is useless. Even with this new explanation, Yoo-won's mind was full of doubts which annoyed the girl. Grinding her teeth, she ordered him to stop trying to understand the topic and just memorize her words. Sighing, the hero agreed to that and continued watching Dogo turn her back to him, joining Light, who was already waiting for them to enter the tower. As Yoo-won advanced, the group approached the entrance. Placing his hand on the door, Yoo-won asked if everyone was ready. Light was the first to nod, followed by Rochelle and Dogo. Enthusiastically, the hero began recording. first year, Special Class 11, the second exploratory journey begins now. With that, he opened the tower doors, releasing a powerful light that swallowed them. Immediately, they moved to a place where the ground seemed to be melting, causing dizziness to anyone exposed to it. Looking at the northern lights in the sky and the various square walls surrounding them, Yoo-won wondered where they had ended up. Having been thrown into many strange situations, Dogo had assumed they would start from the first floor, but this wasn't the case. If she had a higher perspective, she could have noticed they were inside a huge maze. While Light was exploring the area, the hero was checking his necklace, confirming they were on the 5th floor. Light felt relieved they were on a normal floor, prompting Dogo to wonder if she had started feeling satisfied. While the two argued again, the hero noticed something. Rochelle was staring steadily in a certain direction within the maze. She was sure she could smell a monster from there. After hearing that, instead of finding a way forward, she had located an entity. Yoo-won felt slightly tense. However, what happened next left him shocked. In the direction Rochelle was looking, something began forming, as if computer data was being transmitted. Immediately, Light drew her sword, Yoo-won asking what this was. The hero knew this was something different from what they faced on the first floor. It was making an annoying sound and appeared distorted, as if it was disconnecting. Without hesitation, Rochelle revealed her claws and attacked the entity. She hit her target, which shattered into data fragments. Immediately, Yoo-won received a notification. From what Rochelle hit, he gained several concepts. 0.1 point of glitch, light and noise, 0.2 point of demonic spirit, 0.05 point of malfunction, 0.01 point of reversal. As Yoo-won expected, this was a glitch phenomenon. When signals get interrupted, graphics and sound become distorted. This reverse power created a strange feeling of fear, which manifested as a monster. Since this type of entity was completely different from anything they had faced before, there were many unknown concepts. He didn't know how the malfunction and reversal concepts worked yet. Currently, the glitch contained reversal, so it seemed useful. It would be exciting to collect it. Within his thoughts, Yoo-won didn't notice he was about to be attacked. But, with an explosion of energy, Dogo immediately saved him. With a frown, she scolded him, saying, "Yoo-won, be focused. Defeating these things while escaping from the maze would be a big task." With Dogo advancing the way, they progressed through the maze, careful not to separate in the complex paths. While the hero was running, he received a message. They don't seem to be entities that could appear on the 5th floor, but it's not surprising. Yoo-won had already felt satisfied, collecting fragments of several reversal points while escaping. But remembering he needed 100 points made him wonder if it was really worth the effort. The hero stopped running when he heard Rochelle's scream. The girl facing one of the glitches was attacking recklessly, but the hero stopped her, summoning the chain Eve had made. He refused to let Rochelle fight alone, preventing her from entering a state of madness. Upon hearing Yoo-won ask her to stay beside him, Rochelle immediately agreed. While Dogo was taking down several glitches, she was shouting at them, "Hey, stop chatting and keep advancing." Protecting Rochelle, the hero summoned another chain. Currently, he set aside the concepts on the walls to focus on the battle. Using her sharp sense of smell, Rochelle was able to warn Yoo-won when monsters were about to appear. Using the chains, the hero collected more reversal points while defeating the glitches. After running for several minutes, they still hadn't found the end of the maze. Then, Dogo revealed she had memorized the entire path they had taken while running. She and Yoo-won felt that although the place looked different, they had already passed through the same area before. She concluded this wasn't an ordinary maze, but one that modifies itself in real time. Facing this situation, Dogo assumed the only option was to destroy it completely. When she took a fighting stance, the hero noticed something using his eye abilities. He had been so focused on collecting reversal that he ignored important details. Dogo wanted to destroy everything to expose anything hidden, but the hero stopped her. Bypassing her, he placed his hands on the maze walls, explaining his thinking. Logically, a constantly changing path seems meaningless. This means there must be some kind of hidden trick within the walls. He felt along the wall until he found a point that sank when pressed. Like a hidden button, Yoo-won gained half a point of illusion for discovering the secret button, a concept humans cannot possess. As the wall in front of him faded, the hero smiled, celebrating that he was right. His adventure had paid off. A path forward was revealed. Rochelle was curious about how Yoo-won did it. With Light's amazement that he discovered the maze's secret, the hero scratched his nose, trying to hide his pride. Actually, he had noticed it earlier, but forgot to say anything while collecting concepts. To cover this, the hero made up an excuse. I don't like wasting time. I just noticed that part of the wall looked strange after we'd been walking for hours. Ban Yoo-won thought it was suspicious, but she didn't say anything. She was more amazed that he found a flaw in magic that her power had failed at. Watching the hero lead the way, Dogo thought to herself that as she expected, Yoo-won wasn't just ordinary talent. The quartet continued advancing through the maze while defeating glitches. This time, they faced a giant glitch, even though it was only their second discovery. For Light, this only confirmed that their experience was different from other groups' explorations. Rochelle felt the same. Even after defeating the elite monster and gaining many concept points, the hero remained still, staring into space, which worried Rochelle. She thought he might have been injured. But Yoo-won quickly reassured her. The truth was he was busy. He was 1 mana point away from reaching 200. However, the number refused to increase. Even after absorbing enough concepts in the past 3 hours, he still hadn't reached 200 points. A problem no life or body concepts had faced. When she noticed his condition, Dogo approached and whispered in his ear, "What's happening? What's wrong with you? You don't seem injured." The hero was surprised by Dogo's sudden closeness, something he had asked her to avoid. But Dogo wasn't the only one worried. Everyone was worried too. The hero revealed his problem with his mana growth, leaving Dogo puzzled. Suddenly, Dogo laughed as if she was happy. When Yoo-won asked why she was happy, Dogo asked if he had encountered a barrier. Her words shocked him. Dogo reminded him that he had been increasing his energy quickly, absorbing everything around him, making his growth rate enormous. It was like constantly watering a plant without giving the roots time to grow, causing him to hit a barrier. After hearing Dogo's explanation, the hero asked what he should do. Dogo didn't think defeating monsters recklessly was a good method, like Yoo-won had been doing. Looking for a more efficient approach, she examined her surroundings. Her gaze fell on Rochelle, who was puzzled why Dogo was looking at her. Dogo sighed boredly and said, "This should be great for someone. Getting fresh air on weekends instead of being locked up at school, eating delicious food, and going to clothing stores." After hearing Yoo-won listen to Dogo's words, the hero tried to convince her, saying, "If you teach me, I'll take you shopping next time." Dogo finally agreed to help him, just because she quickly understood the situation he was in. Looking at their companions, Dogo asked if they agreed, because it would take some time. Rochelle had no objection as long as she was helping Yoo-won. Equally, Light was fine because they had just fought an elite and hadn't moved to another room yet. After seeing how understanding everyone was, the hero thanked them. Thus, Dogo explained that the best method would be for him to receive basic transmission of the mysterious body art. The hero was confused, so Dogo explained in detail. Despite the grand name, it was just a basic martial art, so it wasn't difficult. However, Yoo-won felt uneasy. Until now, he had only learned the basics from Dugu, but he hadn't learned a direct combat art. This time, it was a real martial art, so he wondered if he could learn it properly. Before they started, the hero asked if he needed to perform something like 9 prostration rituals, or a master-student ceremony. Dugu couldn't believe he was making a fuss over a martial art that even children learn. She told him not to worry and just get ready. While Yoo-won was taking off his shirt to increase his flexibility during training, Dugu became lost in her thoughts. She was surprised that someone from outside the group was talking about rituals. She acted as if it wasn't a big deal, but the mysterious body art was something that couldn't be taught, even if the student respected his teacher, because it was a family art passed down carefully through the bloodline. Dugu knew her father would be surprised if he discovered she was passing their martial arts to someone, especially someone she had just met, someone from another world. While Dugu was absorbed in thought, the hero called her name. After taking off his shirt and revealing his toned body, Yoo-won asked, "Should I have really taken all this off?" Dugu couldn't teach this secret technique from her family to this shameless man. She shouldn't do it unless he became her husband. Unaware of Dugu's thoughts, the hero tried to cover his body awkwardly, embarrassed. Meanwhile, Light, who was staring wide-eyed at Yoo-won's body, was trying hard to prevent Rochelle from looking. While the two were whispering, Dugu shouted and ordered silence. Training began. Dugu told Yoo-won to sit down and calm his mind. So, the hero did as he was told. Standing behind him, Dugu extended her hand. From the moment she met him until now, there had been a strange feeling inside her that continued to grow. A feeling that she wanted to care for this man with her hands. Yoo-won was different from any man she had known before. She didn't even need to mention his exceptional talent in martial arts. But what surprised her more was his potential to possess abilities. She believed that if he grew with his skills and exceptional qualities in a systematic way, he could become something incredible. She wondered how much he could grow and how far he could reach. At the same time, she wanted to witness his talent up close, and feel an immeasurable desire to prevent him from being influenced by others. She didn't know why she was willing to go this far for him. While she was absorbed in her thoughts, Dugu suddenly returned to reality when Yoo-won jumped from the touch of her warm fingertips on his back. When she refocused, she asked if he was ready, reminding him that she had taught him the basics earlier. The hero confirmed he was ready, but asked if she wasn't going to read an oral text before doing something like this. Dugu felt amazed, then laughed, enjoying his question. Would you even understand if I read a technique text? Instead of explaining the details, it's better to have it carved into your body. Remembering Yoo-won's obsession with master-student rituals, she couldn't stop herself from laughing again, saying, "Where exactly did you learn your knowledge of martial arts?" The hero wondered if she would hit him if he told her he learned it from novels. Setting aside her teasing, Dugu prepared to start training, and Yoo-won wasn't completely ready. He tried to ask her to wait a moment, but before he could, he felt energy reverberating throughout his entire body. Minutes before, Dugu had explained to the hero and said, "The manifestation technique I'm going to teach you will completely change the nature of your magical power and your physical foundation." Following this sudden information, Yoo-won was shocked. Originally, he thought he would only learn a basic martial art, so he intended to learn it quietly. But now, he realized it wouldn't be that easy. However, Dugu reassured him and said, "Don't worry. When you train your chi energy, it's natural for its nature to change. The magical power changed by manifestation stimulates the body, and the body that is continuously stimulated consumes magical power to create pure chi. As long as the body and magical power are trained, the pathways will grow naturally." Even after the detailed explanation, Yoo-won still struggled to understand what was happening, so he tried to simplify it. "So, the magical power is filtered and converted into pure chi, right?" While Dugu was passing the technique to his back, Yoo-won felt his body ignite. From the moment she touched him, it was as if he had become a ball of fire. He felt the magical power in his veins being consumed frantically. It was as if a path that didn't exist before was being forcibly created. While the hero was gritting his teeth, afraid his body would burn, Dugu placed her hand on his shoulder and said, "Yoo-won, calm down." Then Dugu gave him instructions about what he should do. "Follow the paths carved inside your body and keep moving the chi energy. Move the flame." This was the beginning of manifestation. Yoo-won closed his eyes to listen to Dugu's final encouragement. "If you succeed in this training, you'll eventually find the next path." With his eyes closed, Yoo-won saw the blue flame inside his body, moving continuously. Sitting in lotus position, the energy began to flow freely through every vessel. After a while, Yoo-won sighed. He began to feel more comfortable. With the technique Dugu taught him, he realized it's not always good to use raw magical power. When Yoo-won opened his eyes, a notification appeared before him. He was surprised when he read it. "You have discovered a new martial arts concept, manifestation. Manifestation depth reached 20 points. As a result of your training in manifestation, some negative concepts within your body have been eliminated. A surplus of positive life energy has been created." It was wonderful to receive confirmation that he had acquired the skill. Moreover, his spirit attribute increased to 440 points. Additionally, his physical resistance attribute increased. Just as Dugu had said before, the more Yoo-won trained that blue flame, the stronger the concepts became. After the technique transfer was finished, Dugu asked with interest, "Are you satisfied?" Yoo-won could only give a thumbs up to the technique and say it was amazing. Then Yoo-won said, "Now you can think about what gift you want." Yoo-won almost felt regret when he heard Dugu's obsessed laughter. However, Dugu wanted something at that moment. She threw Yoo-won's shirt back at him, and told him to wipe off the sweat and get ready. Unless he wanted to climb the tower alone. Yoo-won hid behind a wall while drying himself. While getting ready, he felt something strange. He felt that with more focus, he could feel the chi flowing through his body. He looked at his hand, he could see his internal vessels. Then he said to himself, "The more chi there is, the stronger my body becomes and my senses become sharper." After a short while, Yoo-won returned to his group. Remembering what happened, Light asked if he was going to record a video of the recent events. But of course, Yoo-won didn't do that. While Yoo-won was talking to Light, he noticed that Dugu was crossing her arms in a strange way. Upon noticing his gaze, Dugu asked what he wanted. The hero quickly changed the subject and asked them to move forward. Rochelle and Light couldn't resist teasing him before they left. It seems this video is going to get a lot of views. While they were walking through the maze, Light asked if anyone else was hungry. It must be lunchtime already. Yoo-won noticed that two then said, "We're late, so it must be time to eat." However, Dugu didn't want to stop, since they had stayed in room 5 for a long time. Then she said, "We won't be able to eat until we reach the next room." Light didn't miss the opportunity to mock her, and said, "You look like a military person, imposing rules, even at meal times." Since Light still had energy to complain, Dugu asked her to find the exit. After Dugu asked Light to find the exit, Light came across something. In front of her was a large door. It seems she really found the exit. Since this was the only door they had seen on the entire floor, the group assumed it must be the path leading to the next room. However, Yuan asked them to wait a moment before proceeding. Yuan's eye began to shimmer with a golden color. For him, the feeling was strange because he hadn't used any skill. However, through the grooves in the door, he could sense another concept behind it. Believing that the concept really came from behind the structure, Yuan began walking toward it, surprising Light, who just wanted to leave and eat. Dugu didn't oppose Yuan's decision and followed him, calling the others to come. Yuan circled around the structure where the door was located with the others, but they found nothing. Getting closer to the hero, Light asked if they had gone to the wrong place. Yuan knew that for the others, it might really seem that way. But for his eyes, that wall was completely covered with illusory concepts. Yuan extended his hand toward the wall. Halfway through, his hand touched something. It felt like a glass barrier, which began to crack at his touch. The cracks spread quickly, extending across the entire invisible wall. Then the wall completely shattered, amazing everyone. Light was amazed. "What is this? What just happened?" The girls realized that Yuan had discovered a new path. In front of them, through the broken wall, they saw a spiral staircase, a shortcut to the upper floors. At that moment, Yuan received a notification. "You have absorbed 50 illusions." The strange number that appeared surprised him, showing how well hidden that path was. Although it was hard to believe he found the place, Yuan forced a smile. Then he said, "That was amazing." Presenting the shortcut to the group, Yuan asked what they should do. Light couldn't believe Yuan was still asking that question. Beside him, Dugu had already made the obvious decision. As if they all understood each other without words, the quartet rushed into the shortcut area. While climbing the stairs, Yuan fed his little snake, Eve, the total of 50 illusions, helping her become stronger. While they were ascending, Yuan shared a thought. "It seems that changing floors happens here because there's no exchange mechanism." Dugu completed Yuan's theory. Maybe the stairs themselves are the mechanism. Then she called to Light. "Hey, watch where you step." Light climbed sideways and asked what would happen if they encountered a monster. Dugu didn't understand why she was so worried. They could just fight. Using the identification stone, Rochelle confirmed they were indeed on the 8th floor. Yuan couldn't believe they had skipped 3 floors at once, but Dugu praised him. "You really found an amazing shortcut, didn't you?" Yuan could only admit after the praise, "Honestly, I didn't know much about the shortcut." Light, who had read the manual, remembered that finding a shortcut was considered great luck. But what worried Light was that the more floors they skipped, the more difficult the next floor became. She couldn't understand why the others weren't concerned. For example, Dugu cared more about the prize than the difficulty of the next floor. While she was crying dramatically, Light pleaded, "Yuan, don't look for shortcuts next time." The hero could only laugh and agree. Light's complaints were really striking. Yuan didn't understand why Light was so afraid. She hadn't acted this way during their previous journey. Clutching her spear, Light muttered sadly, "If the difficulty keeps rising, it will become dangerous." The holy sword. If only I could use it. Light seemed mentally shaken. Clearly, she was too dependent on her sword. Seeing how much she was complaining, Dogo asked if she should break the sword. That made Light even more anxious. While the two were arguing as always, Rochelle spotted something from her position. She looked up and saw the end of the stairs, leading to an exit. Since the student ID stone showed they were on the 8th floor, Yuan assumed the exit led to the 9th floor. As he was advancing, Rochelle warned him, "I sense hostility ahead." In such situations, when Ryle mentioned the feeling she had when anomalies appeared, Dogo and Light stopped arguing. Then Dogo said something unexpected. "It doesn't hurt to be careful, Light. As soon as we step on that floor, draw your sword." Light was surprised to receive permission from Dogo. She immediately drew her sword, and her attitude shifted to confidence and enthusiasm. Then she said, "Guys, leave everything to me." The sudden change bothered Dogo a little, although there wasn't much she could do about it. When they passed through the glowing gate, they arrived at a floor with stone walls and columns. Yuan looked around and didn't see any monsters, just a high ceiling. This made Light assume they were in a rest area, but Yuan was skeptical about that. There was no indication of such an area in the guides. They began exploring the place, unaware that an armed person was hiding nearby. Suddenly, the person launched an attack, his weapon firing a shot of energy that created a magic circle. Upon hearing the sound, Yoo-won was shocked. A huge ball was suddenly fired toward Dogo. By the time she noticed, it was already close to her. A powerful explosion followed, scattering debris and dust everywhere. Yoo-won and the others had to protect themselves from the cloud, worried about Dogo. But when she emerged, she was simply stepping on the bomb, complaining to Yoo-won and saying, "Didn't you say you're the only person allowed to use this type of stuff in the tower?" The hero sheepishly admitted he said that, but this made him suspect it was a single-use weapon. Immediately, he thought through the area searching for the attacker. Using his golden eye, he quickly located the enemy, hiding behind one of the columns. Yoo-won pointed the light there. Before he could give an exact location, Light had already rushed forward. The hooded man looked at the group, surprised to see someone advancing toward him. He couldn't believe they had found him. His stealth skill wasn't supposed to be detectable by beginners. Excited, Light struck with her sword and split the massive column. The man tried to stay calm. He was planning to confront Light and then detonate the bomb near the other three. Yoo-won went to Dogo to check on her. He knew how dangerous it would have been if that initial attack had hit anyone else. Dogo acknowledged Yoo-won's concerns. Then when Yoo-won activated his total eye, he was surprised. Pointing to the ball under Dogo's feet, he discovered a powerful energy source. It was actually a level 30 magic bomb, incredibly deadly. He knelt beside the ball and told everyone to move away. With effort, Yoo-won managed to disable the bomb's energy core. He sighed in disbelief that someone would use a weapon of this level, but he was sure the person responsible would receive punishment. He knew this because Light was now attacking the enemy with dazzling strikes that clashed with the man's weapon. Forced to defend non-stop, the attacker gritted his teeth. Light was truly skilled, but the man had another plan. He had moved far enough away to avoid the bomb's blast radius. He looked toward the group near the bomb, but was shocked to see one of the boys throwing something toward him. He didn't care. The detonation process was set to work in 3 seconds. In his farewell, he pressed the detonator. Then he noticed the ball heading toward him. Feeling amazed, he wondered why the ball was here. Light saw the ball too and reacted immediately. In a state of panic, the man screamed, waiting for the explosion. But the ball didn't hit him. Instead, it hit a column behind him and bounced back. He stared, confused that the bomb didn't explode. Then panic struck him. Light's sword was heading straight toward him. Then, Light said calmly, "I don't know why you're so shocked, but you shouldn't look away in a fight." With a quick, unstoppable strike, Light ended the battle. That man wasn't completely defeated. Holding his shoulder wound, he muttered, "This is strange." Light was the one who found the situation strange. "You're human, right? So why are you attacking us? How did you get here?" At that moment, Yoo-won entered to retrieve the ball. Then Yoo-won said to the man, "Since I saw through your disguise, did you really think I wouldn't notice the bomb buried inside the ball?" He pointed out the man's mistake. He also said, "You were too confident in your tricks, and now you're in this position. Betrayed by a defective product. Are you stupid or something?" The man, unable to respond, gritted his teeth and asked who these young people were. He was angry. How could beginners still exploring the lower floors of the tower possess this power? While he was screaming his complaint, he trembled when an attack targeted the column beside him. Doko had startled him, releasing energy from her fingers. She wore an evil expression, the kind that could plant fear in the deepest parts of someone's soul. Then she said, "Before we talk calmly, I need to make sure your arms and legs won't move. That way, you won't try to do anything stupid." But someone else had a more aggressive idea. Rochelle said, "No, we should finish him. We can't let him live." Rochelle's words brought everyone's attention. Her hair began to take on a dark color as she gritted her teeth, becoming more and more angry. Consumed with rage, Rochelle rushed forward. Yoo-won tried to stop her, but her claws quickly closed on the man. Before she could strike, she was surrounded by restraints. The restraints Yoo-won created using Eve trapped her. Then a dark voice echoed in the air with suffocating pressure. This voice said, "You failed, didn't you, fool?" Looking around, Yoo-won wondered about that pressure, but Light had a suspicion. Dogo knew exactly who was behind it. The constellation. That voice began to torment the defeated man and said to him, looking at the situation, "It seems your role is no longer useful." The man, now reeling from dark energy, tried to plead with the voice, wishing for another chance. But the voice didn't believe him and said, "Sacrifice yourself so your comrades can collect the loot." While watching the man's suffering, Light asked what was happening, and Yoo-won ordered everyone to move away. The voice continued, "By Okudos, sacrifice yourself." The man screamed, trying to escape his fate. Yoo-won tried to flee quickly, but against that energy, he realized it was too late. He couldn't avoid the explosion or escape its range. Again, the bomb exploded in the air with dust and debris. Worried, Dago looked toward Yuan, searching for him. She was reassured when she found that Yuan was fine. The hero sat on the ground. The explosion stopped 1 meter away from him, nearly losing consciousness. He commented, "For a moment, I saw the river of Samsara." Terrified, Rochelle rushed toward him. Light did the same and asked, "How are you okay now?" At that moment, Yuan realized he couldn't avoid the attack. In that moment, he used the concept he extracted from the magic bomb, directing its explosion toward the ground to push the shock wave away from the other. Stopping one explosion with another was unprecedented even for Dogo. It was difficult for Yuan to do that. If he had been late by a minute, it would have been a real disaster. Curious, Light asked what happened to the man. The hero thought he was fine. Maybe he was returned to the first floor because they were still inside the tower. However, the dark voice contradicted that. The dark voice said, "He's dead. He's really dead. You killed him during the battle with you. You destroyed his essence." Ban frowned and smiled, wondering about the voice. Then Yuan said, "What's this nonsense you're talking about? You caused the explosion. We only acted for survival." But the voice said, "I lost a member and gained nothing. I should have been more careful when I learned that the tower treats you all in a special way." Light didn't believe it, and Yuan quickly cut off the voice's speech and said, "Stop talking in circles and speak clearly. Who was that man and who are you?" The voice fell silent, then finally said just one thing to the group. "We are Exodus, your enemies." The hero was shocked and confused by those mysterious farewell words. When the energy faded, Rochelle felt relieved. Although Yuan was still gritting his teeth with anger, he couldn't understand why none of them acted normally. Nevertheless, Rochelle held on to the important information they had obtained. The organization's name, Exodus, which she remembered clearly. Light knew about that organization. Exodus is the most famous pirate group across all dimensions. The constellation must be one of their investors. Yuan remembered that Professor Yumina had mentioned Exodus pirates before. Light didn't understand what was going on. Why were these people targeting them? Dogo found it amusing and said, "We were going to meet them eventually, while climbing the tower. Isn't it useful that we experience this now?" Yuan ended up agreeing, which made Light frown and say, "You two really understand each other." However, Light felt something wrong about what the constellation said about the tower, treating them specially. Their conflict was now confirmed. Does anyone feel something? Light even looked up worriedly. Then, Rochelle received a notification. So did Light and Dogo as well. The three gathered to check the notification, leaving Yuan out, which made the hero nervous. "Did you receive a message from the director?" Actually, Dogo denied it, but she revealed it was something that should have happened to Yuan too. The three had leveled up, and this left Yuan in shock. Dogo saw her level rise for the first time since entering the tower. Is this a reward from the tower for facing the constellation's attack? She wondered. Light found it frustrating if things had indeed happened as Dogo imagined. Rochelle, seeing her stats increase significantly, seemed pleased. The three sat contemplating how they had improved, while Yuan remained standing alone, somewhat less pleased. While watching his companions use status windows for the first time, the hero realized they hadn't leveled up before simply because their averages were already too high. He turned his thoughts to himself, wondering if the tower was ignoring him since he hadn't received any notification or reward. To be sure, he activated his all-seeing eye skill. Then he realized he was wrong. In the middle of the crater left by the explosion, he saw a concept floating among the smoke and dust. It was a strange concept floating exactly where that enemy had disappeared. The hero approached the concept, believing it was his reward, and touched it. As soon as he made contact with the spiritual element, powerful energy spread. Words upon words flowed over Yuan's arm, transferring large amounts of statistics to him. Yuan was shocked when he saw himself gaining 79 health points. Something crazy. Additionally, there were some concepts he had never seen before. The first was the concept of transformation, something that couldn't normally be applied to humans. The other was Star Scar, a trace of pure starlight that remains even after all individuals have perished. The hero thought the first represented supreme transformative power, while the second was related to Emerald. While Yuan was trying to understand how he could use these concepts, Eve appeared. When Yuan asked Eve if she wanted the transformation concept, the little snake swayed enthusiastically with a happy expression. Sighing, the hero retrieved the concept. "Well, it's not like I was going to use this anyway." Then he continued, eat, Eve." Lovingly, the little snake swallowed the transformation concept, and immediately energy effects began flowing through her body. Yuan cried out in amazement, drawing the attention of the others, who quickly looked toward him. Rochelle was the first to approach, asking what had happened. Trembling, Yuan replied, Eve, she's turned into an egg. The hero was holding in his hands an egg with digital properties. A notification appeared. The creature has mastered a lower-level concept. Original transformation process in progress. Worriedly, Rochelle asked if this had happened before. Yuan confirmed it, but explained that Eve had hatched immediately the last time she turned into an egg, which wasn't happening now. Light assumed this happened, this time because it was Eve's second evolution. Duguo crossed her arms with a challenging smile and said, maybe the little girl has evolved too. Rochelle, holding the egg, felt warm energy coming from it. Trembling, Yuan even started biting his nails and saying, oh, what do I do? What do I do? We've lost the only way to calm Rochelle in emergencies. Upon hearing Yuan's comment about Rochelle, Light became worried. However, since the next floor was a rest area, they were relatively calm. When they mentioned the next floor, the change occurred. After seconds, they appeared on a floor that looked more like a garden under a dome. A beautiful fountain was built in the center of that place, while stone stairs led to higher gardens. This was the 10th floor, which they had only heard about. It was said that sometimes there would be no food or water if climbers were unlucky. But this place was completely different. While wandering around the area, Yuan commented, actually, it looks like we were really lucky. Light headed towards some trees and gathered fruits called Eden fruits. Fruits that could restore energy and enhance an individual's potential. You should eat them in rest areas. Based on his teammates' advice, the hero picked one of the fruits and bit it. When he ate it, he was amazed by the sweet and sour flavor. Beside him, Duguo also tried one, and its taste melted in her mouth. Yuan couldn't help but praise it. This is delicious. I haven't tasted anything this amazing. Duguo continued her thoughts. This is the sweetest thing I've ever eaten. I can feel a slight increase in my internal energy. Rochelle sat on a bench and ate some grapes peacefully. Even her hair color had lightened because of it. Playfully, Duguo asked if they should eat all the fruits on the floor before moving on or even pack some. But Light reminded them it wasn't allowed and that the fruits would disappear as soon as they left the floor. While Duguo was frustrated with the rules, Yuan tried to find any way to take the fruits with him. Then notifications appeared. You have eaten Eden fruit and unique fruits, the fruit of knowledge. From now on, the all-seeing eye can distinguish sins. The hero was confused. He looked at the fruit in his hand, wondering if it was really called the fruit of knowledge. So, this fig-like fruit is called that. Although he had gained a new power, he tried to imagine what exactly distinguishing sins meant. At that moment, Rochelle called everyone's attention, saying she had found a mysterious chest. Duguo smiled and quickly explained, that's a reward for achievements. Even on lower floors, there should be something interesting inside, right? Because so far, we haven't gone through normal experiences. They all remembered what they had faced in recent days. They had encountered planets twice, as well as many elite monsters and a trap zone. Recalling these difficulties, Yuan felt that everything had been compiled and presented to the group, making him believe the reward would be worth it. When he approached the wooden chest decorated with gold, Yuan was amazed. Wow, this must be the achievement reward we heard about. Since Rochelle wasn't well informed, Yuan explained, there's a treasure in every rest area to reward earned achievements. Since these are wooden chests with golden edges, they should be from the highest grades of the lower level. Rochelle was confused about how chests were classified, and Yuan continued, explaining, treasure chests in rest floors are classified by material, wood, copper, silver, and gold. The better the material, the better the contents. Light was excited about the reward and wanted to open the chest immediately, but Duguo stopped her. Confused, Light asked why, and Duguo's response was direct. Let Yuan open the chest. Light's confusion increased, and she was soon surprised by the explanation. I feel we'll be unlucky if you open it. Rochelle immediately agreed. Desperately, Light wanted to know why she deserved that, and Duguo's response was firm. Because you're unlucky. While the two were arguing as usual, Yuan opened the chest, with Rochelle beside him peeking. As soon as the two saw the glowing contents, they were struck with amazement. Yuan recognized the item inside the chest, a magical girl's wand. The wand inside the chest was a short pink staff decorated with a ribbon and a large heart-shaped gem. Light, who didn't recognize the item, assumed it had no clear function and guessed it was a ceremonial tool. Yuan picked up the wand, and Rochelle commented, it has a strange shape. Feeling the aura emanating from the object, Duguo guessed it must be an artifact. Yuan became more aware of what the item might be. The hero asked Rochelle to lend it to him. Just from the design, Yuan knew this piece was from his world. It was something magical girls used. Upon examining the object's properties, he discovered that all its concepts were magic related, and it had an impressive 200 spirit points. Seeing Yuan carefully contemplating the wand, Dugyo approached him. Did you discover something? After analyzing the item, Yuan shared his thoughts. I think it's a magic teaching tool for beginners. It seems to have a spirit built into it to teach the user. Light was shocked to hear that the item could have a spirit that teaches people. Before their disbelief could increase, the wand in Yuan's hand began to move as if it had a life of its own. Since Yuan recognized the item, he requested, "Guys, can I keep this? Of course, I'll pay for it." The team, as a whole, quickly agreed to let him have it. They had acknowledged Yuan's efforts so far and felt he deserved a reward. Placing the item in his inventory, the hero commented kindly, "I have a feeling this little one will help me a lot." After putting the items away, Yuan began collecting several fruits, and Light quickly warned him, "Yuan, I already told you, it's not logical to take more." Yuan made a basket of fruits and handed it to her. Light was very confused. "What's this? Won't they disappear as soon as we leave?" Yuan agreed that Light was right, but he took out the golden slime and concluded he might try something since he had nothing to lose. He did some exercises as preparation and said, "All right, I'll pay you now." Duguo was a bit confused and asked if Yuan was going to pay with money. Ban shook his head and said he wouldn't pay with money. He threw the new basket at Light, asking her to follow him. Duguo and Rochelle quickly realized what Yuan had planned, especially remembering how he used the slime a few days ago. The confused Light approached the hero with the fruits. Yuan sat on the ground and began wondering. Don't you think it's strange how only one fruit can be eaten or how they disappear when taken outside? But what would happen if they were combined with other elements? What would happen after eating them? He extended his hand, and the hero began separating the concept of fruits. With golden radiance and their concepts emerging from the fruits, the hero moved his hand toward the slime. If no one has tried this before, why don't we be the first to try it? A powerful magic circle appeared around the slime jar, beginning a transcendent fusion of the fruits with the basic elixir. Surrounded by the glow from the magic circle, Light and Rochelle were amazed. In an instant, the slime jar transformed into a life elixir worth 30 points, with the contents now transformed to look more like golden honey. This item now had the ability to restore and enhance the user's health and magic. Endless new possibilities were opened. Long-term use might enhance its effect, but excessive consumption at once would lead to consequences. Light felt shocked to see what Yuan had created. Even Dogo was shocked and amazed. Yuan explained that they couldn't try its taste or effects because of the room's rules. To taste it, or check the effects, they had to leave first. Excited for the first time, Dugo acted immediately. "So let's go now. Everyone agrees to leave, right?" asked Rochelle. White and Tan took a quick rest and agreed. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was to try the sweet elixir, especially Dugo, Yuan couldn't refuse their decision to move forward. They were quickly transported to the 11th floor. As soon as they arrived, they hurried to ask Yuan about the elixir, and when he checked his inventory and saw it was still there, he gave the approval signal. It worked. It's still here. Suddenly, Dugo jumped over Pan and hugged him tightly in celebration. "I knew you could do it, Yuan." After Yuan cleared his throat, Dugo realized what she had done and her face turned red, as did Yuan's. Even more unexpectedly, she threw him aside with a strike. "You're too close." Light tried to defend Yuan, reminding her that she was the one who hugged him, but she quickly told her to shut up. While Rochelle gritted her teeth with jealousy, the hero got up, rubbing his aching head. "I was more surprised than you." Suddenly, Yuan heard a nearby sound. Before he realized it, 3 shell crabs appeared. The monsters of the 11th floor were present. Their bodies and shells were covered with algae, and their numbers were as large as the spiders from the tower. Yuan ran quickly toward his group. "Guys, they're here." Angrily, the crabs attacked. As soon as Yuan called for help, 2 attacks flew past his shoulders, destroying the monsters chasing him. Angrily, Dugo finished them off. Then she said, "I was already upset that I couldn't eat the elixir because I was full, but you helped with digestion." Yuan was shocked to see his companion excited to eat again. Before he could say anything, Dugo made a bold announcement. "Let's fight monsters until we feel hungry again." Knowing how much time they would spend fighting, Yuan regretted not doing something else instead of making the elixir. After 10 hours, the group had already reached the 14th floor. Angrily, Dugo hit the wall with her hand while complaining. "Damn, why don't I feel hungry?" Dugo pulled the entire group to the 14th floor. Even though they were completely exhausted after fighting monsters for several consecutive hours, Yuan sighed. He didn't expect to remain full for half a day. Even after all this effort, Light felt the same way. "We've only passed 3 floors, trying to make ourselves feel hungry. We must be the only team that tried something like this. But I'm still full and can't even take another step." Seeing everyone complaining, Dugo crossed her arms. She thought for a moment, then asked, Maybe we'll feel hungry when we reach the 15th floor. Everyone almost cried at the suggestion. Yoo-won asked them to stop, while Light tried to remind Dugo that it was almost midnight. The hero suggested they stop here, even if they had the ability to continue. Upon hearing the suggestion, Dugo asked why they should stop. In response, Yoo-won pointed in a direction. Rochelle was very angry. After hours of fighting, the girl was about to enter madness mode. Dugo realized, when looking at Rochelle, that she might lose control at any moment. That's why Yoo-won didn't want to continue. Since they no longer needed dinner, Yoo-won instructed everyone to clean up and rest. The next day, they could advance toward the 15th floor. Unexpectedly, Yoo-won made a complete portable bathroom with a basket of shampoos and soap. He asked everyone to use the bathroom first, which led Dugo to ask what he would do. He replied, "I'll clean up later. I want to focus a little more on the materialization technique." With her arms crossed and a slight smile, Dugo felt proud. "I'm happy I taught you. The mastery level completely changes the materialization technique, so keep working hard." Immediately, Dugo grabbed Riley by the neck and pulled her to the bathroom. "I'll take the beast to bathe so we don't get in your way." The hero, seeing Light beside him, tried to send her to bathe, but that made Light feel nervous. "What are you saying? I'm a boy too. Do you want me to bathe with them? What kind of nonsense is this, Yoo-won?" Yoo-won was amazed by her reaction. He couldn't believe that Light still hadn't realized that her true identity as a girl had already been revealed. Shrugging his shoulders, Yoo-won suggested another option. "Then you can take off your clothes and bathe outside." This statement made Light feel even more embarrassed. With Light reacting dramatically, Yoo-won decided to tease her a little. "We're both men, aren't we? So what's the problem? Why all this fuss?" Light stammered, trying to find a reply. "Even if we're both boys, I can't do that in front of others." Rolling his eyes, Yoo-won asked what they should do. Then Light asked him to turn his back. While she was taking off her armor, Light scolded Pan. "If you try to spy, I'll get angry." While watching Light take off the armor, he noticed a necklace around her neck, but he didn't think much about it. After everyone did what they needed to do, they slept and waited for the next day. When they woke up and started having breakfast, Light was already nervous and talking with Dugo. "What? Use the spear again? How did we end up here?" said. Dugo calmly reminded Light how she fought well without using her weapon from the 7th floor to the rest area. During that period, she became increasingly accustomed to fighting. Yoo-won also agreed with Dugo, encouraging Light to use the spear. The only person who didn't encourage Light was Rochelle, who was clearly eating her instant noodles. With a tilted facial expression, Light admitted she could no longer use the spear. There weren't strong monsters on floor 7, so nothing happened, but we don't know what will appear next. Elite monsters can appear at any moment. Fighting without the holy sword is dangerous. Something will definitely happen. Upon hearing Light's words, Dugo began thinking. She realized Light was right and agreed to let her use the holy sword. When she got permission, Light became very excited. In a moment, she drew the sword and embraced it like a precious treasure. "My holy sword, I won't leave you again." Enthusiastically, Yoo-won approached Dugo to ask if it was okay for Light to use the sword. Dugo felt she had no other choice. She's reached her mental limits. We'll need to pamper her now. While the two were talking, the beast in front of them roared. Holding her fork, Riley was gritting her teeth from hunger. Even after eating well, Dugo didn't understand why she was acting this way. But Yoo-won had a feeling. Maybe she's on alert because we're standing too close to each other. With a shrug of her shoulders, Dugo moved away with a grumble. Obsession, then jealousy. "I'm starting to worry about this group's future." The hero asked Dugo if she thought they would be able to continue, but she turned the question back to him. After a few hours, the group reached the 15th floor. There, they faced an army of orc monsters armed with spears. Raising their arms, the orc monsters let out a war cry and attacked toward the group. Cornered, the students drew their weapons, ready to fight. The first to act was Light, who regained her confidence with the holy sword. With a strike from the blade, she shattered the handles of several spears, then said, "Who do you think you're attacking?" The hero couldn't help but admire Light's renewed attitude, although it made him feel somewhat worried too. While he himself began fighting the orcs, Yoo-won commented that he might be in trouble if they didn't let Light use the sword. Seeing Yoo-won lose focus for a moment, Dugo quickly warned him. This isn't the time to get distracted. While she warned him, a huge orc, much larger than Yoo-won's size, raised his axe to strike him. Dugo quickly caught his attention, extending her arm charged with energy. The attack's energy passed near one and struck the giant orc with force. Rochelle didn't remain still either. Using her claws, she cut her way toward the orc and finished the work that she and Dugo had started. As soon as the girls defeated the enemy, Yoo-won thanked them. Dugo cleaned her hands, telling him to be more careful. While Rochelle bared her teeth in response, she continued fighting against the orcs fiercely, and Yoo-won realized she was close to entering Madness Claw mode. At the same time, Eve showed no signs of waking up. This meant he would need to try again what he had failed to do the previous time. While preparing his thinking about how to restrain Rochelle, Yuan didn't notice another orc approaching him from behind. However, when the orc's attack came, Yuan managed to raise his sword in time, defending by reflex. The orc roared, hair and beard covering his face. "Aha, I am Kronos of the Pride of the Rusty Halberd Army. I will turn you all into food." Before Kronos could continue his speech, Light struck him from behind, just as Kronos had tried to do with Yuan, cutting off the orc's speech. However, the orc resisted the blow and remained standing, forcing his body forward. Now face to face with Yuan, he smiled. "You look like the weakest one here." Smiling amid the dust raised by the attack, the hero showed no fear and said, "And how would you know that?" Before the orc could answer, Yuan witnessed his removal. Light struck the orc again, and with a sharp look, Yuan sneered, "You talk too much for being just a tower beast." After Light's attack, what was above, the beast's shoulders rolled onto the stone floor. With a cold look, he stared at those on the other side of the room. To Yuan's surprise, Light advanced alone, shouting at the other orcs, "Only small monsters are left." With the holy sword, confidence returned to Light's attacks, causing the same fate for the other monsters. After finishing off the group that was with him, she waved her sword, resting while sighing to herself and muttering, "I didn't imagine I'd notice the same orcs I saw in my country here." But with the glowing sword, she was confident that such a barbaric race wouldn't stand against her. Amid Light's thoughts, Dugo shouted, "Emergency!" When Light looked back, she saw Dugo complaining angrily, "What are you doing here?" finishing everyone off without saying a word. Yuan clicked his tongue, warning everyone that eliminating the last monster would soon lead to a floor change. Dugo continued, questioning, "Didn't we agree to regroup before the room transition? Did you forget that?" Unexpectedly, Light gasped in response and amazed Dugo and Yuan with what she said. "What are you worried about? As long as I have my holy sword, we'll get through the next rounds easily." Light was confident enough to say they didn't need to waste time on such a low level. With a mocking look, Light wondered about Dugo. "Are you upset because you couldn't do anything? Fine, I'll leave some for you next time." Light's words brought out anger inside Dugo, who clenched her fist tightly, frowning and emitting an aura of frustration, ready to fight. Noticing the hostile atmosphere between team members, Yuan placed himself between the two to calm them down. Looking at Light, Yuan wondered why she suddenly changed, saying things she usually wouldn't say. The moment Yuan warned that they needed to prepare for the next floor change, the ground began to shake. The team members were covered in light as the space began to change shape. Dugo and Light, amazed, also prepared. Soon, several giant chess pieces began to form, while the walls disappeared. When the quartet realized it, they found themselves in the middle of a giant chessboard with many pieces scattered around them. Confused, Yuan noticed they hadn't been transported to a new floor. The floor itself had changed. Suddenly, Rochelle collapsed to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Yuan ran toward her, worried. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Breathing heavily, Rochelle exhaled warm air while groaning. She grabbed Yuan's arm, gritted her teeth in pain and whispered, I can't bear it anymore. I can't hold it back any longer." Yuan realized that Rochelle was about to lose control. And this was exactly why she needed rest periods before floor transitions. At that moment, when things were already worrying, a creature appeared, speaking in a deep voice. "Are you the humans who killed my soldiers?" And the orc with the large axe introduced himself proudly. "I am Kiros, commander of the great regiment." The great orc screamed, and his eyes showed anger at the loss of his men. Yuan realized that this orc's soldiers must have been the ones they eliminated in room 15. Confused, thinking they might still be in room 15 or that it was connected to this floor, Yuan opened the tower information window. There, a small phrase was written, "Room 16 rule. The weakest soldier advances first." Unexpectedly, the orc Kiros pointed at Yuan. "Come on, weakest human, step forward." He pointed his finger arrogantly. "I'll teach you a lesson." When Yuan learned that the orc was talking to him, he prepared to go first. But Light stopped him. "Yuan, don't worry about things like this." Moving forward, Light declared confidently, "There's no need to comply with a foolish rule like this." Yuan was surprised by Light's actions, who used the full power of the holy sword, causing fiery wings to appear on her back. Angry at the main orc, Light screamed, "How dare an ordinary orc talk about rules to someone like me?" Light jumped quickly, advancing toward the orc, even with Yuan's effort to tell her not to do so. The orc looked at Light advancing and asked if she was the weakest human. Ignoring the question, Light screamed confidently, "I'll finish you with one blow." The orc observed and came to a conclusion, "You're not the weakest." Light waved the holy sword, attacking the orc and striking him on the shoulder. However, the orc's expressions were emotionless. A warning alert appeared. Rule broken. Penalty applied. 1 skill reduced. All stats will decrease. Light sword bounced off the great orc's shoulder. A mocking smile formed on the orc's face. Before she could respond, the orc launched an attack, tearing Light in half. Light didn't even speak, and only her looks revealed the immense surprise she felt before elimination. Yoo-won, with wide-open eyes, watched the alert appear as Light disappeared. Light was eliminated. Deception room. Unlike normal rooms, it was governed by special rules and commands. Such rooms were more difficult than normal rooms, but if the rules were followed, it would be possible to overcome them and get great rewards. However, any move that violates the mandatory rules would lead to severe penalties. In front of Yoo-won and Do-go, these penalties were revealed with Light's elimination. Yoo-won felt they were now in trouble. The difficulty of the Tower of Babel always matched the maximum strength of the teams. When the difficulty value was set, even if the group lost members, it remained calculated at the same ratio it started with. For this reason, it was always necessary to advance to the next room only when the team was fully prepared. With Light advancing and being eliminated, Yoo-won felt that exploration in the tower had already been doomed to failure. He cursed Light internally. The orc put his hand on his shoulder, because although Light's sword didn't cut him in half, it left a small open wound. The orc looked at his red-stained hand. Kiros gritted his teeth as he laughed and remembered Light, then said, "You're a surprisingly strong human. You attacked directly to take my life and managed to wound me before you lost your life. I enjoyed fighting with you." The orc advanced, became more lively and began to grow as he challenged. "Come on, human, face me. I am Kiros. I'm ready for anything you want to throw at me." Frowning, Yoo-won wondered if breaking the rules had made the orc stronger too. Do-go sighed, not expecting things to reach this point, and said, "I knew the sword affected her mind, but I didn't think she would become completely foolish." While rubbing his head, Yoo-won ended up confirming Do-go's words, which unfortunately were accurate. Yoo-won hadn't known Light for long, but he had never seen her this careless and frustrated. He really couldn't understand what happened. The only possibility Yoo-won could imagine was that imposing restrictions on Light from using the sword during exploration had caused the reaction that appeared. Do-go didn't know if Yoo-won was right, but she was sure of one thing. "We can't trust that sword. It will definitely cause a crucial mistake again because of it." With a grim look, Do-go swore, "As soon as we get out of here, I'll make her go through strict training." Yoo-won then looked at the orc, asking Do-go to maintain focus to pass the floor, but she refused. With one person already eliminated, there's no reason to continue exploring. However, Do-go summoned her own sword. By advancing against the orc, she revealed her plan. "Let's use this opportunity to break as many rules as possible and see how heavy the price is." The orc laughed when he saw another human, not the weakest, advancing. He pointed at Do-go, screaming, "Just looking at you, I know you're not the weakest. You're ignoring the rules again." Do-go stopped and looked at Yoo-won and Rochelle. She advanced firmly, this time while talking to Yoo-won. "I'll apologize first, Yoo-won. Try to deal with this orc alone with Rochelle." When Do-go stood in front of the orc and he raised his axe to eliminate her, Do-go said to Yoo-won, "Don't forget what I said before we entered the tower. Do you understand?" Yoo-won tried to stop her, but the orc, rushing with energy, had already reached the young woman. Do-go waited for the orc's attack. At the last moment, she drew her sword. Rule violation alerts appeared again with penalty notification. The moment the orc attacked Do-go with the axe, she faced the blow in return. Yoo-won, with open eyes, looked at the result of that confrontation. Do-go began to disappear while a notification appeared that she had been eliminated. Even after defeating the second human, the orc screamed in pain because his hand flew away with the axe, as a result of Do-go's attack. In his stiff teeth, the orc screamed, "How dare that thin human take my arm?" He fell to his knees in front of Yoo-won. The hero commented, holding his sword, "Maybe you got a strong boost because of the penalties, but of course, you're not in good condition now." With a cold look, Yoo-won declared, "For the two who were sacrificed earlier, I'll ensure I eliminate you and move forward." While the orc was gritting his teeth, he said, "Finally, the weakest advances." But Yoo-won was shocked because he felt the chaotic aura that Rochelle carried, who jumped and attacked the orc. Rochelle spread her claws and extended her hand while roaring fiercely. Yoo-won looked back and saw Rochelle advancing with wide eyes as he watched that she had gone completely mad. Yoo-won quickly released his sword to stop in front of Rochelle. The hero grabbed her wrists, preventing her advance. Rochelle tensed and bit her teeth amid her roaring, trying to bypass Yoo-won, who was blocking her way. "Stop, Rochelle. If you violate the rules too, we don't know what else will happen." Yoo-won was talking about the orc, the same orc that Rochelle wanted to attack fiercely. Yoo-won didn't feel his words reached her, leaving him with only one choice. He quickly raised his hand and created a magic circle. His intention was to plant positive emotions on Rochelle's mental path. Although this was blocked last time, Yoo-won tried again to push different emotions into the beast's heart. Confident of his success, he made his magic circle shine intensely. As soon as the circle disappeared, Yoo-won checked whether Rochelle had awakened from her madness. Unexpectedly, she fell to her knees, panting heavily. She put her hand on her throat as if she was feeling a huge lack of air, screaming in pain. Yoo-won didn't know what to do when facing this situation. Worried, he didn't understand why her condition was getting worse. While Yoo-won was trying to save Rochelle, the orc he ignored smiled wickedly. He gathered all the strength he had left, enduring the pain, and with his only hand, grabbed the lost axe. Yoo-won tried to lift Rochelle, who had stopped screaming, asking if she could speak normally now. But Rochelle kept growling. Her strength and madness didn't decrease. Unexpectedly, Yoo-won felt Rochelle grab his shoulder. Before he could do anything, she threw him away, saving him from the orc's huge axe. He fell to the ground, and Yoo-won gritted his teeth, realizing that the commander orc had attacked. The next thing he noticed was the notification that appeared. Attack failed. Rules disappeared. Rochelle moved quickly, taking a position in front of Yoo-won to protect him from the orc, who breathed loudly. Damn, I wanted to eliminate both of you at once. The orc, looking at the human who appeared in front of him, was surprised and repeated. That woman, even if she acted on instinct, she's still protecting him. The orc's gaze turned to Yoo-won, commenting unexpectedly, "Hey, human man, you're really lucky. You have the best possible partner." Before he finished, sharp claws silenced him. Rochelle didn't allow the orc to finish his words and destroyed his upper body. While she was protecting him, Yoo-won put his hand on the right side of his body, feeling pain. If Rochelle hadn't acted as a shield, the orc's attack would have split Yoo-won in half. Both would be in danger if this continued. Yoo-won grabbed a healing potion and called, "We need to heal our wounds before we start changing floors." However, soullessly, Rochelle didn't respond. A fierce and mad look dominated her. She turned quickly and attacked Yoo-won unexpectedly. The hero fell to the ground, amazed. Rochelle put her hands on the ground, releasing an evil and very frightening aura, showing that her raging state had never been neutralized. Yoo-won felt that the furnace inside her was burning her emotions more intensely. While he was trying to understand what was happening, an aura appeared around him. The room began to change, and soon the duo found themselves in a scenario similar to what was before. They weren't alone. Heavy footsteps caught their attention. In room 17, they found masked giants, a tribe containing many members armed with clubs and axes. Upon seeing such monsters, Rochelle's anger increased. Worried, Yoo-won frowned and quickly extended his hand to try to stop her. But before that, she rushed fiercely. Upon watching the beasts attack, the giants raised their weapons and advanced toward her. Her roar was like a wild beast. Rochelle extended, the claws rising from her fingers, and displayed her teeth in her mouth. In front of Yoo-won, the battle began, exploding with violence. Clenching his fist in anger, Yoo-won struck the ground. He felt an overwhelming sense of failure. He didn't know why, but he couldn't stop Rochelle from going berserk. Even after he had asked with a smile on his face for Rochelle to trust him before they climbed the tower, he had trusted too much in his abilities with a completely careless mentality. Thinking about everything that had happened so far, Yoo-won's anger at himself increased and he said, "Why didn't I think a little more? I judged and tried to handle Rochelle's fight as I wanted. Maybe I was just an arrogant fool." With a look of sadness, Yoo-won thought that nothing else mattered. Since Light and Dogo had already been eliminated, the mission could be considered a failure. Yoo-won lost the will to try to stop Rochelle. She was threatened with elimination and return, which made it increasingly logical. Facing an arrow from one of the giants, he didn't even move. The beast fired the arrow and Yoo-won accepted his fate. But someone else didn't accept it. Unexpectedly, Rochelle jumped in front of Yoo-won and took the arrow instead of him. Then she pulled out the arrow and threw it on the ground. Still ready to continue fighting. Standing and gritting her teeth, she was threatening the giants, showing that she wouldn't give up. With her complete instinct, Rochelle roared savagely, screamed at the top of her voice and released all her emotions in the form of anger. Yoo-won partially understood the feeling in her voice, the instinct to protect. As Rochelle advanced again toward the giants, Yoo-won remembered the words she had said to him with a smile before they climbed the tower. "I'm counting on you there, Yoo-won. I'll listen to everything you say. I trust you." Although he knew the mission had already failed and everything had become chaotic, Yoo-won took out a potion from his storage. Upon drinking it, he recovered 2 health points, 1 body point, 2 magic energy points, and 1 magic point. With the increased natural healing speed thanks to the potion, Yoo-won declared firmly, "I won't let things end here." Although he didn't give up, he didn't see things improving either. Rochelle continued her attack on the giants with all her energy. Although he needed to return her to her normal state, Yoo-won didn't know how to achieve that. Moreover, recklessly interfering with her emotions didn't seem to be the solution. Yuan tried to imagine how Rochelle was when she wasn't in a berserk state. She seemed more like a puppy, completely dependent on him. However, what he was seeing now seemed like a beast heading toward its end. Then Yuan realized something in his own thoughts. Rochelle was a beast. Being a beast didn't mean she couldn't be tamed. Only those who were born wrong were like that. But Rochelle wasn't like that. Yuan clearly saw Rochelle's natural side as her human side. He tried to imagine why Rochelle didn't understand him. If she wasn't wild from the beginning, maybe there was something wrong with the way he was approaching her. Yuan remembered when Dogo had asked him a question. Do you know the meaning of the word submission, Yuan? The words Dogo had spoken before brought understanding to Yuan. At that moment, he wondered if submission was related to judgment. But that wasn't the answer Dogo wanted. Dogo explained, point by point, what Yuan didn't understand at that time. From the perspective of someone subjected to judgment, it might seem unpleasant, but some find safety and strong leadership. In this sense, it seems that Beast wants someone it can submit to, someone strong and in control. Looking Yuan in the eyes deeply, Dogo knew how he should act. When Rochelle stops understanding your words, you must stop trying to speak gently to her. Yuan didn't believe Dogo's guidance at that time, but now things seemed to be becoming clear. He realized that Rochelle was still capable of communication, but her method was too weak. His voice wasn't reaching her. Then he decided to follow the only path that could truly reach her and make her stop fighting. Rochelle, filled with anger, continued advancing toward the giants, unaware of Yuan's thoughts. At that moment, Yuan jumped in front of her, blocking an attack by placing his sword in front of his body. He waved the sword, making Rochelle retreat while he shouted, "Rochelle, enough." The last giant was confused when he was saved by the human who tried to warn, "Rochelle, this is the last giant. If you defeat it, we'll be sent to the 18th floor, so let's stop here. We need to rest first and prepare." Although she was gritting her teeth, Rochelle didn't advance immediately. The last monster tried to attack Yuan, but Yuan broke its movement and also broke its teeth with a kick. Yuan yelled at the last beast, while annoyed, "I'm dealing with a serious matter. Shut up for a few seconds." The beast fled to a corner to hide and started crying like amateurs. When Yuan looked at Rochelle again, he noticed her movement. Rochelle attacked again. When he saw that she didn't want to listen, Yuan had no choice but one solution. He drew a rope and began swinging it like a whip. He roared with his eyes full of annoyance. "If this is the case, I have no choice but to use this." Yuan threw the rope up and made it spin. Rochelle was attracted by the rope, which Yuan pulled forcefully toward her. The rope cut through the air like a whip when it hit the ground, creating energy waves charged with Yuan's power. He screamed, making Rochelle retreat. "Get back!" Rochelle yelled angrily from the attack. But unexpectedly, the color of her hair changed slightly. However, she was still angry and saw Yuan taking a chair. With a cold look, he placed the chair on the ground. Finally, Rochelle heard Yuan's command. "Rochelle, sit." While hitting and pointing to the chair, Yuan commanded. The command made Rochelle scream with more anger, but she screamed while sitting on the chair. Obediently, Yuan sighed as if dealing with a dog. While annoyed, he hit the ground with the rope and roared, "Shut up." Faced with screaming and the noise of the rope, Rochelle tensed up with tears in her eyes. Yuan extended his hand to her and asked, "Rochelle, give me your hand." Although she was gritting her teeth, this time from frustration, Rochelle extended her hands and placed them on Yuan's hand. When she touched his hand, he noticed that she had retracted her claws. This made him praise her. "Good girl. Excellent." Extending his other hand, Yuan touched Rochelle's head and began petting her like dogs, and the girl replaced her angry eyes with amazement. To his surprise, a sparkle appeared in Rochelle's hair, making her condition quickly return to normal. Yuan felt that she had become conscious. Rochelle blushed with embarrassment. When he found her talking again, Yuan, surprised, felt relieved. "Rochelle, you're back. Finally, you got your mind back." In the middle of his sentence, Rochelle quickly stood up. Unexpectedly, she hugged Yuan and whispered in his ear, "You are the first and will be the only one in the world, my lord." Yuan felt a strong shock hit his body. The hero fell with Rochelle sitting in his lap while thinking about what happened. Immediately, a notification window appeared to him. The concept of obedience has been established. Rochelle has become a completely submissive, being exclusively to Yuan. When he read this, Yuan felt everything was crazy. After a while, Rochelle woke up again, now lying with her head on a pillow, and Yuan had put a shirt on her. Rochelle got up quickly, remembering what happened, and hearing Yuan's voice next to her, as he was tying up the last beast. "Ah, you're awake." Tears of worry fell on Rochelle's face as she quickly approached Yuan to see if he had any injuries. To reassure her, Yuan showed her how the elixir worked. He explained that he made her drink the potion while she was unconscious to heal her wounds. But, although she wasn't feeling pain, Rochelle felt bad. You saved me again, Yuan. I became a burden on you once again. Yuan put his hand on Rochelle's head again, petting her while asking her not to worry. Looking at her warmly, he reminded her, I promised you I'd do everything I could. Sorry I was late. I didn't understand the messages you were sending properly. If I had noticed a little earlier, we would have solved the problem faster. Rochelle took Yuan's hand from her head and placed it on her face. She smiled a sweet smile and with closed eyes whispered softly, no problem. I'm grateful you didn't forget and kept the promise in mind. Thank you for stopping me, Pan. No, thank you for stopping me, my lord. Yuan was shocked by the word, my lord, and blushed with embarrassment. Quickly, he tried to correct her. This isn't right. This whole lordship thing. But, as if she wasn't interested in anything other than her love for her master, Rochelle disagreed with him. There's no problem calling my lord. Yuan put his hands on his head. There was a big problem with this situation. They were colleagues. She couldn't say things that could resemble master and slave publicly. He tried to imagine what his family would do if they discovered a girl his age, calling him lord. They would definitely punish him. The family's rejection of the relationship was certain. Unaware of Yuan's thoughts, Rochelle asked if her master was okay. While stumbling, he asked to talk about this conversation later. But he finally screamed when he saw her trying to link arms with him. Finally, Rochelle was able to sit with her arms crossed next to Yuan and tell her story. I was born a half-human being, but I'm different from other half-beings. My ancestors were great, and my father had a contract with a constellation. Rochelle revealed that her father regretted making this contract. But the constellation wasn't going to let his family, who carried the blood of great beings in their veins, leave without punishment. So they placed a kind of curse on him. Rochelle explained that the curse made her body burn emotions to gain power, but also put her under the rule of those emotions herself. Since childhood, whenever her beast instincts awakened, the curse would burn emotions as fuel, spreading chaos throughout her entire being. When she inherited the clan's legacy, few people could stop her, and since people were constantly being hurt because of her, Rochelle lived hiding her instincts and hiding her emotions. The more she did this, the more isolated she became. Yuan understood Rochelle's feelings and also the reason that made her always pale. If any emotions are considered fuel, she would enter a crazy state. Curiously, Yuan asked, is this the reason you joined the Union to find the constellation connected to your family with this? Rochelle denied, saying that neither her father nor she wanted to be involved with constellations again. She was a little embarrassed while gesturing. Rochelle said there was a more effective way to suppress the burning of emotions, something she had been looking for. Curiously, Yuan approached the girl, and while hiding, she revealed, the way is to form a dependency bond between master and slave, enjoying the master's commands. This is an instinct engraved in the soul of beast beings. They become completely obedient to the chosen master, and the master's commands take precedence over anything else. By sharing all the details, Rochelle revealed the reason that enabled Yuan to control her crazy state. At the same time she asked, as long as you want me not to lose control, my body won't burn emotions again. Changing the subject, Yuan finally asked why Rochelle chose him from among everyone. The girl had a clear reason for this. The master's soul level must be much higher than the slave's level, but something additional. Not wanting to be blunt, but Rochelle commented, my soul level is very high. Maybe because I was born with the constellation's curse. And because of that, it would be almost impossible for any other person to accept me as master. Sitting next to Rochelle, the hero heard her talk about how her frustrating journey began without finding anyone strong enough in the Union, even with students coming from all dimensions. Pausing for a moment to think, Yuan remembered when he first woke up. His value was over 300 points. At the current moment, Rochelle's soul depth reached 200 points, while he reached 460. He was representing the conditions of the wild creatures. After a brief moment of silence, Rochelle continued, when I first saw you, I thought I could serve you and you would be my master. I've been thinking about this since the day we met. Hiding a shy smile that made her face glow pink. I'm so happy you made the decision at the right time. Thank you so much. Yuan laughed somewhat sarcastically and said that decision was a bit heavy. But Rochelle wasn't going to let him escape from her. She grabbed his arm and said, there's nothing that can be done. I was always holding back until now, but now I don't have to anymore. Now I can smile more, cry more, and act more bravely. Ban was surprised to see Rochelle express the most genuine smile full of gratitude and affection. Rochelle continued speaking, this is all because of you. Even if the burden is heavy, you must take responsibility for me, my master. Yuan was silent for a moment before finally agreeing. Rochelle was happy when she heard the answer and asked, shall we go now? Confidently, she wanted to climb the tower alone with him as much as possible, because she wanted to experience what it felt like to control her emotions freely. Before they started doing anything, Yoo-won discovered he needed to give something to Rochelle. He extended his hand, creating the symbol of wild instinct. While giving power to Rochelle, he announced, "This is the wild energy I've collected so far, including from the orcs we recently defeated. It's not much, but I want you to take it." With her eyes gleaming with light, Rochelle was amazed by the amount of energy she was receiving. Still surprised, she asked if Ban was really giving this to her. Smiling, the hero nodded his head. He took Rochelle's hand, passing the power of wild instinct while thanking her and saying, "If you agree to this, I would be very happy to give it to you." Thus, a bright light illuminated the room while the wild instinct was transferred to Rochelle. After a while, a small link of light formed, extending from Yoo-won's fingertip to hers. When she looked at the mark on her finger, her amazement increased. She smiled happily while holding her hand and declared confidently, "Let's hurry and fight. I don't care anymore." After Rochelle regained her consciousness, the duo advanced using all their energy. But in the end, they didn't cover much distance and lost in the 19th room. The main reason for Rochelle's frustration wasn't because she was eliminated, but because she couldn't spend more time alone with Yoo-won. When the two left the tower, Professor Yumina welcomed them, congratulating them on their effort. Yumina seemed confused and commented to Yoo-won and Rochelle, "I tried to ask the two who left earlier about the details, but they went straight to the training room before I could talk to them. Did something happen between them?" Yoo-won explained somewhat vaguely that there was no problem between them. While having a snack with tea and donuts, Yumina said, "I'm still surprised. I heard about the part where you caught the intruder. When I discovered and saw the footage, I was really shocked. I didn't expect the attacks to continue week after week. No one expected such a thing." It was clear in Yumina's sad eyes how worried she was. Encounters with intruders carried a much higher chance of casualties compared to any other irregular phenomenon. This time, everyone returned safely. But it wouldn't be surprising if that didn't happen again. Yoo-won attributed the result to luck and asked if the professor had any idea why the intruders attacked. Yumina thought deeply and pointed out, it wasn't related to the academy, but he seemed to have some qualifications as a climber. Maybe because you've become promising climbers, they wanted to eliminate you before it was too late. Yoo-won was surprised by how the professor referred to them this way. Exactly. Yumina revealed that people associated with constellations naturally attract the attention of other constellations, especially in their case, which was unique. Refusing a contract with a constellation showed strong will, as well as great potential. Yumina left Yoo-won speechless, ending by saying, "Many constellations want you, or at least are watching you closely." Yumina remembered the recording Yoo-won made, and asked to confirm if those who attacked them were part of Exodus. Exodus was a notorious group of dimensional pirates and the largest group to invade the tower with constellation support. According to Yumina, the constellations supporting Exodus were extremist and known for violence. The new information left Yoo-won surprised and worried. Yumina was warning them not to make contracts with Exodus because that would take them down a savage path like the one shown. She felt relieved that Yoo-won and the others, initially, expected that Class 11 wouldn't be noticed, at least until the end of the first semester. When the professor fell silent again, Yoo-won tried to recall the methods used by the attackers. They resorted to simple tricks, but if they hadn't been noticed, they could have caused immense suffering. Yoo-won knew they only survived thanks to everyone's high stats. Surely, a group of ordinary beginners would have been wiped out in their place. This situation disturbed Yoo-won, who pessimistically wondered how many people Exodus had executed this way, and there were even constellations supporting them. They've been trying to interfere with us since the last campaign. Was it the constellations' fault that Rochelle suffered so much this time, and now they're acting again? Yoo-won was unexpectedly overcome and swore not to forgive Exodus or the constellations, and to get rid of both. Yumina, who had been silent, frowned with concern toward Yoo-won, a truly frightening expression. He realized he had crossed the boundaries of his emotions and quickly apologized. However, Yumina felt the same way. She looked down and expressed her concern about the situation. "You all fell into this problem. As the supervisor," she said, "I should help you grow without interference. But it's frustrating that I can't be of much help." Yoo-won reassured her, saying no one could control what happens in the tower. Changing the conversation, he asked what he should do about the tower video, which had already been edited. Without hesitation, Yumina ordered, "Just put the video online." Their plan failed, and as soon as the video appears, they won't be able to do anything for a while. After a smile at the professor's comment, Yoo-won stood up. After they had discussed everything necessary, he prepared to leave. Before leaving, Yoo-won commented, "Nothing good comes from engaging with constellations. It's only happened twice, but I'm starting to get tired of it. I don't think I'll make a contract with them." Yumina considered this decision wise, but she still wanted Ban to take a good opportunity. So she said, among the constellations, there are those who care about their contractors. Confused, Yoo-won turned to look at the professor, who began sweating desperately. She quickly changed the subject. Nothing, but before you go, I have a suggestion. Elsewhere, Dugu frowned angrily and said, no, you're not going anywhere. That worm needs more punishment. Light was on the ground, completely exhausted. With determination, Yoo-won tried to calm Dugu, because punishing her this harshly wouldn't help either. Dugu pulled Light from the destroyed arena because Yoo-won wanted them to discuss what happened in the tower before going somewhere to get some fresh air. Light, who was crying, tried to get up. Then she said, Yoo-won, was what I did that bad? Yoo-won replied, yes, you ruined everything. Then Yoo-won continued and said, if you hadn't ruined everything yesterday, we could have reached the 20th floor. Rochelle and I reached 19 only thanks to luck. When Dugu heard Light saying she only made a small mistake, Dugu got angry again. She clenched her fist tightly, making Light hide behind Yoo-won. Avoiding being hit again, she roared, do you call that a small mistake? It seems you haven't learned the lesson well. Trying to use Yuan as a shield, Light screamed, no, it's my fault. My friends, I'm sorry. Seeing how remorseful Light was, Yuan asked Dugu to leave her alone for a bit. With her nose up, Dugu looked away and quickly announced, fine, but I want 2 gifts. Yuan seemed confused, but Dugu, who was hiding her blushing, remembered Yuan's body and commented, you promised me in the tower that I could get any gift I want. While Yuan agreed without asking what Dugu wanted, Rochelle felt jealous and Light felt ignored. After a while in Flower City, the group gathered in a clothing store. Dugu held a black dress in front of her body and asked Yuan, do these loose clothes really suit me? While Yuan reassured her, saying they suited her. Dugu wasn't sure what she should choose, but she decided to follow Yuan's words, who asked her to try another outfit. Rochelle, who was watching the two, had dark eyes as if she were stalking prey. Annoyed, she roared inside, how dare she treat my master like a servant? Next to Rochelle, Light called Yuan worriedly, Yuan, I think you should pay attention here too. Dugu, although without realizing it, smiled, which she didn't usually do. In Dugu's mind, although she wasn't used to the style of clothes chosen, she loved it because it was recommended by Yuan. It had been a long time since she went shopping freely, especially like this. While Dugu was smiling happily, someone was lurking. Rochelle, who was staring at her from afar, said loudly for her to hear, greedy pig. Pra. Dugu screamed angrily at Rochelle, making her run asking for help from Yuan, who didn't understand how they suddenly started fighting. After a while, Rochelle extended her hand and brought a piece of candy to Yuan's mouth. While watching this scene, Dugu, who should have been treated this way, felt extremely annoyed. Nervously, Yuan tried to push Rochelle away, saying he could eat by himself. Frowning, Dugu inquired, can we consider that the problem of this monster that turns into a killer in battles has been solved? Right. While he was eating the candy that Rochelle offered, Yuan answered with a full mouth, yes, that's right. Rochelle rubbed against him, commenting playfully, yes, Yuan took perfect care of her. Despite the situation between the two, Dugu considered it a victory because Rochelle would be under control. Upon discovering that Rochelle's problem had been solved, Light realized she was now the only problem in the team. In the outdoor cafe, Ban asked Dugu about how difficult it was to push her to train Light, so she would call herself the problem. Dugu said that Light isn't a problem. She's a ticking time bomb. Light's sword was a serious problem. Looking at Light, Dugu asked, do you have something to say about what happened yesterday? But even Light knew her behavior wasn't normal. Light leaned back on the table and sighed sadly, saying, I'll try to fight without the holy sword if possible. When she saw her putting this condition not to fight with the sword, Dugu got upset and even Yuan worried about her. When he saw Light lying on the table and hiding her face, Yuan wondered why Light wasn't accepting that she shouldn't use the sword. Yuan thought about how much Light was hiding her problems from the group. In the end, he had no choice but to sigh and enjoy the iced coffee, because he couldn't force Light to reveal everything. But in the middle of the cold stream of drinking, Yuan received a mental transmission from Dugu. She was telling him, how long will you keep standing there watching? Yuan was surprised and touched his eye when she warned him, you share the same room, right? What's the point of being handsome if you don't use it? Try to flirt with her like you did with Rochelle. Ban almost choked on his coffee and coughed quickly from Dugu's words, unaware of the mental transmission he received. Rochelle quickly asked if he was okay. While Rochelle tried to care for Yuan, Dugu continued sending mental messages to him. If you keep being gentle with her, she'll continue to be stubborn and keep hiding things, right? You attracted Rochelle. Why not Light? Yuan finally looked at Dugu again and replied, I wanted to be with Rochelle. But not what you think. On top of that, Light is convinced she's a guy, not a girl. What do you expect me to do? Doggo looked away angrily, avoiding eye contact and reminding him that he was the one who wanted to support those two, saying, "I'm doing my job, but you need to do yours instead of just sitting there doing nothing." Yoo-won said he was planning to do something. Then Yoo-won changed the subject and opened an information window, saying, "Guys, did you hear about the special outdoor activities next week? I'll send you the details via message. Go ahead and check them out." Rochelle, when she heard Yoo-won's words, remembered that these activities include trips to other dimensions. Yoo-won confirmed the information, saying they were very big activities where students and teachers travel together. Since it was the first time Doggo heard about something like this, she asked if the guild always provided public service like this. When Light saw the trip information, she started getting upset, saying, "What's this? Monitoring the lower dimensions in the name of poor souls who can't defend themselves. The purpose of this special activity is to stop the monster wave. Why talk about the lower dimensions as if they don't exist without care from above?" Yoo-won agreed with Light, and Doggo next to them commented, "If he wants to be a leader for all dimensions, I think this level of vision is necessary. You don't need to twist your thoughts like that." Light sighed and hid her feelings, frustrated that all these activities were just preliminary education for people who wanted to become kings. Yoo-won preferred to stay quiet. He had been feeling something for a while. When he saw how angry Light was at the higher dimensions, he imagined that something must have happened on the planet where Light lived. Yoo-won forgot Light's story, and said he needed to tell them something else. Yoo-won shocked the three at the table with his words. "Starting this week, I'll be attending Professor Yumina's magical combat classes, so I'll be training alone for a while." The three at the table screamed together, "Why are you just thinking to tell us this now?" A few days later, in the training room, Yoo-won found himself sitting on the floor. With the magic staff in his hand, he asked it, "Can you speak freely now? I'm waiting for you." When he saw the staff was silent, Yoo-won smiled a dark smile, threatening it. "If you fail again today, I'll break you. It's been 3 days since I got you, and you still haven't given me any concept of magical language. Maybe because you have strong pride, but clearly you're not cooperating." Yoo-won was running out of time. Professor Yumina was treating him like a magic trainee because he got a magical artifact, so he couldn't allow himself to be humiliated in tomorrow's class. Yoo-won threw the magic staff on the ground, grabbed a hammer while sighing and saying, "Time is running out. I'm still struggling with the concept. There's no other way, right? I have to destroy it and absorb the concept from its remains." Yoo-won raised the hammer with a dark look, saying goodbye to the staff. "If you get broken, it's your fault, not mine. Goodbye." But the moment the hammer was about to hit the magic staff, it screamed, "Wait." The magic staff quickly revealed its voice. "Human, you just jumped inside me without warning and think you can talk to me now. Don't delude yourself. Who are you to try to break me?" Confused, Yoo-won picked up the magic staff and asked what it meant when it said he entered inside it. "Are you talking about my Tower of Babel ability?" The magic staff erupted in anger against Yoo-won. "That barbaric power. Why should I help someone like you who uses brutal authority? Magic is the path of those who follow the noble, elegant, and absolute laws of the universe. Someone like you will never be a wizard." Pressing his ear because of the staff's voice, he told it to shut up. Yoo-won flipped the staff upside down. Yoo-won looked at it with wide eyes, giving it orders to stop causing chaos and quickly surrender the concept it had. Wondering how it ended up with this barbaric creature, the magic staff surrendered. It shook quickly, casting a small bubble of light with words around it. Upon collecting this concept, Yoo-won received a notification of absorbing 1,100 units of magical languages. The depth of the eye that sees everything, the ear that hears everything, and the tongue that speaks everything had reached 165. The staff, with its head down, commented that it always thought it would make a wizard who would shake the world. But now, it was being stripped and experiencing a miserable life. Yoo-won asked it about what life it was talking about. While Yoo-won continued looking at the language notifications, a different notification appeared. Absorbed 50 units of elemental magic. Soul depth had reached 510. Yoo-won's golden eyes filled with amazement. The depth of this concept was no joke. New notifications kept increasing. Complete transformation to kanji for magical language was now possible. Besides that, an elemental notification appeared. Fire, water, wind, earth, and other attributes could now be artificially generated, enhanced, and controlled. Extending his hand, Yoo-won created a magic circle with the 5 elements. Today, he could understand magical language and its structure, something that was impossible before. Finally, he could participate in Professor Yumina's classes without worry. Looking at the magic staff in his hand, Yoo-won realized it was better than he imagined. When she saw the young man's interested look, the magic staff started trembling. Curiously, Yoo-won asked, "What happened?" The magic staff screamed, This doesn't make sense. Why are they doing this to me? Why? Yuan, confused, looked at the magic staff that decided to philosophize. He had never been a person like this, like the will of a tool. Worried, the hero saw the magic staff getting closer to a background character. He didn't want to know, but he was absorbed in what he didn't expect to hear. The magic staff screamed at the top of its voice. I was human. Silence filled the training room due to the amazing revelation from the magic staff, which saw disbelief in the boy's eyes and screamed louder. I'm telling you I was human. Yoo-won couldn't believe the magic staff, as if its words were inspired by a novel or comic because of the huge cliché. However, courageously, the magic staff insisted it wasn't making things up and that it was actually a living being. A human of flesh and blood. As eyes appeared in the heart-shaped crystal of the staff, it exploded with anger. Those people, whom I trusted, betrayed me and imprisoned me inside this staff. They planted false memories in me to lead me to a miserable life. Confused, Yoo-won asked why her memories returned at this moment. The magic staff that Yoo-won was holding revealed that when he drew its power, of course, the heart of the spell that sealed her memories and abilities was broken. Still not fully convinced, Yoo-won asked if her memories and abilities were fully restored. But the staff replied that it still wasn't at full power. After being sealed for a long time, Yoo-won didn't think about it much. Internally, he wondered with doubt. It's a tool that needs to be sealed for long periods. Well, from the moment we found it, this staff's stats were actually impressive. The staff thrown in the 10th zone room contained 200 soul points. Thinking about these stats, Yoo-won realized that the magic staff was at the same level as Rochelle, who was born at a very high level among her race. While Yoo-won was surprised by other things, tremendous energy floated around the magic staff in his hand, and he wasn't paying attention. The staff ignited with black flames while in a state of rage, saying, I will achieve my revenge. I promise. No matter what happens, I will regain all my power. I will search for them all. Yoo-won tried to calm the magic staff, until he heard what it was saying. He dropped the staff, which rose filled with energy. While the staff was performing its oath, it began changing its shape before Yoo-won's eyes, reshaping itself in the air, and the magic staff transformed with a gleam of power into a majestic magic staff resembling a spear that carries the sun. The complete transformation was shocking to Yoo-won, but when he grabbed the staff, he saw again how the staff was cursing those who imprisoned it in that form as if it was its incantation. The reason for its existence, Yoo-won felt that a magic staff for an elementary school student had turned into an emotional teenager. Now, the magic staff was called Tears of Slain, and its characteristics were 350 points, both in mana and soul. The name caught Yoo-won's attention as did the stats, which rose again. After complaining a lot, the staff felt tired. It had tried hard, but couldn't remember the names of those who imprisoned it in that staff. The memories it had opened seemed to be its maximum limit. Amazed by the staff's comment, Yoo-won asked, so there's still room for more growth. This isn't a beginner level, is it? The staff got upset. Beginner what? I'm a beginner. Don't say stupid things. Do you think I can only teach basic magic? Don't even think about using me for small tasks. Yoo-won realized that the slain staff, after recovering part of its memory, had changed in behavior. When Yoo-won called the staff by the name Slain, it felt confused, but quickly revealed that it was the name it appeared with. Offering a deal. Before the staff, he suggested, if you help me properly, I'll guarantee your wish too. This way, you can regain your power and memories, and complete your goal. After hearing the suggestion, the staff fell silent. The next day, before the magical combat class, Yoo-won met with Light and Rochelle, asking enthusiastically, can I go with you? I think just being next to you is enough, isn't it? I'll be quiet, please. Light grabbed Yoo-won's other arm, crying. After thinking for a few days, it seems wrong not to use the holy sword, doesn't it? Why take that risk? Where can I find something better than my sword? Yoo-won quickly pushed both away, angry. No, this won't happen. Definitely not. Don't take them with you. Smiled slyly behind Rochelle and Light, and started commenting, I didn't like how these two were acting lately. Maybe this will improve it. Dogo grabbed Rochelle and Light by their shirt collars, dragging them away as they cried, begging Yoo-won to save them. After being alone again, Yoo-won sat on the couch, able to rest peacefully. The numbers window opened, and the hero began studying the structure of the student transfer card, located in the necklace given when they joined the Union. The codes in binary numbers represented concepts related to spatial movements. To use it, there was only a need to extract the variable element, the coordinates. Yoo-won felt somewhat intelligent, smiling internally. With his current understanding, plus Slane's power, this was very suitable for generating coordinates. The spells he didn't understand before could now be easily analyzed and reconfigured by him. After configuring the transport device information, Yoo-won entered some pre-saved coordinates, plus adding an activation point. Finally, a magic circle appeared around him, amazing him with the result. Thus, he disappeared, teleporting instantly. Yoo-won appeared elsewhere, amazing a young witch who was resting there. She watched him celebrate, her eyes somewhat shocked. Curiosity forced her to ask, "Teleportation?" Upon hearing someone's voice, Yoo-won turned around. The blue-haired girl, wearing a pointed hat with a clip, was standing, looking at Yoo-won and asked, "Did you just use teleportation?" The hero smiled, confirming he used the function in the student ID. However, the girl asked as if she knew the truth. "You changed the coordinates, didn't you?" Impressed, the hero confirmed that. She asked him how he did it. Shyly, Yoo-won answered, "Well, using mana, of course." That made her curiosity increase. You read and decoded the extensive code of the student badge. The girl grabbed Yoo-won's shirt, asking him insistently, "How were you able to change only the coordinates necessary for spatial teleportation?" As if interrogating him, she pressed the hero. "How did you interfere with the code prepared by the director?" Scared, Yoo-won wondered why he was suddenly being interrogated, wondering if he had done something wrong. More importantly, he wondered who that girl was and whether he had seen her before. Suddenly, Yoo-won was startled when Yumina appeared behind him, making him shiver completely. Ban quickly turned around to see the teacher. The teacher, who was standing there, calmly commented, "You found your way here well, Ban Yoo-won. Oh my, I told you to join the magic class, but I forgot to tell you where the classroom was. I thought I should come get you, but you found the room yourself." After hearing the teacher's words and the students' questioning, the young sorceress looked at them with a curious gaze. Yumina noticed the girl's presence and welcomed her. "Oh, Ira, you're here too. Well, shall we start together then?" Gratefully, the young woman, Ira, agreed with Yumina. Yoo-won stood beside Yumina, who smiled silently, sighing. Ban thanked her. "Thank you for your intervention, teacher. This is the first time I've seen someone be violent in this way since I met Duo-yan." Smiling with relief, Yumina commented, "Well, I also prefer that there be no event that adds other heroines." Leaving Ban in a state of confusion, Yumina prepared to start the class. High up in the sky inside a covered arena where a limited number of selected students gathered, Yumina called everyone's attention from the platform. "Everyone, a new student has joined our class. This is Yoo-won from class 11. Please welcome him warmly." While he saw some of them clapping for his joining the class, Yoo-won nodded his head slightly and introduced himself. "From now on, I hope to learn a lot from all of you." Somehow, Yoo-won was already in that position. All the students there, despite clapping and greeting him, were burning with hatred because he had spoken in this tone with the beloved teacher, Yumina. While looking around, Yoo-won found that the total number of students was only 9. It seemed that only a few could use magic in addition to their innate abilities. While he was looking around, Yoo-won spotted the sorceress he had asked about earlier. Thinking about the girl, he tried to remember her name, Ira. She was sitting alone, which bothered him, making him wonder if she and the other students had a bad relationship. However, Yoo-won noticed something that negated his initial thought. In Ira, a large amount of mana exploded like the sun, while in the other students, this aura was light like a breeze. There was a big barrier between them, the same thing that was keeping them apart. Yoo-won remembered that Dugu in the special class had said that there was someone who might be stronger than Erd. Looking at the blue-haired girl with the pointed hat, Yoo-won wondered if she could be the one. While Yumina was preparing to start the class, a blonde girl with short hair raised her hand. "Teacher, I have a question." Yumina asked Misty to ask her question, and the girl quickly asked, "If this student can also use magic, why hasn't he attended classes until now?" Yumina didn't hide the truth and told everyone what surprised them. He obtained an artifact during a recent exploration. The artifact chose him as its owner, which awakened his magical talent. Hearing about the artifact, everyone was shocked with wide eyes. Their surprise and confusion made Yumina realize something, allowing her to make a simple promotion. While Yoo-won saw how Yumina was promoting his channel, he remained shocked. However, some students were confused about the information that an artifact would awaken magical talent in someone and choose that person as its owner, something they had never seen before. Yumina heard everyone's comments and kept a smile in silence, keeping her thoughts to herself. "You are amazing enough to be chosen by the Union, but perhaps you haven't heard of cases like this before. After all, being born with magical talents is extremely rare. It's understandable that it's difficult to accept this situation. But for students who have hidden talents, things like this happen all the time." After hearing the explanations, Misty raised her hand again. "Teacher, can we ask him to show us some magic?" Of course, without using the artifact. Yoo-won was surprised by the girl's request, who wanted to see what awakening a dormant talent meant. But Yumina tried to defend Ban, but he spoke up. I agree to do that, teacher. Even Yumina was surprised by Ban's words because she knew he had only gotten the artifact a week ago. Yuan, standing up, asked the girl to understand. I've just started learning magic, so remember that I'm not ready for something complex. Despite the calm words, Yuan kept his smile on his face, making Misty suspicious. Yuan went to the center of the classroom arena, thinking about spells. There were many spells he couldn't do yet, so he decided to use the easiest one. For the chosen magic, Yuan chose the air element. Extending his hands, he summoned the element. Thinking of the shape that appeared in everyone's minds, he changed the shape of the magical attribute, making it spin like a tornado, expanding. In the next moment, Yuan used fire, surprising many by seeing him use elemental magic. Combining wind and fire, Yuan created a tornado that rose intensely in the center of the arena. Many students stepped back, afraid of the flames growing under Yuan's command. Most of them were shocked and commented loudly, "He's not even using spells. This looks more like a physical ability than magic." However, Misty, who was watching carefully, knew that was definitely magic. It was a type of magic that didn't need a spell. Ira was silently watching Ban's magic while many were chattering. With many thoughts in her mind, she said nothing. After Yuan demonstrated the magic, Yumina asked him to end it. Clapping his hands quickly, Yuan extinguished the flames and wind. Yumina clapped with a smile, praising. That was a wonderful display. The lack of spells was surprising, but the power was impressive. It's hard to believe he just started learning magic, isn't it, everyone? When Yumina asked, silence fell among everyone. As Yuan climbed the stadium steps, he heard some frustrated people. So, this is what special admission talent looks like. Damn, he might be better at magic than me. Misty, beside the frustrated young man, reassured him, it's just simple elemental magic. Don't make this a problem. Out of curiosity, Yuan looked at a point in the arena. He looked at the blue-haired girl to see if she had any reaction, but he saw her expressionless face, which made him sigh. Ira had turned her gaze away, thinking in her mind, such a thing is boring. Is that all? After finishing the welcomes, Yumina asked everyone to prepare to start the lesson. Yuan wondered internally, since the girl was strong enough not to care about his skills. Yuan sat down. At the end of the class, when Yuan was preparing to leave, someone unexpectedly grabbed him by his shirt. Looking to the side, he realized it was Ira who had stopped him. The girl was there to ask him again. She didn't answer the question I asked earlier. Seeing Ira talking with the special admission student, some students started wondering, not realizing they were watching him. Yuan tried to get away from Ira. I thought I answered you earlier, but she insisted. Did you analyze and interfere with all the code designed by the director? Confused, the hero asked if this was something very difficult to do. Ira was interfering a lot in her questions. I would understand if you had permission to modify teleportation coordinates, but how did you do it? Seeing Ira pressing Yuan again, Yumina approached them, calling the girl, still holding Yuan so he wouldn't escape. Ira asked Yumina if she needed something. Naturally, retreating, Yumina revealed that she actually needed Yuan because he had a scheduled counseling session. Furthermore, Yumina reassured Ira, surprising her. Yuan didn't get any kind of permission for modifications. Those permissions are only given to full-time professors. Hearing the teacher, Ira commented in frustration. So, he really did it with his own abilities. Confirming the girl's idea, Yumina asked if her answer clarified the doubts she had. Therefore, Ira said goodbye, asking Yuan to follow her. While Yuan was following Yumina, he didn't notice that Ira had clenched her hand in a mixture of frustration and contempt.